The score on the court had reached 121-99, with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. A daunting 22-point gap had drained all suspense from the game. Steve Kerr waved his hand and pointed toward the end of the bench. Yinzu, get ready. You're going in. Thompson, Iguodala, and the others instinctively turned their gazes toward the tall, Asian-faced figure. Go get him, rookie. Show them what you've got, Yinzu. After being benched by Kerr for several games, Yinzu finally got another chance to step onto the court. True to his name, he was strikingly handsome, a face that could captivate anyone. He seemed destined to become the top idol in the entertainment world. Yet he was a transmigrator blessed since birth with a basketball system that allowed him to draw one attribute each year to enhance his skills. Fate was peculiar in this life. He grew rapidly and toweringly, surpassing 2 meters before the age of 14. Recruited by a sports school, he had 9-0, 0-89-0, 0-1 and 0-0-0-1. From birth until now, he had drawn attributes 18 times. Without exception, as expected, all were green attributes, such as layup, little hook, turnaround layup, behind back dribble. These were all basic basketball skills. Possessing them increased the success rate of moves. They were quite useful when he was younger, quickly allowing him to dominate in lower-tier leagues and catch the attention of NBA scouts. Yinzu registered for the 2016 NBA draft. With his real-age, solid workout performances and a powerful agency team, he unexpectedly garnered first-round buzz. However, misfortune struck. He was selected by the Golden State Warriors, the 30th pick in the first round. Yinzu became the third Chinese first-round pick after Yao and Lian. Warriors general manager Bob Myers said to reporters, "He's a very talented big man with solid fundamentals and good rim protection. He's exactly the kind of player we need." Platitudes, anyone can say them. The small ball era was already here. The Warriors had won 1 championship and 1 runner-up in the past 2 years. Then Kevin Durant officially announced his joining, forming an unprecedented super team, historically known as the Hammerhead Warriors. Would such a team take the time to develop a rookie big man? Moreover, Yinzu stood at 2.17 meters, while Warriors coach Kerr was notorious for favoring small players. Even though their starting center was Zaza Pachulia, his minutes were limited to just over 10 minutes. The Warriors relied heavily on the death lineup, and traditional centers like Yinzu were losing their place in the league. His situation was precarious. Since the start of the 2016-17 regular season, more than 2 months earlier, Yinzu had played only 5 games. Most of the time, he was benched, shuttling between the team and the development league. Of course, if he truly had strength, this wouldn't matter. Gold will shine eventually. But the problem was exactly that. Yinzu felt he was about to be exposed. Over 18 years, every single draw had been the lowest level green attribute, and he could only equip 3 at a time during games. Clearly, he lacked NBA level ability. In his 5 games, he revealed fatal weaknesses: slow speed, poor stamina, inability to switch on defense, averaging only 1.4 points and 0.8 rebounds per game, with a shooting percentage under 30. For a center, these numbers were simply atrocious. Even in development league games, he could only manage 9.2 points and 7.5 rebounds per game. Not terrible, but hardly dominant. The development league was full of players fighting for opportunities, and traditional big men like him rarely got the ball. Yinzu rose from the bench, ready to step onto the court. The Oracle Arena erupted in cheers, not because he was beloved by the crowd, but because everyone regarded him as the team's mascot. When he got playing time, it meant the game was completely out of reach. The on-site commentator joked, "Here comes our lucky charm, Yinzu." Although drafting him in the first round might have been a mistake by the Warriors, at least it might boost viewership from Chinese fans. During the remaining 2+ minutes of garbage time, Yinzu never touched the ball. He ran back and forth with the guards and was targeted by the opponent's small guard Jones for 2 isolation plays, resulting in a disastrous performance. Kerr shook his head from the sidelines. The game ended. Yinzu's stat line was all zeros with a plus-minus of 10. At the start of the season, a Chinese sports platform had sent a crew to cover the Warriors. But weeks ago, they gradually canceled the assignment. Why go to such trouble for a player averaging barely 1 point per game? Still, due to the massive popularity of the Hammerhead Warriors, many Chinese fans continued to follow Yinzu. To this day, a small minority remained patient, believing in patience for an 18-year-old. But most fans had already lost hope. After this game, the forums predictably erupted with harsh criticism. "He's not lacking opportunities. He's just plain bad. Warriors management really messed up this draft pick. He's a bust. Wasted a first-round pick. Without the Chinese market, he wouldn't even be a second-rounder. He's worse than Big Demon King. At least he got picked in the second round and chose to polish his skills in China for a year. Granny Wong is better. She knows her limits and didn't even go. He'll be back home after finishing his guaranteed 2-year contract." Late at night, lying in bed scrolling through news, Yinzu saw these comments. Angry, amused, helpless, and powerless. System alert: 30 seconds until next attribute draw. Yinzu checked the time, 1:59 p.m. In an unnoticed corner, he was about to welcome his 19th birthday. Countdown over. Initiate 19th draw. Yanzu had lost all hope. His career was about to be ruined by these abysmal probabilities. Suddenly, a blinding flash exploded before his eyes. Congratulations on drawing the legendary attribute simulated career. Yanzu stood frozen, utterly stunned. Then came a wild roar of ecstasy, his face contorted with emotion. The gears of fate had finally begun to turn. Simulated career equipped this attribute to simulate a basketball career. This attribute has a cooldown which can be reduced by completing prerequisite tasks. The first simulation is free. During the simulation, your initial basketball talent will be greatly enhanced. Most of the time you will make it to the NBA. For each year you spend in the NBA, you can draw one attribute. Of course, there will be scenarios where you fail to enter the NBA depending on your early life choices. 1. Each time you win one of the following awards in the simulation: Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Player, Defensive Player of the Year, Sixth Man of the Year, you gain one extra draw. 2. Each time you win the regular season MVP in the simulation, you gain 2 extra draws. 3. Each time you win the finals MVP, you gain 3 extra draws. 4. If you ultimately enter the Hall of Fame in the simulation, you gain 5 extra draws. During the simulation, when you officially retire from the NBA, the simulation ends. After the simulation ends, you inherit all drawn attributes. Yanzu began to understand this simulator gave him many more chances to draw attributes, because he could inherit everything drawn during the simulated career. The key was to last long enough in the simulated NBA, or accumulate enough individual honors that would grant more draws, increasing the odds of obtaining high-level attributes. Conversely, if he failed to enter the NBA, the simulation would be a failure. So let's begin the first simulation. Before the simulation began, Yanzu adjusted the attribute entries equipped on his body. Host: Yanzu, age 19. Height 2. 17 meters, wingspan 2. 28 meters, weight 126 kilograms. Equipped entries: 33 simulated career, legendary silky spin, move green, little hook shot green. Unequipped entry: pool, change off direction, dribble green, quick floater green, behind back, dribble green, spin, layup green. Attributes: upper limit 150. Close range layup 75, mid-range, shooting 42, 3-point, shooting 21. Free throws 88, ball handling 30, passing 62. Offensive rebounds 31, defensive rebounds 40. Passing steals 12, dribbling steals 11. Blocks 50, perimeter defense 33, interior defense 72. Standing dunk 65, driving dunk 24. Base speed 53, dribbling speed 34, lateral quickness 41. Vertical 52, strength 69, hustle 21, basketball IQ 70, stamina 30. These attribute values were evaluated relative to NBA standards. Glancing over them, Yanzu felt his stats were miserably poor. Perhaps the only respectable number was his free throws. Base attributes would gain only a minuscule increase through daily training, and games almost negligible. In the entry draws he had made over the past decade, he had occasionally obtained green entries, such as attribute 5. Such entries could be freely allocated to any one attribute. Perhaps in the future there would appear orange or purple entries related to attribute boosts, which would grant far greater increases. Although he had not obtained any yet, he felt his guess was likely correct. Now let the simulation begin. Simulated career officially starting. You are born. It is the 1960s, in a small town in Europe within a typical white middle-class family. The opening of this first simulation was not bad at all. The only awkward point was the era of his birth. In that period there were barely any European white players in the entire NBA. Yanzu felt that breaking into the NBA to gain opportunities to draw entries would be rather difficult. He decided to keep watching how things unfolded. Your father is a mechanical engineer. You, however, did not inherit his inclinations and have been obsessed with all kinds of sports since childhood. Compared to basketball, you seem to possess greater talent in table tennis and football. At the age of 6, you win the National Junior Championship in table tennis. Will you embark on a table tennis career? Table tennis for a European. No future in that. Yanzu resolutely chose no, and the simulation continued. At the age of 10, you received numerous youth academy invitations from major European football clubs. Will you embark on a football career? Although for a European the path of football would be the optimal choice, this was a simulation, not reality. He still chose no. You choose to persist on the path of basketball. At 13, your height begins to shoot up rapidly, soon surpassing 2 meters. Your basketball talent makes many local coaches covetous. Under the fervent invitation of a professional coach, you officially begin your basketball career. By 16, your height has reached 2.09 meters. Though you play center, your refined footwork and solid fundamentals allow you to cover all 5 positions in games among your peers. You display astonishing basketball talent across Europe. Accurate shooting and a graceful style become your calling card. At 17, you are selected for the national team. You represent the national youth team at the World Youth Championship as a starter. There you face the United States team, led by Gary Payton. You knocked down 11 three-pointers over the course of the game, shocking the world. Though defeated, you depart with honor. The following year you once again lead the senior national team into the Eurobasket. Ultimately, you lift the Eurobasket Championship trophy. At 18, you compete in the European Youth Championship and win the title. That same year, you attempt the NBA draft for the first time. At that time, however, the NBA still harbors prejudice against European players. A late bloomer indeed. Such astonishing talent at the start, yet delayed by countless external factors. What followed was not as smooth as he had imagined. Because of turbulent times, although you were drafted, you still cannot officially enter the NBA. Naturally, you cannot officially begin drawing entries either. At 23, you choose to remain in Europe to further hone your game. You transfer to another club. At 23, you lead your team to win the Italian League Championship. At 24, you are once again named European Player of the Year. That year, you lead a revamped national team to the Olympic Games. There you face the Dream Team. In the group stage, you are alternately targeted on defense by Jordan and Pippen and manage to score only 4 points. After the game, Pippen says in an interview that he is disappointed in this future teammate. Zhu was utterly bewildered. Even after conquering Europe, he still could not earn the respect of Jordan, and later you learn that Jordan and Pippen's targeting stemmed from the Bulls' front office's fondness for you. You were a casualty of the internal power struggle within the Bulls organization. Fortunately, your performance was strong enough. You led your team through brutal battles all the way to the final. In the championship game, under the Dream Team's suffocating defense, you registered 16 points and 9 assists, losing, yet leaving with honor. Your performance earned Jordan's respect. After the game, he said to you, "See you in the NBA." At 25, you led your team to win the Italian Cup and fought your way back to the EuroLeague final. During these 3 years, the Bulls team that once drafted you under Michael Jordan's leadership has already achieved a three-peat. In the summer of 1993, you finally sign a contract with the Bulls. You choose to sign an 8-year long-term deal with the Bulls in one go. In that era, there were practically no restrictions on contract length. Beginning first entry draw. At last, the real show was about to start. He more or less understood what heights this simulated career might eventually reach. After all, its starting point was the Chicago Bulls, a very special team. Jordan's performances over the previous 3 seasons had already dazzled the entire world. To surpass Jordan would be enormously difficult. Yet now he could finally begin drawing entries. Perhaps from this moment onward, he could rewrite the outcome of this simulated career. A burst of golden light flashes past. Congratulations, you have drawn an orange entry. On the very first draw, he had pulled an orange entry. This time his luck was truly radiant. Box Out Monster Orange enhances a player's ability to battle for advantageous rebounding position in the... This entry was an enormous boost for him. As a European white center, his strengths lay in solid fundamentals and a soft shooting touch, while rebounding was generally a weakness. Compared to traditional black centers, he lacked vertical explosiveness and strength and often failed to secure position under the rim. Most importantly, this entry would also greatly enhance his abilities in reality. Even if the simulation ended immediately, inheriting a single orange entry would already make it all worthwhile. He removed the now useless green entry and equipped the orange one instead. The simulation continued. Before the new season begins, due to the sudden death of his father, Jordan is filled with grief and anger, choosing to retire. The world is shocked and the NBA's viewership plummets. As a rookie, you are expected to carry great hopes from the outside world. The management and general manager hope that you can take over Jordan's legacy. However, Pippen is unwilling to step aside, vowing to prove that he is capable of leading the team alone without Jordan. The internal atmosphere of the Bulls is both delicate and complex. Head coach Phil Jackson worries about your rebounding ability and wants you to start from the bench. Will you refuse? Zhu decisively chooses to refuse the bench role. The wings of a butterfly flutter and change begins at this moment. You reject the bench, and during the scrimmages and preseason games, you prove yourself with your performance. You earn a starting position for yourself. In the preseason, you average 18, 5 points, and 11. During your previous career in Europe, you rarely had a double-double average. Your rebounding ability has gained recognition from the coaching staff. In the new season, you will play as the starting power forward for the Bulls. In the regular season, your performance is satisfactory with decent efficiency. Pippen establishes himself as the leader of the team, securing a significant amount of shooting opportunities with his experience. In your rookie season, you average 14, 2 points, 2 points and 9 rebounds. That year, the #1 draft pick Weber has a higher status with the Warriors and performs even better. You narrowly miss out on the Rookie of the Year award. In your first career playoffs, your defensive weaknesses are exposed, and you are temporarily benched by the coach. The Bulls ultimately fall in the second round, shattering their championship dreams. After a grueling offseason of training, your scoring ability improves. Congratulations, you drew the green skill defensive interference. Defensive interference slightly increases the player's ability to interfere with shots. Zhu says the odds haven't changed after all. He thought the system had changed. However, this skill is relatively useful and can somewhat compensate for his current defensive shortcomings. Equipping the new skill, he removes smooth turn. He no longer needs these low-level offensive skills, having mastered them long ago. Simulation continues. Although merely a second-year rookie at the age of 26, you showcase mature on-court capabilities. Your average points further increase, and you also improve defensively. Gradually, you start to seem like a potential successor to Pippen, becoming the Bulls' new leader. Pippen begins to deliberately distance himself from you, preferring to cooperate more with other teammates. Please make a choice. Will you choose to endure and be a supporting role, or will you insist on your own path? Zhu does not hesitate. It's time for Pippen to step aside. You're not Jordan, why should I indulge you? You choose to insist on yourself, and your average points surpass Pippen's. The team falls into chaos, and the locker room atmosphere is on the brink of explosion. The Bulls' record continues to decline, dropping out of the top 8. Michael Jordan suddenly announces his comeback, sending the world into a frenzy and boosting stock prices. Jordan returns wearing the number 45 jersey, leading the Bulls to a 134 record in the final stages of the regular season. Jordan is still Jordan, even after nearly 2 years away. His skills haven't diminished. After Jordan's return, your ball-sharing opportunities significantly decrease. That year, the Bulls yet again fall in the second round, eliminated by the Magic, led by Shaquille O'Neal. Jordan invites you to train hard during the off-season, and your skills further improve. The third season of your career begins, and it's time for the third skill draw. Congratulations, you drew the green skill rim protector. Once again, a green skill. Look, in the new season, the Bulls bring in the worm Rodman. Your positions overlap, but Rodman is unwilling to come off the bench. Phil Jackson briefly has you try playing the center position, but it does not work well. You decide to take on the role of a sixth man, becoming the key scorer off the bench. Surprisingly, you find your correct position. The Bulls' record soars, breaking historical records. In your third year, you receive the Best Sixth Man award, gaining an additional opportunity to draw skills. A flash of golden light passes by, and congratulations on drawing the orange skill. Equip Limit 1. Finally, the coveted skill breakthrough has arrived. Unexpectedly, this skill is also orange. Zhu feels that he has indeed become luckier in this simulation career. Perhaps it's because this draw opportunity was earned through honor, resulting in a higher probability of obtaining good skills. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice sounds. You are correct. The additional opportunities gained through personal awards in the simulation career have adjusted the probabilities. Specifically, green skills are 88, orange skills are 9, purple skills are 199, gold skills are 0, 10, and legendary skills are 0, 1. Note, this rule is to prevent players from slacking off in the simulation career and merely extending career years without seeking personal honors. That's more like it. Zhu uses this orange skill, increasing the equip limit. Now he has equipped 4 skills: simulation career, legendary positioning, monster orange, defensive interference green, and rim protector green. Simulation continues. The Bulls advance through the playoffs, losing only 1 game, and return to the final. In the finals, they easily defeat the Supersonics 42. The Bulls win their 4th championship in franchise history, and you lift your first championship trophy. Indeed, it was easy to secure that first title. Unfortunately, the championship is a team honor and does not grant additional skill draw opportunities. What if you could snatch an FMVP from Jordan? Zhu suddenly has an idea. In your 4th year, you remain the primary scorer off the Bulls bench, but this year yields another useless green skill. Pass. Zhu sighs, realizing that seizing power is hopeless. At 28 years old, you are affected by some minor injuries this season, missing several games. No harm done, you still maintain your scoring prowess. The Bulls reach the finals for the 2nd consecutive year. In the second game of the finals, you shoot wildly, trying to seize control from Jordan. But the attempts fail, and you are benched in the 3rd and 4th games. The Bulls narrowly secure back-to-back championships. At this moment, you realize the gap between you and the basketball god. In your 5th year, yet another useless green skill. The Bulls lift the trophy for a 3rd consecutive time, and Jordan retires after achieving 6 championships. The dynasty officially collapses, entering a rebuilding phase. In your 6th year, at 30, you suddenly become the team's core player. Although you draw another useless green skill, you remain undeterred. With the 3 stars gone, you gain unlimited shooting rights. As the new season begins, you become the elder brother of the team of The biggest enemy of a professional athlete is age and injury. He knows that this simulated career is nearing its end. At the age of 30, a white player who has suffered a major injury will not return to their peak. In your 7th year, you recover from injury but still possess unlimited shooting rights, drawing useless skills directly skipped. After a major injury, your condition has greatly declined. Although you still average 18-10, you are no longer part of the team's long-term plans. The management hints at tanking, but you hope to boost the morale and lead the team out of the abyss. Mid-season, you are traded to the Philadelphia 76ers, becoming the second in command next to Iverson. Your contract is nearing its end in the offseason. The 76ers management hopes to reach a short-term renewal contract of 12 years with you. Will you insist on demanding a contract of over 5 years? Yinzu knows he has no choice. The time for pursuing personal honors has passed. Staying in the NBA for a few more years is the way forward. There are disagreements with the management regarding the renewal. In your 8th season at 33, you are traded once again. The turmoil of the past 2 years has caused your average personal statistics to drop to 107. Arriving in the new city of Atlanta as a veteran, you have little choice. You ultimately sign a 1-year mid-level exception contract with the Hawks. In your 9th season, your performance fluctuates, with average points dropping below 10 for the first time. After the season ends, the Hawks choose not to renew your contract. Everyone believes your NBA career is nearing its end. Usually at this point, European players would return to the European leagues where the intensity is lower and it's closer to home. But you do not choose to retire from the NBA to return to Europe. Yet you still believe you can make an impact in this league. Your agent seeks out NBA signing opportunities for you. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. At 34 years old, you sign a 4-year veteran minimum contract with the Bucks. You know this is the last contract of your career. You diligently and healthily complete the last 4 years of your NBA career. At 38, you officially announce your retirement, ending your 13-year NBA career. Yinzu looks back at the last few years of the simulated career and sees that his luck has been horrendous. Almost all useless green skills, with only the occasional 2 attribute boosting skills being acceptable. But he is amazed to discover that the simulation is not over. Is there still a chance for a comeback? After 15 years of retirement, you are finally inducted into the Naismith Hall of Fame, gaining an additional 5 skill draw opportunities. What a delightful surprise. Yinzu feels that this simulated career has been quite ordinary. Although he won 3 championships with Jordan, the only personal honor he can showcase is the Best Sixth Man award. Who would have thought that this could earn him a spot in the Hall of Fame? Perhaps being an international player played a role in this honor. Let's start the 5 consecutive draws. Yinzu was furious, thinking, what the hell are you congratulating for? All 3 draws were useless. Only 2 chances left. This simulation ends here. Damn this system, it's infuriating. Solid as a rock, purple, your core strength is significantly enhanced during physical confrontations on the court. Awesome. This skill is of great importance. Damn. Core strength is the foundation of all basketball movements and physical confrontations, especially for inside players. With strong core strength, every action, whether it's setting screens, boxing out, defending, or grabbing rebounds, can be elevated to a whole new level. The reason Yinzu is performing poorly with the Warriors is largely due to his insufficient core strength. Setting aside speed and offense, if his core strength could match the intensity of the NBA, starting with the dirty work on the court, could earn him the trust of the coaching staff. The last draw was still a useless green skill. The simulation career has officially ended. You spent 13 seasons in the NBA, won 3 championships, won Sixth Man of the Year, and were ultimately inducted into the Hall of Fame. You drew skills 19 times, including 16 green skills, 2 orange skills, and 1 purple skill. Overall evaluation A. You have inherited all the skills from this simulation career. From the 16 green skills, aside from some useless ones, there are 6 green skills with a basic value of 5, which he allocated entirely to speed. His base speed value has reached 83. It is now the highest attribute aside from free throws. In this small ball era, the speed requirements for inside players are increasing, equipping the useful skills inherited from the simulation. Host Yinzu, age 19, height 2.17 m, wingspan 2.28 m, weight 126 kilograms, equipped skills 44, solid as a rock, purple, rebounding monster, orange, defensive interference, green, rim protector, green. Unused skills, simulation career, cooling, quick shot, green, spin, layup, green. Attributes: maximum 150, close range layup 75, mid-range shot 42, three-point shot 21, free throws 88, ball handling 30, passing 62, offensive rebound 31, a defensive rebound 40, steal 12, a dribble steal 11, block 50, perimeter defense 33, a interior defense 72, standing dunk 65, driving dunk 24, base speed 83, a dribble speed 34, lateral speed 41, a vertical jump 52, strength 69, hustle 21, shooting IQ 70, stamina 30. He knows that in the Warriors there won't be too many offensive opportunities. He must first improve his impression through defensive plays and rebounds before gradually developing and growing other potentials. There are still 100 days until the next simulation career starts. 100 days. This cooldown period is a bit too long, isn't it? How many NBA players have a career that spans 100 days? You can complete prerequisite tasks to end the cooldown early. Prerequisite tasks achieve a career milestone of 200 points, 100 rebounds, or 50 blocks. Currently, Yinzu has a total of only 7 points, 4 rebounds, and just 1 block. After thinking it over, the easiest to achieve should be rebounds and blocks. In the Warriors, the ball is already scarce, and for someone like him, a benchwarmer, trying to turn things around through scoring is too difficult. A sleepless night. The next day, Yin Zhu hurried to the Warriors' affiliated development league team, where the Santa Cruz Warriors played against the South Bay Lakers, the Lakers' affiliated team. In this game, he served as the starting center for the Santa Cruz Warriors, facing off against this year's rookie Ivica Zubac, who was picked 32nd overall in the second round by the Lakers, 2 spots lower than Yin Zhu. The two are often compared, but in fact Zubac has been getting significant playing time on the rebuilding Lakers, having appeared in 18 games this season, including 5 starts. He averaged 5 points and 4.8 rebounds, showcasing considerable potential. Yin Zhu knew he was often compared to Zubac by fans. Both have similar height and build, belonging to the traditional center mold. However, Zubac's performance is clearly much better than is leading many media and fans to believe that the Warriors made a mistake. At the start of the game, Yin Zhu exhibited a completely different demeanor. The purple solid as a rock skill and the orange rebounding monster provided him with significant boosts. On rebounds, he was able to completely dominate Zubac, grabbing 15 rebounds in just the first half, including 6 valuable offensive rebounds. With no game for the Warriors today, Kerr and Curry went to watch the development league game. Seeing Yin Zhu's performance, both were quite shocked. Curry joked, "This guy actually has some talent. If he can perform like this in an official game, that would be great." Kerr laughed and shook his head, saying the gap between the development league and the NBA is too great. In the second half, Yin Zhu also showcased his defensive skills, repeatedly thwarting Zubac's post-up plays and delivering 5 big blocks. In the end, the Santa Cruz Warriors achieved a resounding victory over the South Bay Lakers with a score of 115-98. With Yin Zhu playing 22 minutes, accumulating impressive stats of 12 points, 26 rebounds, and 5 blocks. His 26 rebounds in a single game also set a new development league record for the season. After the game, the development league head coach stated in an interview, "Clearly Yin Zhu does not belong here. He fully showcased his talent in this game." After the game, Kerr walked over and patted Yin Zhu on the shoulder. "You played well, clean up and get ready. Tomorrow, travel with the team to Phoenix. Is an opportunity coming?" The team, however, their current record places them at the bottom. Reality, as he expected, unfolded during the first half of the game, where the Warriors had already scored 75 points, leading the Suns by as much as 24 points. After the third quarter began, Kerr continued to let the starters play for a while, and the gap widened to over 30 points before finally substituting in the bench players. However, it was the second-year player Kevin Looney who came on, not Yin Zhu. The Warriors have ample personnel at the center position. To gain more playing time, Yin Zhu must first outcompete Looney within the team. It wasn't until the middle of the fourth quarter, when the game had long lost its suspense, that Looney had played nearly 10 minutes. Kerr gestured toward Yin Zhu at the end of the bench, signaling him to prepare to enter the game. Only 5 minutes and 30 seconds remained in the game. On the court with him were Clark, McCaw, Livingston, and McAdoo. The Suns center player opposite him was this year's number 4 pick Dragan Bender, a 7'1" white center from Europe. This guy is worse off than Yin Zhu. The Suns simply do not develop centers. So far this season, Bender has only played in 11 games, averaging just 3 points and 2 rebounds, a far cry from the treatment of second-round pick Zubac on the Lakers. This is a true high draft pick bust. The Warriors are on the offensive. Clark signaled for Yin Zhu to come set a screen. Yin Zhu's screen was of high quality, easily blocking the opponent's guard, allowing Clark to take a three-pointer. Yin Zhu quickly charged towards the basket, moving swiftly to establish his position and pushing Bender away. Clark missed the three-pointer. Yin Zhu grabbed the offensive rebound. Suns power forward Chris rushed in to help defend. Yin Zhu did not force a second shot and passed the ball to Livingston in the right corner. Livingston took a long 2 from the corner. Yin Zhu suddenly established his position under the basket, holding his ground against 2 defenders. His rock-solid attributes significantly enhanced his core strength, which was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Neither Bender nor Chris could outmuscle Yin Zhu. Livingston's shot missed. Yin Zhu grabbed another offensive rebound. He secured 2 in a row. He didn't pass this time and took a jump shot himself. It went in. He hadn't scored from the field in a long time. The Warriors' main players watching from the sidelines were thrilled to see this moment. Durant was ecstatic, even waving a towel for Yin Zhu. This was encouragement from the veterans to the new player. The Suns launched an attack. Chris faked a screen and cut straight to the basket. Yin Zhu's help defense was swift, perfectly positioned, and he delivered a massive block. Bender grabbed the loose ball, dribbled, turned, and attacked the basket. Yin Zhu's rim protection ability was perfectly showcased at this moment. He successfully defended Bender's layup. The Suns missed their shot, and the Warriors launched a counterattack. Clark scored on the fast break. In the final minutes of the game, Yin Zhu completely exploded, grabbing almost all the rebounds on the court. When the game concluded, his personal stats were locked in at 2 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Yinzu achieved his first double-digit rebound game in his career, setting a new personal record. He even became the only player on the Warriors to record double-digit rebounds in this game. Although these stats came during garbage time, his performance on the court was evident. Against this year's number 4 pick Bender and number 8 pick Chris, he held his ground firmly. Out of those 10 rebounds, 4 were offensive boards. In the post-game press conference, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr rarely praised Yinzu's performance at the end. He is gradually adapting to this stage. His rebounding performance was particularly outstanding, and his rim protection ability was also commendable. He faced 2 players who were drafted much higher than him and showcased his talent. I hope Yinzu can continue to work hard. I believe he can become an important part of our rotation. After the game back in the locker room, Yinzu glanced at his stats. He had grabbed 10 rebounds in this game. At this rate, he might complete the precondition in about 10 more games. However, he still hasn't gained the full trust of the coaching staff and is unlikely to get playing time in every game. In the next 2 games, the Warriors faced top-ranked teams. The point difference never widened. Although they won both games, it was only by a narrow margin, and Yinzu was DNP for 2 consecutive games. With consecutive back-to-back games, the coaching staff decided to rest the starters for 1 game. In this game, only Thompson played among the starting 5, with McGee starting at center. Looney was the second choice, and Yinzu was the third center. Unsurprisingly, the Warriors showed no form, trailing by over 20 points at halftime. Though Thompson briefly ignited a spark in the third quarter and helped the Warriors cut the deficit to under 10 points, the Blazers, playing at home in Moda Center, unleashed a 20-2 scoring run in the fourth quarter, leading to a nearly 30-point difference, and the game lost all suspense. It wasn't until there were 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter that Yinzu got his playing time. In the limited minutes he played, he once again proved his ability, racking up 4 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. In the last 2 games he played, he had grabbed 11 more rebounds than Looney. The competition in the NBA is that intense, with opportunities fleeting. These 2 games earned him temporary trust from the coaching staff, pushing Looney's playing time down. However, the Warriors mostly played a small ball lineup, and he remained the third choice for center behind Pachulia and McGee, with little playing time. His total career rebounds have now reached 32, still far from the 100 rebound goal. Finally, in mid-January, before the game against the Spurs, McGee was injured and unable to play. Kerr informed Yinzu that for this game his order of playing time would be behind Pachulia, asking him to be ready. At this moment he knew he was getting closer to achieving his goal. In this match, the Warriors faced off against the Spurs, the second-best team in the West, who are the only team to have taken 2 victories from the Warriors so far this season. The Spurs have now entered the post-Duncan era, yet under the leadership of the new King Leonard and the assistance of several veterans, they still maintain the system of the GDP era. As the game began, Kerr deployed the starting lineup of Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Pachulia. Leonard's defensive presence made it tough for Durant at the start. The Splash Brothers struggled to find their rhythm early on. The death lineup was supposed to be the Warriors' ultimate form, allowing for endless switching on defense. However, facing the Spurs' Twin Towers, they were at a complete loss. Aldridge and Gasol's mid-range shooting repeatedly punished the Warriors' height disadvantage. The Warriors are actually letting that big guy from Huaxia take the court. It's the first time I've seen him enter the Warriors' regular rotation. The TNT commentators eagerly discussed. I don't think he's a better choice than second-year player Looney. This guy is just weak and slow. Barkley joked. Shaquille laughed, saying, "Don't underestimate Asian centers. Have you forgotten the story of the donkey's backside?" Barkley shrugged, unfazed. Please, how can he be compared to Yao? He was the number 1 pick. The Spurs also substituted out Gasol, keeping Aldridge on the court. The Warriors launched an attack. Green directed the play from the top of the arc, while Yinzu came up to set a 45-degree off-ball screen for Thompson. His broad frame and solid strength effectively blocked Leonard, creating an extremely comfortable shooting space for Thompson. Receiving a pass from Green, he shot directly. Swish. After scoring, Klay Thompson gave Yinzu a thumbs up while transitioning back on defense. That screen was beautiful. The Spurs quickly rotated and launched an attack. Aldridge and Mills executed a high pick-and-roll. Mills feigned one way and directly passed back to Aldridge. Yinzu did not retreat defensively. He reacted quickly and charged up. He successfully disrupted Aldridge's shot. As he landed, he swiftly turned around, positioning himself to locate the rebound. He grabbed it. The Warriors initiated a counterattack. Durant pushed the ball up, and although Yinzu was a bit out of breath, he still ran forward in big strides. Durant deliberately slowed the pace. Without help, defense from the Spurs, KD took a pull-up jumper. Clang. It missed. At this moment, Yinzu had already established a solid position under the basket. His powerful core strength easily pushed Aldridge out of the key, allowing him to secure the best spot for the rebound. He snatched the offensive rebound. He glanced around, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately passed it to Green, who was wide open in the corner. As expected, Green did not disappoint Yinzu, shooting a crisp brick with no one defending him. At that moment, Yinzu seemed to unleash tremendous power, raising his arms high into the air, withstanding the pulls of several Spurs players, and directly put the ball back in. Then he was directly pulled down to the ground by Aldridge. The referee blew the whistle. The Warriors bench. Yanz's free throw was solid, sinking the additional attempt and completing the three-point play. During the final moments of the first quarter, Yanz's performance was nothing short of perfect. 3 points, 3 rebounds, and a crucial screen and defensive play. Every possession was impactful. Moreover, it had an immense effect. After Yinzu entered the game, the Warriors immediately went on a small run, cutting the deficit down to just 5 points. His performance did not go unnoticed by his teammates and the coaching staff. Yinzu offered no elaborate explanation, just giving a goofy smile. However, at the start of the second, Zaza's fouls continued to be a significant problem in this game, and sure enough, not long into the third quarter, Zaza picked up his 5th foul. While Yinzu pretended to be calm on the surface, he was already bursting with joy inside. This was a heavy. Yinzu makes his appearance once again. In this round, his solid defense provided excellent shooting space for Curry and Thompson, while also securing 5 rebounds in just a few short minutes. This effort allowed the Warriors to finally catch up in the score by the end of the third quarter. Most of the time, Coach Kerr utilized a small ball lineup. The Warriors ultimately turned the game around and secured the victory, ending their 2-game losing streak against the Spurs. Although Yinzu played for less than 5 minutes, his contributions came during crucial moments when the team was chasing points. His regular rotation stats of 3 points and 8 rebounds were far more convincing than the numbers padded during garbage time. This game became a turning point in Yinzu's professional career. In the following matches, he received ample playing time, sometimes even exceeding 10 minutes during regular rotations. He gradually established himself as the team's second center, occasionally surpassing Zaza Pachulia in playing time, which demonstrated the coaching staff's growing trust in him. However, playing for the Warriors meant that the small ball game was the norm. Coach Kerr was not simply superstitious about small players, rather it was their speed, which big players lacked, that was essential. The quickness in rotation and the ability to stretch the floor with three-point shooting were the types of skills the Warriors needed most. Yinzu's speed, after several enhancements, could only be considered barely adequate. Among players of his height, he was relatively fast, but he couldn't compare at all with perimeter players. As for the ability to stretch the floor with three-point shooting, he currently had none and was a complete black hole on the court, unable to attempt a three-pointer. Moreover, his stamina posed a significant issue. In fast-paced games, he would often be out of breath after just a few back-and-forths. This was not something that could be changed overnight. Fortunately, after participating in over a dozen games, he seized the opportunity and finally completed the prerequisite tasks for the simulated career in late February. Achieved the career milestone of 100 rebounds. Congratulations on completing the prerequisite task for simulated career. Cooldown period is over. Would you like to start the second simulated career? The attributes gained from the simulated career are only effective in the current simulation and can only be inherited into reality unrelated to the next simulated career. The night deepened. Yinzu found a comfortable position lying on the bed and began his second simulated. The simulated life officially commenced. In the 1970s, you were born in a small town in New Jersey, America. You came from an underprivileged African-American family. Your father was tall and loved basketball, but he was not a professional athlete. Your mother was a housewife. Before you turned 1 year old, your father was imprisoned for robbery. Is this a disastrous start? Yinzu thought for a moment. No, this is still a standard NBA superstar beginning, underprivileged African-American in a troubled family. To make ends meet, your mother had to remarry. Your stepfather was a military man and was very strict with you. Because your stepfather was constantly being transferred, you had to move frequently. Your childhood was tumultuous. Your growth rate was rapid and you had a large appetite. However, the only food at home was the cheapest sandwiches and chicken, and the fridge was often empty due to your eating. You were quite tall, towering over your peers, but at that time you hadn't engaged in any sports. You often got into fights at school and were quite mischievous. When you returned home, your stepfather frequently disciplined you with a belt. Coming from a not-so-fluent family, you occasionally took short jobs at McDonald's and even worked as a babysitter. Seeing this, Yinzu could only let out a long sigh. Tragic. So tragic. At this age, you haven't even touched basketball. It seems this simulated life is likely that of a rough man without any skills. At 13, you had already reached a height of 2.03 meters. During a seminar, a college coach spotted you. When he learned you were only 13, he was astonished and promised to help you enter the NBA. You began to formally learn basketball, and your outstanding talent quickly made you famous. A year later, you moved to San Antonio with your stepfather. You joined the high school team and led the team to a 32-game winning streak in your first year. Unfortunately, you lost in the final match. You averaged 22, 5 points, 13, 8 rebounds, and 9 blocks. However, in those 2 seasons, the team never reached the NCAA Final Four. At 20, you faced a career decision: continue striving for a championship in college or enter the NBA draft. At 20 years old, being a center, why stay in college? Every year you delay your entry means losing another chance. Without any hesitation, Yanzu chose to end his college career and enter the NBA draft. At 20, you officially ended your college career and entered the 1992 NBA draft. Your talent was evident. You were selected by the Orlando Magic with the first overall pick. Congratulations, your NBA career has officially begun. Would you like to start your first attribute draw? You have drawn the green attribute free throw stability. Free throw stability increases your free throw shooting percentage and consistency. Isn't this a blessing from the heavens? In this simulated life, it was clear that you were a physically gifted center with no skills. Since college, your free throw percentage had been atrocious with no shooting ability at all. Not being able to shoot free throws was likely to become a flaw throughout your career. Now, although you have only drawn a green attribute, it is a significant improvement for this simulation. With this attribute, many game outcomes could change and your career honors could increase. After equipping this attribute, the simulation continued. As a team established for only 3 seasons, the Magic viewed you as the core of their rebuilding efforts. You did not disappoint, becoming the team leader as soon as you joined. Your talent was exceptional. When you took NBA games seriously, you realized that the NBA was not much different from the NCAA. Most inside players in the league were weaklings compared to you. Your dunks were ferocious. Within half a season, you shattered 3 backboards. In the last instance, you even brought down an entire hoop, shocking the entire basketball world. The NBA had to upgrade the strength of their hoops. In your rookie season, you were selected as a starter for the All-Star game. Most surprisingly, despite being known for your dunks in the paint, you had a free throw percentage exceeding 80. All basketball experts were baffled. In your rookie season, you averaged 24, 5 points, 13, 9 rebounds. You averaged 24, 5 points and 13, 9 rebounds. You took the previously last-placed Magic to 9th place, just 1 step away from the playoffs. You were undoubtedly named the Rookie of the Year and earned a chance to draw an attribute. A burst of golden light flashed, and congratulations, you drew the orange attribute Dreamy Footwork. Dreamy Footwork enhances your footwork ability for fake moves in the paint, increasing shooting percentage after faking out defenders, while becoming a powerful dunker with skills. It was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Who in the entire NBA could stop him? During the offseason, after completing a three-peat, Jordan suddenly announced his retirement. The entire NBA was engulfed in immense sorrow. You, however, did not care at all, indulging in revelry every night. At 21 in your second season, you averaged 32 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks. This season, you showcased refined footwork skills, progressing at an astonishing rate. You were hailed as the next face of the league after Jordan's retirement. At the end of the season, you won your first scoring title and led your team to 2nd place in the East. In your first playoff appearance, you seemed slightly inexperienced, but quickly adjusted, leading the team into the Eastern Conference Finals. In the Eastern Conference Finals, facing one of the top 4 centers, you completely dominated him on both ends of the court, helping your team advance in a decisive Game 7. You fantasized about lifting the championship trophy in your second season. However, reality struck hard. At 22 in your third season, your strength evolved comprehensively. You averaged 35 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 blocks. You once again claimed the scoring title and earned your first block title. You delivered a dominant performance on both ends of the court, leading the Magic to the best record in the East. You won your first regular season MVP and gained 2 additional opportunities to draw attributes. Congratulations on drawing the green attribute Little Hook. Congratulations on drawing the green attribute Little Floater. Yanzu truly felt a bit unlucky this time. After all, winning the regular season MVP was a significant personal honor. You won the Best Defensive Player award for the first time, gaining a chance to draw an attribute. Oh, a pleasant surprise. Can it really be 3 bad draws in a row? A flash of golden light passed. Congratulations on drawing the orange card Mid-Range Specialist. What a close call. I didn't hit black 3 times in a row. Now in this simulated career, Yanzu has equipped the free throw stability green, dreamlike footwork orange, and mid-range specialist orange, 3 attributes that he desperately needs. Originally, his physical talent was already unique in history, and with the enhancement of attributes, he has slowly begun to develop into an all-around center. A historically unique physical talent combined with free throws footwork and a reliable mid-range shot. It's simply a bug-like existence. You dominated in the playoffs, showcasing mid-range jump shot skills that had rarely appeared before, leading your team through the competition, sweeping the East. Just returning to the game, wearing number 45, Jordan led the Bulls, but you decisively took him down. You led the team to the finals for the 2nd consecutive year, facing the Rockets again. That year you achieved perfect revenge, easily sweeping the Rockets 40, helping the Magic win their first championship in history. In the finals, you averaged 38 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. At 23 years old, you captured your first championship and were awarded the FMVP. Congratulations, you have gained an extra 3 chances to draw attributes. First draw, Green, useless attribute. Second draw, still a useless trash attribute. Last draw, a flash of golden light. Pass. Congratulations on drawing the orange attribute, a keepable attribute. Limit 1. The attribute has been fused to its limit, allowing for a total of 5 keepable attributes. Not bad. The probability of obtaining attributes in this simulated career is quite high. Yanzu knows that the fundamental reason is that this simulation has gone smoothly, with high initial talent achieving honors that many players never obtain in their lifetime within just 3 years. This simulated career has completely altered the original timeline. Of course, this only exists in a parallel world simulation and will not affect reality. The only effect is that at the end of the simulation, Yanzu can inherit all the attributes. Moreover, different simulated careers exist in different parallel worlds without interfering with each other, debuting at the peak amidst the chaos of the outside world. The temptations of wealth and pleasure. The hardships of your childhood make it difficult for the young you to resist various temptations. You did not train at all during the entire off-season, spending your days wandering in nightclubs, bars, and casinos. Yanzu was stunned. Wait a minute. Why does it feel increasingly wrong? But the system did not give him a chance to choose. A life can be like that sometime. Before the new season training camp began, your physique had seriously deteriorated. You were injured during training, but fortunately, it was only a finger injury. After the new season starts, you're expected to rest for a while. The recovery of your finger is not going smoothly. You missed nearly half of the season's games. The team under Hardaway's leadership still achieved good results. Your rookie contract is about to expire, facing renewal. However, the management uses your injury as an excuse to lower the offer. Please make a choice: accept the contract to stay with the Magic or refuse to renew and become a free agent in the offseason. Seeing this, Yanzu sighed. This small market is just a small market. The lack of achievements is not without reason. As the core of the team's first championship and the league's top talent, how could you be pressured into a lower contract just because of a finger injury? The management is truly short-sighted. It's better to go see a big city where the world is broader. You refused the management's lowball renewal offer, leading to a breakdown in negotiations. In the offseason, you became a free agent. In the second half of the season, you returned. Your form remained hot, but your average scores slightly declined due to the distribution of ball rights within the team. You made it to the playoffs with the second-best record in the East. This season, the Bulls achieved an epic 72 wins. Due to missing too many games, you were left out of season awards. The first 2 rounds of the playoffs went smoothly, ultimately facing the Bulls in the Eastern Conference Finals. Against the powerful Bulls, you fully regained your form, leading the team to hold the score, closely dragging it into a decisive Game 7. Due to lacking home court advantage, you narrowly lost to the Bulls, shattering your championship dream. In the Eastern Finals, you averaged 42 points and 18 rebounds. The management watched your performance and regretted it thoroughly, hoping to sign you to A. Although this world has been rewritten miraculously, the strongest duo in history was still born. This must be the bond of fate. Yanzu looked forward to the power this combination would unleash. After all, in this simulated career, he had no obvious flaws, and with the significant enhancement of attributes, the power of this combination would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. After signing the billion-dollar contract, you went completely wild, living a life of indulgence. After one off-season, your weight exceeded 300 pounds. My goodness. People really can't control themselves after becoming rich overnight. There's nothing you can do to intervene. Yanzu felt quite helpless. Just watch. At 24 years old, in your 5th season, after not playing for long, you were injured again. You only played 50 games this season. The Lakers were eliminated in the second round of the playoffs. Please make a choice: opt for surgery and miss the season, or continue with conservative treatment. In these past 2 seasons, due to weight issues, this simulated career has been plagued by injuries. Yanzu believes he cannot continue to decline like this, wasting his peak career. You chose to undergo comprehensive surgical treatment, expected to miss the entire regular season. At 25 years old, in your 6th year, you entered your 2nd season with the Lakers. For most of this season, you could only watch from the sidelines. Your recovery speed was faster than expected. With 10 games left in the season, you returned from injury. You displayed unparalleled dominance, leading the team to a 10-game winning streak, squeaking into the playoffs. You returned to your peak, and Kobe rapidly grew. The fully realized Lakers are far more than just the 8th seed. You created the Black 8 miracle, eliminating the first-seeded Jazz. Under your leadership, the Lakers marched through the playoffs and into the finals. Your opponent was the Chicago Bulls, who had already won 5 championships. Jordan was just 1 step away from his 6th crown. You dominated the paint, controlling both offense and defense with an unanswerable footwork and mid-range shot. In the finals, ultimately, the Lakers defeated the Bulls 41, staging a comeback to claim the championship. You became the first team in history to win the title as an 8th seed. You captured your 2nd championship, preventing Jordan from achieving his legendary 6th title. Without any doubt, you were awarded the Finals MVP, gaining 3 extra chances to draw attributes. Too strong. Did this simulation directly end Don's 6 championships? It's unimaginable how high this simulated career could reach. The triple draw begins. 3 seconds later, the world darkened again. 3 consecutive draws resulted in green attributes. The only consolation for him is that all 3 attributes increase the base values by 5 points, so they are somewhat useful, better than nothing. The simulation continues. After this year, the NBA faced the largest strike in history. Although Jordan did not win 6 championships, he chose to retire for the second time. The long strike period began, and life became incredibly dull. You neglected training and returned to a life of decline. At 27 years old, in your 7th season, the shortened season began. You still displayed unanswerable dominance, but Kobe's growth was too fast, taking away some of your ball rights. With a packed schedule, the players were quite fatigued. As the defending champions, you only achieved 4th place in the West. In the first round of the playoffs, you easily advanced. In the second round, facing the powerful Spurs, you nearly flipped the script. With your incredible dominance, you exploded against the Spurs' Twin Towers in a decisive Game 7. The team reached the finals for the 2nd consecutive year. Facing the Knicks, who also created the Black 8 miracle, you showed no mercy, without the powerful presence of the Goral. Yenzu widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking that attribute value cards could only exist in green, but he never expected that purple attributes could also appear. Moreover, compared to green attributes, this purple attribute increase is a full 10 times. Congratulations on drawing a green attribute. Continuous spin. Congratulations on drawing a green attribute. Corner 3. Corner 3 slightly increases the shooting percentage of corner 3-pointers. The 3-point skill has arrived. Although it is just green for him, it is undoubtedly the most useful green attribute so far, whether in simulation or reality. Yenzu had a brainwave and allocated the 50 points to his 3-point shooting. Coupled with this corner 3 attribute, it was simply a stroke of genius. At 28 years old, in your 8th season, you evolved again and developed a 3-point shot. Meanwhile, Kobe also grew into a top shooting guard in the league. The management hired Phil Jackson as the head coach, and the Lakers had the most terrifying duo in the league. A heavy, violent center with shooting skills, you began to dominate the entire league. In the next 4 seasons, you became the ultimate winner, winning 3 consecutive regular season MVPs. The Lakers achieved an unprecedented 6 consecutive championships. During these 4 years, you also won 2 Best Defensive Player awards and 4 Finals MVPs, gaining a total of 20 opportunities to draw attributes every year. 1 chance to draw useless attributes directly skipped. Going completely crazy. 20 consecutive draws. Let's start drawing. Congratulations on drawing a green entry for the first time. Yenzu was dumbfounded. 18 greens. This is outrageous. I've never seen such luck, even in stock trading. 2 chances left. Yenzu stood up, bowed to the god of wealth, and continued drawing. Congratulations on drawing an orange entry, master of hat pursuit. Not bad at all. Finally got an orange one. This entry is very useful for him in reality. Drawing the last entry. Congratulations on drawing a golden entry, unlimited stamina. With a 0.1 probability. Only second to the legendary gold entries. Yenzu excitedly jumped out of bed, and then the bed collapsed. Unlimited stamina increases stamina by 100 points, reduces stamina depletion speed by 100 and increases stamina recovery speed by 100. Truly worthy of being the second best gold entry. Not only does it directly increase basic attributes, but it also has such a monstrous amplification effect. With the depletion speed halved and recovery speed doubled, doesn't that mean he has a continuous supply of abundant stamina? When equipped with this entry in the simulation, career stamina instantly maxed out. The simulation continues. During the offseason, Kobe encountered the Eagle County incident. As a veteran of the game, you kindly gave him advice, but he said you also did it. Seeing this, Yenzu laughed. It's just a simulation career. Does it need to be this realistic? If he chooses to ignore it, he already knows the outcome. Kobe is currently in the prime of his career, and in the simulation, he is already past 30 years old, and the rift between them is growing. The Lakers will eventually part ways with him. This time, let him make a different choice. Let's see if the outcome will be different. Little Kobe, please don't blame me. I was forced. You sued Kobe, and he is facing defamation charges. Kobe faces multiple charges, and his lawyer is powerless. He is about to face 2.5 years in prison. The Lakers choose to terminate his contract while you complete a lucrative multi-year renewal with them. Before the new season starts, a shooting incident occurs in America, and you are accidentally killed. You died at the age of 31, and the suspect is suspected to be a mental patient. Many NBA stars mourn for you. Oh no. Is this a joke? Yenzu did not expect such an ending. In the entire history of the NBA, it is rare for a superstar of his caliber to meet such a fate. This simulation is ridiculous. I didn't expect a small change to lead to 2 completely different lives. Can I go back? At just 31 years old, he had already won 6 consecutive championships. Following the normal pace, playing for another 7 or 8 years, and winning a few more championships shouldn't be a problem, right? Years later, the NBA announces your induction into the Hall of Fame, comforting your spirit in heaven. You gained an additional 5 chances to draw entries. After just drawing a golden entry, the subsequent 5 draws yielded nothing good, of 5 consecutive greens. This simulation career ended with a whimper. 7 championships, 6 consecutive championships with the Lakers' personal honors surpassing Jordan, and yet it ended like this. This simulation officially ends. You spent a total of 11 seasons in the NBA, won 7 championships, 1 Rookie of the Year award, 4 MVPs, 3 DPOYs, 7 FMVPs, and were inducted into the Hall of Fame. You are the true god of basketball, with a comprehensive evaluation of SSS. In this simulation, you drew entries 49 times, obtaining 43 green entries, 4 orange entries, 1 purple entry, and 1 golden entry. You have inherited all the entries from this simulation, and the limit for equipping entries has been raised to 5. From the golden entry, you gained 100 stamina points, and from other entries, you gained a total of 80 points in freely allocated attributes. This simulation yielded rich rewards. Just these few orange entries, Dreamlike Steps, Mid-Range Specialist, and Master of Hat Pursuit, are significant upgrades for him. Unfortunately, he can only equip 5 at most. First, he decided to equip the Cooling Down Simulation Career along with the golden entry Unlimited Stamina and the purple entry Solid as a Rock. The orange entries Positioning Monster and Master of Hat Pursuit are also essential for him. There's no other way if this is the trend of the times. Traditional skillful centers are gradually losing their space in this league unless you become the leader of the team. Clearly, Yinzu is still far from that goal. In the end, he chose to allocate all 80 points of freely allocable attributes to 3-point shooting. This way, his 3-point shooting reached 101. Paired with the corner 3 skill, it should be sufficient for now. Now no one knows he possesses a 3-point skill package. As long as he can seize the opportunity for an open 3-point shot, he will gradually be able to make it. Host Yinzu, age 19, height 2. 17 m, wingspan 2. 28 m, weight 126 kilograms, equipped entries 55 unlimited stamina, gold solid, as a rock, purple positioning monster, orange master of hat pursuit, orange corner 3 green. Unused entries simulation career, cooling down quick shot green, turnaround layup green. Attributes max 150, close range layup 75, mid-range shot 42, 3-point shot 101, free throw 88, ball control 30, passing 62, offensive rebound 31, a defensive rebound 40, passing steal 12, a dribble steal 11, block 50, perimeter defense 33, interior defense 72, standing dunk 65, driving dunk 24. Basic speed 83, a dribble speed 34, lateral speed 41, jump 52, strength 69, contest 21, shooting IQ 70, stamina 130. After organizing everything, Yinzu quickly fell asleep. There are still 100 days until the next simulation career can be activated. Tasked before cooldown, successfully hit 23-pointers in official games. On the following evening, the Warriors faced a crucial battle on their home court. Led by James Harden, the Rockets are one of the 2 teams in the league most adept at shooting 3-pointers. The Rockets have even embraced the Moneyball theory more thoroughly than the Warriors, making them one of the Warriors' biggest potential adversaries in the Western playoffs. Yinzu sat on the sidelines, lost in thought, contemplating how he could convince the coach and his teammates that he now possessed the ability to shoot 3-pointers. After all, the prerequisite of making 23-pointers seemed a tad too daunting for him. Having played dozens of games in his career, he had only attempted 2 3-pointers, both of which missed spectacularly. Since then, Kerr had refrained from letting him shoot again, and his teammates were reluctant to pass him the ball when he stood beyond the arc. Even though he hit a streak of over 10 3-pointers during warm-ups, it seemed difficult to alter the entrenched perceptions of the coach and his teammates. The gap between warm-up drills and official games was indeed substantial. What he needed now was an opportunity. If he could just make the first one, the second and third would surely follow. Once he proved he had the ability to create space on the court, he would gain the trust of his teammates. The key was how to break this 0. In this match against the Rockets, both teams were likely to engage in a fierce battle. Although he was currently the second-choice center after Pachulia, in extreme scenarios, Kerr might even let the small ball lineup run for the majority of the game. The Rockets boasted a formidable 3-point shooting ability, which tested their opponent's capacity for constant defensive switches. At the start of the game, both sides deployed their bigman lineups. The Rockets' center was Capella, while the Warriors fielded Pachulia. In the backcourt, Beverly partnered with Harden, and on the wings were Ariza and Anderson, while the Warriors showcased their 4 superstars, Curry, Thompson, Durant, and Green. As the game commenced, Harden utilized screens to drive relentlessly and score with isolation plays, while the Warriors seemed to struggle with their shooting touch. Curry and Thompson missed consecutive 3-point attempts. Kerr decisively adjusted the strategy, allowing Durant to take mid-range isolation shots, quickly narrowing the score gap. The Rockets were the first to change their lineup, substituting Capella for the quicker Harrell, and Gordon replaced Anderson, resulting in a more agile formation. Kerr also began rotating players, taking Zaza out and opting for a smaller lineup with Green assuming the center position. The pace of offense and defense in the small lineup shifted rapidly, leaving one breathless. Yinzhu observed from the sidelines, ever ready to step onto the court. At the end of the first quarter, the Warriors playing at home led by 34-30, but Yinzhu had yet to see any playing time in the first quarter. The Huojian altered their formation and approach, increasingly relying on Ha Deng to feed Ka Pei La with alley-oops. Gulin and Iguodala looked plainly taxed defending it. Not until the end of the second quarter did the coach put Jaja back in. It was obvious the adjustment had failed. Jaja's interior camping defense was effective, but once the opponent ran pick and rolls and forced switches, Ha Deng simply exploited the mismatch with a textbook Smalenbig assault, a lesson in dominance. At the close of the first half, the Huojian had successfully overturned the score and taken the lead. During halftime, while the locker room dissected tactics, Du Lante suddenly offered, "Why not let Yinzhu try? He always brings energy on the court." Kuair initially paid it no mind, but then coolly chimed in agreement. Indeed, Yinzhu's defense and rebounding are solid. Gulin scoffed, "He's a spacing black hole. Can't hit threes." Yinzhu immediately retorted, "I can. Trust me, he'll take advantage of open looks." The others took it as a joke, merely smiling and saying nothing. At the start of the second half, Kuair stubbornly persisted with the small lineup, but soon Gulin encountered foul trouble, and Jaja plainly could not keep up with the tempo. Reluctantly, Kuair made a decision, waved his hand, and signaled for Yinzhu to prepare. Yinzhu shrugged off his jacket and began stretching on the sideline. On the next dead ball, he was subbed in. The local Chinese fans erupted in cheers, this time genuine, not mockery. After all, Yinzhu had been playing well lately and had become one of the brighter rookies. The Youngshire lineup on court read Ku Li Tang Pu Sun Kula Ku and Iguodala. Ku Li gestured. Yinzhu understood and set a solid screen at the top of the arc. Huojian's help defense flew out so quickly it nearly landed in his face. Ku Li forced a tough shot and missed. Huojian sprang a fast break. Ha Deng used the screen and drove hard to the rim. The Youngshire collapsed into a trap. Aliza cut from the corner to the basket. The instant he received Ha Deng's pass, he went up for a layup. Yinzhu had been lying in wait behind him. He rose and swatted the ball against the backboard with a thunderous rejection, a clean no-frills block. Buoyed by the symbolic title of Chase Block Master, he felt that denying Aliza's layup required almost no effort at all. A roar swept the arena. He passed the ball to Ku Li and sprinted up court, toward the left baseline corner. "What? That big oaf can shoot threes." Ka Pei La actually left Yinzhu completely open, convinced Yinzhu would not pull up from deep. Ku Li was trapped and kicked the ball to Tang Pu Sun. Tang Pu Sun hoisted another contested three, still off the mark. Iguodala secured the rebound. Without even looking, he instinctively flung the ball out to the empty left corner. Only when the pass arrived in Yinzhu's hands did the moment crystallize for him. Iguodala pointed toward Kulaku beside Yinzhu, but Yinzhu paid it no mind. None of the Huojian defenders came out to close him down. They were all packed under the rim, primed to battle for the rebound. Ku Li and Tang Pu Sun even drifted into the paint, ready to fight for an offensive board. "Please, open. Do it." Yinzhu didn't hesitate. He launched the corner three decisively. At the moment of release, he felt only the silky whisper on his fingertips. The ball arced through the air, and he stood there serene and certain. Swish, nothing but net. Jiagu when arena erupted. Yinzhu had just drained the first three-pointer of his professional career. His teammates went wild. Ku Li made a silly face in celebration. Yinzhu jogged back on defense, staring at his hand in disbelief. Is this what it feels like to be a shooter? The veteran commentators in the booth were stunned. Who would have thought? This kid had a three-pointer up his sleeve. But we never saw him shoot before the season. He may have shot a few, but the sample was tiny, another analyst said. Over the past 2 months, Yinzhu's improvement has been staggering. The players of the Rockets wore expressions of disbelief. They had thought that Yinzhu was merely a traditional center, yet he was able to shoot three-pointers from the corner. As the Rockets entered their offensive possession, Yinzhu noticed something interesting. After Harden signaled for isolation, Capella surprisingly ran to the corner. "You can shoot threes too?" Harden, being double-teamed, chose to pass the ball. Capella hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, if that kid can make it, why can't I? He took a shot in an extremely slow motion. Yinzhu didn't even rush at him, just fixed his gaze on the ball's trajectory. It was an air ball. The Warriors launched a counterattack. Iguodala made a fast break for a layup. It was disrupted by Ariza, but Yinzhu was right behind, grabbing the rebound midair. He executed a one-handed dunk successfully, scoring 5 points in a row. On the other hand, the Rockets were growing more anxious as the alley-oop connection between Harden and Capella was once again thwarted by Yinzhu. Curry hit a trailing three-pointer. Since Yen Zhu stepped onto the court, his impact on the Warriors was immediate. He contributed on both offense and defense. The Warriors went on a small surge at the end of the third quarter, successfully taking the lead. In the brief 3 minutes Yen Zhu was on the court, he recorded 5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 1 assist, delivering a performance that could only be described as perfect. Kerr kept Yen Zhu on the court, while Kevin Durant led the team during this stretch. When Durant was on the floor, the offense grew markedly more simplistic. Yen Zhu occasionally set screens for him, yet most of the time, Durant relentlessly attacked Unionon with no regard for defensive matchups. Yen Zhu did not receive another scoring opportunity, merely adding 3 rebounds and 1 block to his stat. The decisive showdown had arrived. Once again, a clash between two elite quintets. Ultimately, the Golden State Warriors secured their lead at home, defeating the Houston Rockets 127-118 and maintaining their position atop the Western Conference. Facing such a formidable opponent, Yen Zhu, the rookie, typically received scant playing time. Yet in this tightly constrained window, he delivered flawlessly 2 shots, 2 makes, including 1 three-pointer, and amassed 5.7 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 1 assist. Most crucially, he demonstrated to the coaching staff and his teammates his genuine ability to shoot threes, a rare capacity to stretch the floor and create vital spacing on offense. His immediate goal was now clear: to supplant Pachulia's role on the roster. Having already proven himself defensively and on the glass, Yen Zhu could match, and even surpass, Pachulia's contributions. Under such circumstances, Coach Kerr would inevitably favor a player who brought shooting versatility to the front court. The next day, Yen Zhu was no longer assigned to the G League. His capabilities had earned full recognition from the coaching staff. Having secured a stable spot in the regular rotation, further developmental assignment was no longer necessary. After merely 1 day of rest, the Warriors traveled to Boston to challenge the Eastern Conference's top-ranked team, having just overcome the Rockets' formidable resistance. And with the Spurs trailing closely, yet unable to close the gap in the short term, the coaching staff opted for strategic rest. Curry, Thompson, and Durant all donned casual attire and accompanied the team on the road as inactive players. This contest was deliberately approached as a tactical concession. After all, the Celtics' TD Garden was legendary for its hostile, suffocating atmosphere. There was no need to exhaust precious energy in a futile battle. The Warriors' starting lineup featured Clark, McGaw, Livingston, Green, and Pachulia. During pre-game warm-ups, Yen Zhu repeatedly drilled corner three-pointers with exceptional accuracy. A powerful intuition told him he would see extensive minutes tonight. He resolved to prepare meticulously, to seize this rare opportunity, sink several threes early, complete his prerequisite objectives swiftly, and advance to the next simulated life cycle. Growth, after all, knew no bounds. From the opening tip, the Celtics unleashed an explosive offensive barrage at home. Led by the Earth's mightiest 175 centimeters, Isaiah Thomas, their attack flowed like mercury, scoring 19 points to just 3 for the Warriors in the opening surge. With their star scorers absent, Green, stepping into an unexpected spotlight, sank the Warriors' sole three-pointer of the quarter. Yet without Curry's presence, Green grew visibly frustrated. Before the first quarter even reached halftime, he committed 2 quick fouls and retreated to the bench. With 4:30 remaining in the first quarter, Yen Zhu entered the game. By then, the Warriors trailed by 18 points. Coach Kerr had no choice but to roll the dice. This was no time for rotations. Every available player would take the court. Yen Zhu understood instinctively opportunity would not be handed to him. He would have to earn it. After all, several two-way contract players stood ready, fiercely competing for every minute of playing time. Matt Barnes faced rookie Jaylen Brown on defense. His three-point attempt missed cleanly. The rebound carromed far, and Yen Zhu sprinted with precision, seizing optimal positioning. He secured the offensive rebound, just half a step from the baseline. No pass, 1 dribble, then a sharp retreat to the corner three-point line. He released the shot, a graceful arcing parabola through the air, nothing but net. From the sideline, Curry, Durant, and Thompson erupted in jubilant celebration, waving arms and grinning broadly. Curry, I told you, he'd master the three. Durant, he's truly coming into his own. What a fine young man. Yen Zhu's second career three-pointer. The Celtics launched their next possession, ball in hand for Jaylen Brown, the 3rd overall pick in this year's draft. Brown executed a lightning-quick crossover, blowing past veteran Barnes. What a prodigy. Explosive athleticism propelled him toward the rim for a thunderous dunk, but Yen Zhu's extraordinary core strength enabled him to hold his ground midair, matching Brown blow for blow. Though Brown's raw explosiveness ultimately tipped the balance, Yen Zhu gave everything and succeeded. Brown's dunk clanged violently off the rim. The Warriors snatched the rebound and surged forward. Immediately after his defensive stand, Yen Zhu charged up court. Unhesitating, unburdened, his stamina utterly undiminished. In his former self, 2 such high-intensity possessions would have left him gasping for breath. Now, bathed in the golden aura of infinite stamina, He could sprint up 10 flights without drawing a single labored breath. His body thrummed with inexhaustible vigor. The Warriors' supporting cast alas lacked polish. After allocating nearly all salary cap space to their 4 superstars, only minimum contracts remained for role players. Miss after miss, Yanzu attacked the offensive glass with relentless ferocity, rebounding with furious intensity. Though not exceptionally tall, he consistently established perfect post position. Combined with boundless endurance, he soon towered over Boston's front line, dominating the boards with commanding authority. From the sideline, Coach Kerr watched with evident satisfaction, turning to his assistant. "This kid is pure." At the end of the first quarter, the Celtics led 40-28 at home. In those brief minutes Yanzu played, he didn't just fulfill his role. He exceeded at 5.6 rebounds, 1 block, 1 steal. More importantly, every action he took elevated the team. Though the deficit had ballooned to 18, his arrival narrowed it to 12. "Yanzu, how's your stamina holding up? You'll stay on the floor for the second quarter." Kerr instructed him directly. The camera panned to Pachulia on the opposite end of the bench. His expression darkened with unmistakable displeasure. By standard rotation protocol, he should have entered early in the second quarter. Instead, Yanzu's emergence had begun eroding his minutes. Yet he had no recourse. Within this organization, aside from Curry, Kerr reigned supreme, his decisions absolute and unquestionable. Yanzu affirmed he was fully energized. No fatigue whatsoever clouded his focus or movement. The Warriors subbed in all starters except Zaza. Green handled the ball, directing traffic, yet signaled Yanzu to vacate the screen and drift to the corner. He fed Livingston on the right wing. Livingston, unable to shake his defender, rose for a contested mid-range jumper. The shot rattled out. Yanzu snatched another offensive rebound, passed to McGaw. McGaw pressured, declined to shoot, and instead reversed the ball to Yanzu, waiting wide open in the corner. Horford immediately closed out. Yanzu rose without hesitation, confident, unwavering, only for the ball to clang sharply off the rim. The Celtics countered. Brown finished an easy layup. Green shrugged helplessly, complaining, "Can't you see my wide-open look at the top of the arc?" McGaw merely shook his head, silent. Yanzu tapped his chest. "Trust me, brothers. I'll sink the next." Opportunities flicker and vanish in the NBA. Rookies face especially exacting standards. At the next deadball stoppage, Kerr made a substitution. Yanzu sat stunned, fully energized, fully engaged, yet pulled for missing a single three-point. As he settled onto the bench, reflection dawned. Perhaps it wasn't the missed shot that cost him minutes, but failing to find Green wide open at the arc. So the NBA, it seemed, operated not only on merit, but also on hierarchy and seniority. Within the Warriors, this dynamic ran especially deep. Over the next few possessions, Green's three-point attempts clanked repeatedly. Offense stagnated once more. His playmaking lost its bite, without elite scorers like Curry or Durant to convert his setups. Midway through the second quarter, the Celtics surged again, extending their lead to 25. Yanzu reasoned if garbage time arrived early, so much the better. So long as he sank a three, the clock mattered little. Then in the next instant, Green ignited chaos, nearly sparking a brawl with a Celtics player. Zaza intervened, and both were assessed technical fouls. The Warriors teetered on collapse. Without their big three, entrusting Green alone to steer the ship proved a near impossible burden. Yanzu made his appearance again. He executed a high screen and roll with Clark. Receiving the ball, he took a jump shot. It went in steadily. The Warriors still trailed by a significant margin, 45-69. The Celtics, leading by a large score, played rather casually, missing several shots in a row. The Warriors launched a counterattack. Yanzu took a three-pointer from the corner. This time it went in. So far in this game, he has made 2 out of 3. Thanks to a surge at the end of the second quarter, the Warriors successfully reduced the deficit to within 20 points. In the first half, Yanzu recorded a double-double with 10 points and 10 rebounds, marking the first time in his professional career that he achieved such stats in just one half. During halftime, Yanzu browsed through the comments on forums on his phone, feeling both angry and amused. Did this rookie finally eat some dumplings? It's because the Warriors rested their main players and fell too far behind, giving him a chance. Is this kid still not out of the NBA? I thought he would have been cut long ago. You haters really don't watch the games at all. Do you know how much Yanzu has improved in the past few months? His rebounding has improved significantly, and now he has slowly developed his three-point shooting. The future. Due to his poor performance at the start of the season, the haters on the forums were in an uproar, many believing he was a fluke first-round draft pick. Yanzu ignored the outside noise and relied on his strength to establish himself step by step. However, in the Warriors team, the focus remained on the 4 superstars. If he could make a name for himself in the future, he hoped to find a team that truly belonged to him. For now, the most important thing was to secure his position in the league. As the second half began, Kerr only let Zaza play for 2 minutes before making a substitution. Yanzu's energy and activity on the court were clearly far superior to Pachulia's, and it was still far from the time to surrender. In the first half, Yen Zhu was the only player on the Warriors with a positive plus-minus of 16. The Celtics playing at the North Shore Garden were aggressive, and Yen Zhu was no longer understated. He shot when it was time to shoot. Although he missed his next 2 3-point attempts, he maintained his confidence and contributed with rebounds and defense, creating multiple fast-break opportunities for the Warriors. On his 6th corner 3-point attempt, it went in. So far in this game, he has made 3 out of 6, boasting a 50 shooting rate. A definite superstar. When defenders were right in front of him, his shooting percentage still struggled. He could only ensure success when completely wide open. After all, his corner 3-point shot was just a green term with a 3-point rating of only 101, so he couldn't ask for more. But he had already achieved his goal. He proved to his teammates and opponents that he had the ability to stretch the floor. When he was open, his teammates would trust him more and opponents would be more vigilant, not daring to leave him open. With this ability to stretch the floor combined with his rebounding protection, the Warriors still managed to trade blows with the Celtics even while trailing. At the end of the third quarter, the Celtics still led the Warriors by 15 points. Entering the final quarter, Yen Zhu remained on the court. The Celtics intentionally targeted his corner 3-point shots, giving him almost no opportunity to shoot open. Even so, he still managed to hit 2 more 3-pointers, but the deficit was never reduced. The hole dug earlier was too deep. The Warriors lacked a superstar ball handler on the court. Although Yen Zhu played a significant role on both ends of the floor, he still couldn't withstand the attacking firepower of the Eastern Conference leaders, especially with the king of the fourth quarter, Isaiah Thomas, on their side. Ultimately, they could not complete the comeback. The final score was set at 98-112. The Warriors narrowly lost to the Boston Celtics on the road. Yen Zhu played 18 minutes in the game, hitting 5 out of 8 3-pointers, scoring a career high of 21 points. Additionally, he recorded 18 rebounds, 4 blocks, 2 assists, and 2 steals. This game became a career night for Yen Zhu. After the game, Yen Zhu's performance instantly flooded the news on various domestic and international media. The league has completely transformed. The Warriors have found the most suitable center for them. Kerr should consider starting Yen Zhu in the next game. Chinese basketball is finally rising again. I feel like I see a dominance stronger than that of Yao back in the day. Various media outlets, commentators, and netizens were abuzz with discussions. Yen Zhu not only had a milestone night, but also gained fame in a single battle. 2 days later in the game against the Timberwolves at home, Kerr decided to let the rookie Yen Zhu replace Zaza Pachulia and serve as the starting center for the team. This was Yen Zhu's first career start. He had finally achieved his short-term goal step by step, moving from the end of the bench rotation, pushing out Looney, pushing out McGee, and ultimately replacing Pachulia to become the starting center of the Warriors. The Timberwolves had a relatively young roster centered around Towns, Wiggins, and Lavine, with a strong offense and weak defense. The Warriors showcased their strong team demeanor from the start. Yen Zhu's first career start went smoothly, integrating well with Curry, Thompson, and Durant. He excelled in executing screens, rebounding, and defense, even switching out to guard Towns' 3-pointers. Towns is the best shooting big man in the league, and he shoots from all angles. In this game, Yen Zhu had limited shot attempts, only hitting 2 corner threes in the second and third quarters, with the rest being well guarded by the Timberwolves, as they were aware of his recent hot streak and paid special attention to his corner threes. The Warriors easily defeated the Timberwolves, avoiding a losing streak. Yen Zhu started for 25 minutes, scoring 18 points, 17 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Besides 2 3-pointers, all his other scores came from the paint with few attempts, but incredible efficiency. After the game, Curry and Durant praised Yen Zhu's performance during interviews, believing he filled the last gap. After 3 games, he had already made 8 3-pointers. However, Yen Zhu knew it would get harder from here. After all, the corner was his only shooting hot zone. Once opponents paid attention to his defense, it would be difficult for him to maintain consistent output. Fortunately, he had now secured a starting position, and completing the preset tasks for his simulated career was just a matter of time. Now playing alongside several superstars, he had to start thinking about how to reasonably increase his ball-sharing opportunity. Yen Zhu pondered deeply. Playing alongside the likes of Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant meant that he had less ball possession compared to the 2 games where he came off the bench and his shooting attempts had noticeably decreased. It was only when he was absolutely open under the basket or in the corner that these ball hogs would choose to pass him the ball. In the subsequent games, Yen Zhu averaged only 1.8 3-point attempts. Occasionally, he would hit 12 3-pointers in a game, but in the majority of the matches, he couldn't even make a single. However, he played the role of a blue-collar worker on the court, completely replacing Pachulia. His average rebounds per game had surged from 0.8 at the start of the season to 8.2 now, ranking first among all rookies. His blocks averaged 1.7 per game, placing him 8th among all players this season. Although Yen Zhu currently averages only 7.5 points per game, he temporarily ranks second on the media's predicted Rookie of the Year list, just behind Malcolm Brogdon of the Bucks. This is partly due to his recent standout performances and partly because the Warriors are performing while firmly holding the top position in the league. Yen-Zhu felt that if he maintained his form, he had a good chance of competing for Rookie of the Year. This year was inherently a less competitive draft year, with only the first overall pick Simmons showcasing exceptional talent, but sidelined for the season due to a right foot fracture. Although second pick Ingram and third pick Jaylen Brown have shown potential, their efficiency has been low, with neither averaging over 10 points per game. Brogdon, currently leading the Rookie of the Year race, is merely a case of being the best among the average. The Warriors steadily advanced, having already secured a playoff berth. Coach Kerr was not satisfied with just that. With the Spurs hot on their heels, the Warriors needed to maintain their top position in the league to ensure home court advantage in the playoffs. After a historic 73-win season last year, which ended in second place this season, with Durant joining the coaching staff, and players faced unprecedented pressure, failing to win the championship this season would be deemed a failure. By late March, the Warriors remained first in the league, gradually widening the gap with the second-place Spurs. Kerr began to moderate rest for stars like Curry and Durant. It wasn't a large-scale collective rest, but rather resting one superstar per game. Even under these circumstances, the Warriors could still maintain sufficient competitiveness against most teams in the league. During this period of rotating rest for the Stars rookie, Yen-Zhu naturally kept up his attendance, and his playing time gradually increased. His defensive rotation speed and ability to create space slowly gained recognition from Kerr, leading to a reduction in the frequency of the death lineup. Yen-Zhu began to edge into some playing time previously allocated to Draymond Green, who had the lowest three-point shooting percentage among the starters. By early April, in a home game against the Grizzlies, Yen-Zhu played a total of 28 minutes, attempted 10 three-pointers, and made 6 of them, refreshing his career single-game three-point record after several weeks. In this game, he scored 24 points, grabbed 13 rebounds, and blocked 3 shots, setting a new personal record for single-game scoring. Most importantly, Yen-Zhu finally completed the prerequisite task of making 23-pointers for the simulated career. He said it hasn't been easy, especially in a team like the Warriors with Curry, Thompson, and Durant, 3 historically elite three-point shooters. Yen-Zhu felt quite pressured. At his current level, if he were in another team, he might have completed the task long ago. Congratulations on completing the prerequisite task for the simulated career. The cool-down period has ended. Do you wish to begin the third simulated career? In the dead of night, he tidied up everything and returned to his room. Yen-Zhu, as usual, found a comfortable position and began the third simulation. The simulated career officially begins. In the 1960s, you were born in Washington, D.C. Your parents were both local African-American athletes, and you grew up in a well-off family, inheriting your parents' excellent genes. After your parents retired, they started a business, leaving you with little supervision. At the age of 6, you developed a love for basketball. You often played street basketball at the nearby court, and your tall and robust physique far surpassed that of your childhood. Street basketball experience has honed your exceptional ball handling skills. Could this time be a template for a point guard? Yen-Zhu speculated as he continued to read on. After entering high school, your body developed rapidly, reaching 6 feet, 8 inches. You possessed outstanding mid-range shooting skills, adept ball handling, and devilish physical talent. You led your high school team to sweep the state league, winning the championship without a doubt. By the age of 18, you had already received numerous invitations from prestigious NCAA schools. Wow, another template for a gifted prodigy. This start is even smoother than the last simulation. Yen-Zhu thought to himself, this time, I must make careful choices to extend my career and gain more honors. A promising career, yet before it even began, it ended. Had I known, I would have participated in the draft 2 years earlier. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Sometimes a person's fate is so miraculous, often changed by a seemingly inconsequential choice enough to alter the entire trajectory of one's life. The simulation has concluded with 0 opportunities to draw word entries. Simulation rating F. Time until the next career simulation opens 100 days. Due to this simulation's failure, the system triggers a compensation mechanism. Is there really a compensation mechanism? Yen-Zhu's expression fell, but then brightened in an instant. Cooldown time has been reduced to 50 days. Pre-task difficulty lowered, score 30 in a single match. You call this a reduction in difficulty? I just set a new personal best in my career with only 24 points. Yen-Zhu cursed the system for a few minutes. With only 6 regular season games left, how could he hope to break his personal record again? After all, once the playoffs begin, his shooting opportunities would further diminish. Kerr wouldn't place his hopes on a rookie. It would likely still be Curry, Thompson, Durant, Iguodala, and Green, who made up the majority of the Warriors lineup. A rookie, no matter how outstanding in the regular season, remains an unknown in the playoffs, where the stage is entirely different from that of the regular season. Therefore, for Yen-Zhu to complete this pre-task, he must seize the opportunity of the last 6 games of the In the away game against the Lakers, Kerr suddenly made lineup adjustments before the game, bringing Pachulia back to the starting lineup. Yinzhu mustered his courage to privately ask him why, and Kerr replied that it was to prepare the team for the playoffs rhythm and to blend the lineup, while also considering the suggestions of other starters. Yinzhu did not argue further, yet he was clear in his mind that the other starters Kerr mentioned were definitely not Curry, Thompson, or Durant. It was most likely Green. Yinzhu's role on the court grew increasingly significant. He could defend, grab rebounds, and shoot threes. Except for his organizational skills, which had yet to be developed, Yinzhu was slowly replacing Green's role on the court. In other words, his synergy with Curry, Thompson, and Durant was better than that with Green. His screens were sturdier than Green's, and he had better front-court rebounding ability, providing more offensive opportunities if the trio failed to score. The Lakers were a team that had completely given up this season, already out of playoff contention. Facing the #1 Warriors, they had no psychological burden, playing with abandon. D'Angelo Russell and Nick Young were both on fire, and even Randall in the paint was scoring with ease both inside and out. Midway through the first quarter, the home team, Lakers, ranked second to last in the Western Conference, surprisingly led the Warriors by as much as 16 points, which infuriated Kerr. During a timeout, he directly scolded the Warriors for their lack of effort in interior defense, allowing Randall to score 13 points in half a quarter. Our interior defense is as fragile as paper. We cannot take this for granted. Winning this game is crucial to secure the top seed. So get your act together. With that, Kerr made personnel adjustments, substituting Yinzhu and Iguodala in for Green and Pachulia. At the same time, Thompson and Durant remained on the court, while Curry took an early rest. The game resumed, and the Warriors launched their offense. Yinzhu moved to the arc, continuously setting screens for Durant and Thompson. Thompson received the ball for a three-pointer. Still a miss. The Lakers initiated a fast break. Randall, feeling hot, received the ball and immediately backed down toward the basket. Yinzhu, with strong core strength, held his ground firmly. A strong sense of pressure enveloped him. Randall hurried his shot, and it missed. Yinzhu secured the defensive rebound with confidence. He passed the ball into Iguodala's hands. Durant received the ball, signaling for isolation. Meanwhile, Yinzhu quickly settled into the corner. Durant executed several crossovers, but his mid-range jumper missed. However, Iguodala grabbed the offensive rebound. The Lakers' defense quickly collapsed to the paint. Yinzhu in the corner was ready to shoot. Iguodala swung the ball to the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Yinzhu hesitated not for a moment. He shot the three with steady form. It went in, clean and smooth, swishing through the net. One offense, one defense, showcasing the essence of a superstar. The Lakers launched their offense. Clarkson's shot from beyond the arc missed. Yinzhu stood firm against all challengers. He firmly blocked the position under the basket, easily securing this defensive rebound. The Warriors counterattacked and scored again. It was as if there was magic. Once Yinzhu stepped onto the court, the entire spirit of the Warriors transformed immediately. The Warriors unleashed a small offensive surge of 10-2, narrowing the gap to single digits. As the second quarter began, the Warriors started to showcase their depth, effectively limiting the Lakers' offense, whether in a small ball lineup or a lineup with one big and four smalls, as they began to close the scoring gap. In the latter part of the second quarter, Yinzhu made his return, hitting a three-pointer from the right corner to help the Warriors. After the halftime break, the Warriors' main players had fully awakened. Yet the Lakers scored only 21 points in a single quarter, widening the gap to as much as 26. As the game approached garbage time, Yinzhu had hoped to get on the court to boost his score. However, he was taken aback when Kerr mentioned that he was already one of the main rotation players and that he no longer needed to play during garbage time, allowing more time for young players like Looney. Yinzhu found it somewhat amusing. His playing time was clearly limited, yet he had become a main rotation player. In this game, he played only 12 minutes, scoring 8 points, grabbing 10 rebounds, and blocking 2 shots. At this rate, breaking the 30-point barrier in a single game seemed quite difficult. Ultimately, the Warriors achieved a resounding victory over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 125-101. With 5 games remaining in the regular season, they already held a 6-game lead over the second-place Spurs in the West, securing the top position in the league 5 games ahead of time. In the last 5 games, even if the Warriors won them all, they could only achieve a maximum record of 67 wins. Therefore, there was no need to pursue a record-breaking season. Even with effort, they couldn't surpass last season's record of 72 wins. The coaching staff's focus was on keeping the main players healthy and preparing well for the upcoming playoffs, which were the true stage. Naturally, in the final games that followed, Yinzhu's playing time noticeably increased. Until the second-to-last game of the regular season, facing the league's last-placed Nets, Yinzhu played 32 minutes throughout the game, scoring 30 points, grabbing 17 rebounds, and blocking 5 shots, setting new highs for points and blocks in a single game. After this match, major media outlets like ESPN and TNT commented, "There is no doubt about the rookie." In the face of all the discussions and praise from the outside world, Yinzhu remained indifferent. He only wished to quickly start his next simulation career. "You have completed the prerequisite tasks. Would you like to start the fourth simulation career? The simulated life officially begins. You were born in the late 1960s in a mysterious Eastern. However, the timing of your birth is a bit awkward. Could it mean you're destined to be out of place? Yen Zhu feels that the difficulty of this simulation's start will certainly be high. Based on this age calculation, if you were to break into the NBA, it will likely be in the 1990s. If you don't seize the opportunity and make careful choices, the chances of making it into the NBA are slim. The simulation has just begun. He has probably guessed most of it already. From a young age, you were quite tall. Your parents decided to send you to a sports school to play basketball. For various reasons in this era, you could only pursue basketball through a sports school. You are incredibly passionate about basketball. Your body develops rapidly. By 15, you are already over 2 meters tall. Your physical abilities are explosive, unlike a traditional Asian. At 16, with such outstanding talent, you are selected for the national youth team. At 18, you represent the national youth men's basketball team at the World Youth Championship, performing exceptionally well. Your outstanding performance successfully catches the attention of American scouts. At 19, the University of California, Los Angeles extends an invitation to you. At the same time, you also receive an invitation from the national team. If you join the national team, you will have to undergo regular training, which means you cannot attend the NCAA. Please make a choice. By this point in the simulation, if he remembers correctly, this person's fate ultimately did not include making it into the NBA. Moreover, his NCAA experience was not at UCLA, but at another university. The most critical issue is that the age doesn't match. Yen Zhu analyzes that his first opportunity was likely thwarted by a call-up from the national team. However, from a god's perspective, this choice is his most important opportunity. Playing in training systems across the ocean early on will allow for faster growth. He cannot waste time and youth staying in his home country. Yen Zhu already has an answer in his heart. The simulation continues. You ruthlessly refuse the national team's call-up and choose to accept UCLA's invitation. Thus, you face a ban from the national team. This year, after arriving in Los Angeles, you encounter new troubles. The full scholarship promised by UCLA falls through due to doubts about your sports school status. You cannot return to your home country to obtain proof. However, the UCLA team coach tells you that there is another way to join the team. You need to study here at your own expense and then try out for the team. You leave your home and cannot get your parents' support. Helpless, you can only work on construction sites to earn money while studying. Seeing this, Yen Zhu is a bit teary-eyed. During that era, it was incredibly difficult for Chinese players to go overseas to play basketball. He has chosen the most difficult path. If he had stayed in his home country until the league was established and become a professional player, he would likely have lived a life of ease. Now he is working on construction sites while studying. It is simply too harsh. There is no choice in this simulated life. He must find every possible way to break into the NBA. If he cannot enter the NBA, then this simulation will be deemed a failure with no opportunity to draw tags, rendering the simulation meaningless. Fortunately, working on the construction site has inadvertently honed your physique. You easily outshine other competitors during the UCLA team trials. You possess physical attributes far superior to your peers. The school even doubts whether your age is real and questions if you are truly of Asian descent. You withstand all tests and successfully join the team. Through your own strength, you obtain a full scholarship. At 20, you achieve your wish and start competing in the NCAA. In your sophomore season, you play 25 games for UCLA, averaging 10, 2.7, 6 rebounds and 2, 3 assists. At 21, in your junior season, you average 17, 5 points and 8, 5 rebounds. You are selected for the best lineup of the conference. You attract the attention of several NBA scouts. However, your college coach earnestly advises you to finish your college career and refine your skills. Should you continue to stay in the NCAA or choose to enter the NBA draft? If you enter the NBA draft, there is a high possibility of going undrafted. Please make a choice. Faced with another significant career decision, Yen Zhu decisively chooses to abandon his studies and enter the NBA draft early, not wanting to repeat the last simulation where he finished college and encountered setbacks. He has been thinking if he had entered the draft 2 years earlier, would the outcome have been different? This time he must do it. If there is an opportunity, he must seize it. Each year he delays, he ages a year. His natural talent is already at a disadvantage compared to those black players. If he plays for 2 more years and then faces injuries, it would be a case of losing more than he gains. You ultimately choose to give up your studies and end your college career. You register for the 1990 NBA draft. Unfortunately, you do not get selected. Should you choose to return to college to continue your studies, or continue to seek opportunities to stay in the NBA, starting with a 2-way contract? If you choose to continue seeking NBA opportunities, you will miss the NCAA registration deadline. Yen Zhu decides to go all in on one path. You hire a professional agent and continue to try out for various teams, seeking a chance to sign a 2-way contract. Heaven rewards the diligent, and the Clippers offer you an Exhibit 10 contract. You represent the Clippers in the 1991 preseason. In the 4 games you play, you average 12, 3 points, 8, 9 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Your outstanding agility and explosive athleticism catch the management's attention. After the 10-day contract ends, the Clippers formally reach an agreement with you for a 1-year minimum salary contract. Oh my God. Zhu is overwhelmed with joy, it has been so tough. Finally, the trajectory of this simulated life has been thoroughly changed. From this moment on, every day in this simulated life will write a new chapter in history. Congratulations on officially starting your NBA career. Would you like to begin your first tag draw? Congratulations on drawing the green tag, Dribbling Expert. Dribbling Expert slightly enhances your ball handling and ball protection abilities. If Zhu remembers correctly, this simulated career has involved playing as an inside player from childhood to adulthood, specifically in the power forward position. However, being only 2.01 meters tall puts him at a disadvantage in the NBA for playing the power forward position. But now with the enhancement effect of ball handling expert, could he attempt to develop towards the small forward position? The simulation continues. At the start of your rookie season, your playing opportunities are scarce. The Clippers have a surplus of interior players, and you are the substitute among substitutes. You can only play during garbage time. You know full well that if things continue this way, you will leave the NBA after this season. You decide to change the situation and request to play the small forward position in a team training session. Your ball handling skills exceed the coaching staff's expectations. At the small forward position, your height is appropriate, and your athleticism is explosive, making you feel like a fish in water. Especially your performance on the defensive end is particularly impressive. In a December game of the 90-91 season, you entered the regular rotation for the first time. As a substitute small forward, you seized the opportunity to score 8 points, grab 4 rebounds, make 1 block, 2 steals, and provide 2 assists. Your performance earned you recognition from the coaching staff. You became an indispensable defensive asset off the bench. In the latter half of the season, the Clippers starting small forward Norman missed several games due to injury. During this time, you were given a starting opportunity, averaging 5 points, 4, 6 rebounds, 2, 1 assist, 2 blocks, and 3 steals. The management recognized your contributions and planned to resign you during the offseason. The regular season ended and the Clippers missed the playoffs. You successfully made it to the second team of the all-rookie roster as the only undrafted player. The Clippers offered you a 3-year guaranteed contract slightly above the minimum salary. Meanwhile, the Portland Trail Blazers offered you a 5-year mid-level contract. Please make a choice. Zhu remembers that the current Trail Blazers should be a strong team, right? In the past 2 years, under the leadership of the Peak Glider, they consistently ranked among the top teams in the West. Although the contract offered by the Blazers is larger and longer, Zhu knows that as a rookie on such a team, the ball sharing will definitely be limited, making it very difficult to achieve personal honors. It might be better to stay with the Clippers, where there may still be opportunities to accumulate statistics, pursue personal honors, and gain extra chances for skill draws. You choose to stay with the Clippers and complete the resigning. Faced with the high salary temptations from other teams, you remain unmoved. Your actions greatly increase the management's and coaching staff's goodwill towards you. In the new season, Clippers main small forward Norman returns. The coaching staff grants you great respect, allowing you to choose whether to start at the small forward position or continue coming off the bench. Zhu thinks for a moment and feels that given the current situation, continuing to be a substitute is more advantageous because his goal now is to earn personal honors. The best rookie opportunity has been missed, but perhaps he can aim for the best sixth man award. In the Clippers, there are no superstars, and the difference in playing time between starters and substitutes is, at present, he has some ball handling ability, but not much. Most of the time, he focuses on defense, occasionally cutting for easy baskets or scoring from mid-range. You choose to continue as a substitute in the new season. In your second year of your career, you start the second skill draw. Congratulations, you drew a green skill spot-up 3-point shooter. Although it's another green skill, it is quite useful and will enhance your scoring versatility. At 24 years old, in your second year in the NBA, your performance continues to improve. On defense, you become the team's frontline gatekeeper. On offense, you become more versatile, averaging 1-2 3-pointers made per game. In the regular season, you played 74 games as a substitute, averaging 2 points, 5, 6 rebounds, 2, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 blocks. Your shooting percentage reached 51.2, and your three-point shooting percentage reached 38.5. Although you missed out on the Best Sixth Man award, you successfully made the All-Defensive Second Team as a sophomore. Zhu was dazed at what use is making the All-Defensive Second Team. This efficiency couldn't even secure the Best Sixth Man award, nor did it compete for the Most Improved Player award. It seems that to earn these personal honors, scoring must take precedence. This year, the Clippers entered the playoffs as the 7th seed in the West. Facing the formidable Jazz team, you fought fiercely in 5 games, ultimately falling short, but with your head held high, stopping in the first round. You performed exceptionally well in this playoff series, primarily guarding Karl Malone. Although you were somewhat overwhelmed, your defensive performance earned you the respect of everyone. At 25 years old, in your third year, the coaching staff decided to promote you to a starting player. This time you did not refuse and gladly accepted the starting position. In your third year, you begin the third skill draw. A flash of purple light passed by. Congratulations on drawing a purple skill, Death Grip. Death Grip significantly enhances the host's face-to-face defensive capabilities and improves lateral movement speed. Directly drawing purple in the third year. What incredible luck! Moreover, this purple skill represents a qualitative enhancement to defensive abilities. Last season you were already on the all-defensive second team. Let's see if you can aim for the first team, or even win an award. Yanzu equips the skill, and the simulation continues. In the 92-93 season you started in 80 games, averaging 5 points, 8 rebounds, 1 blocks and 8 steals. Although there was minimal progress on the offensive end, your defensive efficiency was astonishing. This season you became the league's recognized strongest wing defender and earned the title of Defensive Player of the Year. You received an additional opportunity to draw a skill. Congratulations on obtaining the green skill, Trash Talker. Trash Talker, you unleash your verbal skills on the court, trash-talking others, but while you might hurt your opponent, you also hurt yourself in the process. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? Yanzu was amused, having finally earned an opportunity through personal honors only to draw this ridiculous green skill. It seems his luck was exhausted in the last draw. The Clippers still entered the playoffs as the 7th seed in the West. Facing the second-ranked Rockets, the Clippers battled through 5 games, but still fell short. You realize that the ceiling of this team is not high. Relying solely on personal defensive abilities cannot change the entire team. You have 1 year left on your contract with the Clippers. The management hopes to resign you during the offseason. However, the renewal conditions offered by the Clippers are rather mediocre. Having just won the Defensive Player of the Year, you feel insulted. Negotiations with the Clippers have stalled, and after next season you will explore the free market. At 26 years old, in your 4th year, another year of useless green skills. The Clippers management doesn't want to lose you for nothing and starts planning for a trade. On the eve of the trade deadline, you were traded to the New York Knicks, while the Clippers received 2 first-round picks. Goodness, is this really happening in New York? The NBA is indeed a ruthless commercial league. There was no room for Yanzu to choose. New York in this era is still quite formidable. The great Patrick Ewing is at the tail end of his peak, along with players like Stark, Smith, and Harper. The legendary New York gang plays with ferocity, carving a bloody path through the East. With your current positioning, joining New York is like adding wings to a tiger. The New York Knicks are aiming for the championship and promise that you will have a starting position. Will you choose to become a completely free agent in the offseason or renew your contract with the Knicks? Yanzu thought little of it, and as long as the conditions were right, he would renew the contract. Perhaps he could even snag a championship and enhance his resume. You and the New York management were on the same page, completing a 5-year maximum salary renewal contract. During the second half of the season in New York, you were able to average 1 points, 6 rebounds, 3 steals. You were once again selected for the all-defensive first team. The Knicks advanced to the playoffs with a second-place finish in the East. Your performance became increasingly outstanding, regularly locking down the opposing team's key perimeter players. Under the leadership of Ewing and yourself, the Knicks swept through the playoffs. Entering the finals, your opponent is the Rockets, led by Hakeem Olajuwon. This year's finals saw a fierce battle between the Knicks and the Rockets. In a hard-fought Game 7, you became this factor of the match. In the clutch moments, you executed consecutive critical steals, aiding the Knicks in a successful counterattack. In the final moments, you used your trash-talking skills to disrupt Olajuwon's free throws. Though you were fouled out by the referee, Olajuwon missed both shots. You won 4-3. The New York Knicks defeated the Houston Rockets, winning the 1994 NBA championship. This is the 3rd championship in the history of the Knicks and the first for this generation of New York players. In the finals, as the starting small forward, you contributed an average of 6.6, 2 rebounds, 5 steals, 6 blocks. Due to your miraculous performance in Game 7, you were second to Ewing in the finals MVP voting. You have become the team's undisputed second-in-command. Perfect. It's simply too perfect. Though missing out on the finals MVP is somewhat regrettable, Yanzu felt inexplicably satisfied with this simulated career. After all, he had created history for Chinese players in the NBA, likely standing as a unique figure. Even Diao only played 8 seasons in the NBA, with his best result being the Western Conference semifinals. Now Yanzu's simulated career can be seen as a way to make up for some regrets. Although it isn't the real world, it still stirs the blood. That year you won the NBA championship, attracting attention back home. The national team lifted its ban on you, hoping you could represent the country in training. You politely declined their invitation, choosing instead to continue training in the U.S. At 27, In your 5th year, it was yet another year of unproductive green stats. Your status in the Knicks significantly improved, becoming the second-in-command only to Ewing. The coach hoped to maintain defensive vitality while increasing your offensive touches. Your average points skyrocketed to 17.8 points. That year, the Big Shark led the Magic to rise while the Knicks remained second in the East. Congratulations on winning the Most Improved Player award along with an additional opportunity to draw a stat. A flash of orange light appeared. Congratulations on acquiring the orange stat Dunk Master. Dunk Master increases the probability of dunks over defenders. In the second round of the playoffs, you faced a tough challenge from the Pacers. With Reggie Miller's miraculous performance, coupled with Ewing's sudden injury, you were stopped in the Eastern Conference semifinals. The dream of defending the title shattered. At 28, in your 6th year, basketball god Michael Jordan made a comeback. That year, you ranked only 5th in the East while the Bulls with Jordan set a historic best record. In the first round of the playoffs, you easily swept the Cavaliers, completing the upset. In the second round, you faced the mighty Bulls, suffering a crushing 14 defeat, marking the second consecutive year you were stopped in the Eastern Conference semifinals. During the offseason, the management decided to make significant reinforcements. The arrival of Allen Houston filled the team's external offensive void. At 29, in your 7th year, you faced some injury troubles. That year, you only play. At 30, in your 8th year, the New York Knicks faced an unprecedented crisis. Ewing played only 26 games before being sidelined for the season. Under the guidance of Houston and yourself, the Knicks stumbled into the playoffs as the 7th seed. In the first round, you faced the Heat again. You and Houston formed the strongest defense and offense. After a fierce 5-game battle, you achieved revenge and advanced to the next round. In the second round, you encountered the Pacers, where you lost 14, once again stopping in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Having played for the Knicks for 4 years, you faced the prospect of an early contract renewal again. This time, the management only offered a 2-year, mid-level contract, believing you were getting older with injury risks. Will you choose to accept the early renewal or become a completely free agent after next season? Seeing this, Yenzu sighed. Is this perhaps the pinnacle of a yellow-skinned person in the NBA? Though he had never become the team leader, his career thus far could not be deemed a failure. He had won the Best Defensive Player and Most Improved Player awards and even secured a championship as the second-in-command. He knew that his peak had passed. It would be difficult to achieve personal honors in the coming years. What he needed now was a longer-term guaranteed contract. In the first-round series against their arch-rivals, the Miami Heat, the top seed in the Eastern Conference, the New York Knicks unleashed unprecedented intensity. As the team's defensive cornerstone on the wing, you played a pivotal role on defense. The Knicks triumphed 32. The Knicks pulled off a historic 8-seed upset. In the second round, facing the Atlanta Hawks, your momentum carried you to a decisive sweep and an effortless advancement. In the Eastern Conference Finals, you met your longtime rivals, the Indiana Pacers, once again. This time, you completely neutralized Reggie Miller with suffocating defense. The Knicks defeated the Pacers 42 and returned to the NBA Finals. Yet in that series, your franchise star Patrick Ewing suffered another devastating injury, ending his season. In the finals, you faced the formidable Twin Tower frontcourt of Tim Duncan and David Robinson. With Ewing sidelined, you assumed leadership responsibilities, but the interior disadvantage proved insurmountable. After a grueling 6-game battle, you fell short, narrowly missing the championship. Failure, it seems, is woven into the very fabric of life. Is the title in my 4th professional season truly the only chance I'll ever have? Yenzu's heart churned with bittersweet reflection. Upon season's end, your contract with the Knicks expired, making you an unrestricted free agent. Though 31, your stellar playoff performances convinced most NBA franchises that you remained a vital championship-caliber contributor, not as a centerpiece, but as the ideal complementary piece. After careful deliberation and thoughtful planning for the remainder of your career, you accepted a 4-year, mid-level deal from the Los Angeles Lakers with a player option in the final year. That offseason brought seismic change to the Lakers. Phil Jackson joined as head coach, Shaquille O'Neal fully recovered from injury, and Kobe Bryant ascended at a meteoric pace. A new Lakers dynasty was dawning. At 32, entering your 10th season and your first with Los Angeles, your direct competition for the starting small forward spot was Glenn Rice. His shooting prowess surpassed yours, yet your defensive mastery was universally acknowledged. You earned the coaching staff's trust and secured the SD. You averaged 7.5 points, 2 rebounds and 1.5 steals per game. Though your statistical output no longer mirrored your prime, your defensive intuition and veteran acumen were irreplaceable. Alongside Green, you formed a fearsome perimeter and interior defensive tandem that struck terror into opponents. 2 years after your last selection, you earned all defensive team honors once more. The Lakers stormed through the playoffs and reached the finals. In June of the millennium, they swept the Indiana Pacers to claim the championship, and as a seasoned veteran you wept with joy upon securing your second title. At 33, your 11th season and second with the Lakers, Kobe's rapid ascent further reduced your offensive touches. You no longer pursued personal scoring, instead you embraced defensive assignments and gritty, unglamorous tasks. Relentless help rotations and constant motion exacted a heavy physical toll. Mid-season injuries sidelined you for over 20 games, and for a time your starting role was assumed by John Barry. Upon returning, Yanzu burst into laughter, utterly astonished. He never imagined his final contract would pair him with the very player he'd long disdained. Who then is this all-time great power forward? Over your final 5 seasons you evolved into a consummate role player, yet your defensive wisdom served as an enduring model for San Antonio's young core. With the Spurs you added 3 more championships to your legacy. Curiously, those titles came only in odd-numbered years. Though you received minimal playing time in the final championship, you contributed meaningfully during the first 2 seasons as a vital rotation piece off the bench. At 39, having collected 7 championship rings, you retired with grace and distinction. You formally announced your retirement from the NBA. Media outlets hailed you as one of basketball's greatest defenders and among its most revered role players. Your extraordinary journey inspired countless young Chinese athletes to embrace basketball. Talented prospects emerged across China like spring bamboo shoots. Though you never represented the national team, you stood unchallenged as the foundational mentor of Chinese basketball and a true pioneer. Congratulations, you've drawn a green trait. Congratulations, you've drawn a green trait. Congratulations, you've drawn an orange trait 1A keepable trait slot. This simulation has concluded. Over 17 NBA seasons you captured 7 championships, earned Defensive Player of the Year, once won Most Improved Player once, and entered the Hall of Fame. You are remembered as one of the league's legendary defensive anchors, the greatest undrafted player in history, and Asia's most iconic basketball icon. This simulation earned an overall rating of A. Across 24 trait draws you obtained 1 purple, 2 orange, and 21 green traits. From green traits, you gained 50 freely assignable attribute points. Your A keepable trait slot capacity has now increased to 6. Truly unforeseen at 31 departing the Knicks, with just 1 ring you went on to claim 6 more titles in your final 8 seasons. This was true serendipity, the ultimate championship puzzle piece, arriving precisely when the Lakers dynasty rose and the Spurs' golden era dawned. Yanzu adjusted his traits, then evenly distributed the 50 attribute points across rebounding strength and vertical leap, 3 critical physical attributes. Host Yanzu, age 19, height 2. 17 m, wingspan 2. 28 m, weight 126 kilograms, equipped traits. 66 infinite stamina, gold, unshakable foundation, purple death grip, purple positional rebounding beast, orange corner, 3-point shot, green spot up, 3-point shot, green unequipped trait pool, on cooldown simulated career dream shake, orange, shot blocking maestro, orange. Considering the dominance of the Warriors this season, it is highly likely that they will sweep through the playoffs without any major obstacles. Yanzu as a rookie is making his playoff debut and will probably not get much playing time. Assuming he averages 10 minutes per game in the playoffs, he would need at least 20 games to fulfill this prerequisite. Yanzu is already prepared to start the next simulation only after the cooldown period ends. In the last regular season game, the Warriors faced the Denver Nuggets at home, where Yanzu once again scored a remarkable double-double with 20 points and 17 rebounds. Following this performance, the race for Rookie of the Year has become virtually uncontested. Although Yanzu's average score this season is only 9.8 points, he still manages to grab an average of 10 rebounds in his limited playing time. He also averages 1.4 blocks, leading all rookies in both rebounding and blocking statistics. Yanzu's resurgence is entirely attributed to his explosive performance in the latter half of the season. The Warriors' first-round opponent is the Portland Trail Blazers, a team they have a long-standing rivalry with, and the entire team is filled with confidence. Before the first round of the playoffs begins, there are a few days of rest for each team, during which the Warriors coaching staff has scheduled only 1 practice game. One side features a lineup including Green, Curry, and Thompson, while the other side consists of Durant, Iguodala, and Yanzu. The height advantage of Durant's team is quite significant compared to Kyrie's side, which is part of Coach Kerr's attempt to explore various lineup possibilities for the Warriors. From the very beginning, Yanzu was matched up against Draymond Green. He thought it would be a good opportunity to test his purple death grip technique on Green. Unexpectedly, within less than half a game, Yanzu's aggressive defense had already irritated Green. Green's personality is such that he is meticulous in every aspect of life and competition. He shoved Yanzu with his chest and spat angrily, saying, "Rookie, this is just a practice game. There's no need to take it so seriously." Initially, Yanzu was taken aback and didn't fully react. However, in the next round, he blocked Green's layup, which made Green completely lose his composure and he started shoving Yinzhu while continuing to angrily shout, "If you played like this in a real game, we could achieve an 82-win season." The coaching staff and personnel on the sidelines seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, laughing and cheering, seemingly unaware that Green was genuinely furious. Yinzhu, wearing an unconcerned expression, laughed and pushed Green away, saying, "If I could match up against players like you every night in a game, I would definitely become the DPOY." This statement was quite impactful, causing Green to erupt in anger. He dropped the basketball and swung his fist at Yinzhu. The incident happened so quickly and unexpectedly that neither the players on the court nor the personnel on the sidelines could react in time. Who would have thought that a simple practice game could escalate to a fight over trash talk? Although Yinzhu reacted, it was still a bit late. He hadn't anticipated that Green would actually throw a punch. He thought it was merely a scare tactic. Green's fist struck his chest, causing Yinzhu to stagger back a few steps. Yinzhu always believed that despite his lackluster basketball skills, he had never backed down from a fight. In this foreign land, he couldn't let a black player bully him. When Green threw another punch, Yinzhu quickly adjusted his position and dodged it. Immediately after, a flurry of counterattacks ensued, with Yinzhu's fists landing on Green's face like a storm. Green was completely stunned, not expecting this rookie to fight back. Yinzhu's punches fell like rain, one after another, forcing Green to cover his head and flee in panic. At this moment, other Warriors staff quickly rushed in to pull Yinzhu away, while others restrained Green. Green, still agitated, shouted, "Rookie, you are dead meat." Yinzhu, not backing down, replied, "I'm always ready, you worthless piece." Warriors head coach Kerr was in complete disarray, his face extremely grim. How could such a thing happen right before the playoffs? Fuck. What are you two idiots trying to do? Don't you want to stay with the Warriors anymore? Let's end this practice game here. Everyone needs to calm down and reflect. From that day until nightfall, the atmosphere within the Warriors was filled with tension. Everyone was waiting for the final. Of course, the management and coaching staff's first thought was to downplay the situation, not wanting to escalate it after all the playoffs were about to begin. If rumors of a locker room conflict surfaced at this time, it would add even more pressure on the Warriors this season. Fortunately for Yinzhu, he was completely unscathed, while Green was left with a bruised and battered face. Although it wouldn't affect the games, he looked quite intimidating. The Warriors management initially intended to suppress the incident, privately arranging for the two to meet and talk it over, hoping to let the matter pass. However, in this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. The practice game was public, and there happened to be several reporters present. Soon, the incident of the brawl during the Warriors practice game was exposed by the media, with headlines like "Rookie Goes Wild, Assaults Championship Hero Green" spreading rapidly. In an instant, Yinzhu and Green became the front-page news of major sports media outlets. Especially when Green appeared at the media interview day with his face covered in bruises, everyone felt sympathy for him, shifting the blame to Yinzhu and criticizing him for being so reckless as a rookie and treating a championship hero this way. However, just a few hours later, the video of that day's practice game was released, revealing that Green had constantly provoked and was the first to throw a punch. The entire public opinion flipped instantly. It turned out that Yinzhu was the victim, the one being bullied by Green. Fans remarked that Yinzhu's combination of punches was incredibly satisfying. "I've always disliked Green. Yinzhu is truly doing justice. Green has no skills, only petty tricks, and unexpectedly bullied a teammate." Faced with various pressures, the Warriors officially intervened and punished both players. Green was suspended for 2 games and fined $500, while Yinzhu was suspended for 1 game. This decision was not an official punishment, but rather a reprimand from the Warriors management towards their own players. When this matter escalated to an irreparable situation, Yinzhu realized that his career with the Warriors had entered its countdown. The 2017 NBA playoffs first round commenced swiftly. The Golden State Warriors faced their longtime rivals, the Portland Trail Blazers. In previous matchups, even without Kevin Durant, the Splash Brothers had generally managed to counter Portland's high-scoring backcourt duo, whose defensive shortcomings were well known. In Game 1, neither Yinzhu nor Draymond Green appeared on the active roster. Coach Steve Kerr started Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, Kevin Durant, and Festus Ezeli. Pre-game analyses by major media outlets and commentators widely agreed that although the absences of Green and Yinzhu dealt a severe blow to the Warriors' interior defense, Portland's current roster still posed little genuine threat to Golden State. From the opening tip-off, Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum shot with remarkable efficiency, allowing Portland to seize an early lead, until Durant's unstoppable mid-range game enabled the Warriors to surge ahead. In the second quarter, Portland sustained its sharp shooting, outscoring Golden State by 4 points. Through the second half, the contest remained fiercely contested. Without Yinzhu, the Warriors' rim protection weakened noticeably. Lillard repeatedly drove hard into the paint, creating significant interior pressure. Green's absence further disrupted offensive flow, depriving the team of structured ball movement, forcing Durant to shoulder an even heavier burden through relentless isolation scoring to stabilize the game. In the decisive fourth quarter, the Warriors' big three ignited simultaneously. Consecutive three-pointers from Curry and Thompson widened the margin, while Durant sealed the outcome with a series of clutch mid-range jumpers and deep threes. At home, Golden State secured Game 1, narrowly but convincingly. The series stood at 10 in favor of the Warriors. Yenzu's suspension lasted only one game. Logically, he should have been available for Game 2, but though he was listed on the active roster, Coach Kerr chose not to start him. The coaching staff explained that as a rookie, he lacked playoff experience. Not only did he remain benched for the entire game, he didn't play a single minute. Yet his absence seemed inconsequential. The revitalized Warriors utterly overwhelmed Portland, winning by nearly 30 points. Lillard and McCollum combined for just 24 points, fewer than Durant scored alone. The series now stood at 20. Crucially for Game 3, Draymond Green returned from suspension and was reinstated as a starter. Yenzu once again did not play a single minute. Green, returning from suspension, was immediately entrusted with a starting role, while Yenzu sat twice without seeing the floor. Granted, he was a rookie making his playoff debut, but given his standout performances in the latter half of the regular season, surely he merited at least a few minutes. Golden State edged Portland 119-113 in Game 3, taking a commanding 30-series lead and earning their first series point, just one win away from advancing. In Game 4, the Warriors built a commanding lead early. During garbage time, even role players like Kevin Looney and Patrick McCaw entered the game, yet Yenzu remained glued to the bench. Golden State swept the Trailblazers 40-0, advancing to the next round, but the media erupted. TNT analysts went so far as to declare on air an irreparable rift has formed between Yenzu and the Warriors. Shortly after the first round concluded, the NBA officially announced the 2016-17 Rookie of the Year. Yenzu edged out Malcolm Brogdon. His individual statistics and team success placed him head and shoulders above his peers. Even if this rookie class was historically underwhelming, Yenzu's second-half performances were nothing short of exceptional. In an era when traditional centers had faded from prominence, Yenzu, anchoring the paint with classic post presence, ranked among the league's elite big men. Yet this exceptionally talented, physically imposing center, fresh off claiming Rookie of the Year, found himself completely sidelined throughout the playoffs. Across the Pacific Ocean, Chinese basketball forums exploded. After all, Yao Ming, selected first overall, had never won Rookie of the Year. Yenzu had shattered that precedent. Averaging 8 points, 10, 1 rebounds and 4 blocks per game, he shot an astonishing 68, 5 from the field and 41, 2 from beyond the arc. His statistical profile rivaled, if not surpassed, Yao Ming's rookie year output. Such meteoric growth earned no recognition from the coaching staff. Fans now had ample reason to believe Yenzu was being deliberately marginalized, especially after the altercation with Draymond Green during practice, which seemingly cost him the trust of both coaches and teammates. After all, Green was a proven champion, a cornerstone beside Curry and Thompson, while Yenzu was merely a newcomer, a Chinese player navigating unfamiliar cultural and professional terrain. Unsurprisingly, the imbalance tilted decisively against him. At last, Yenzu broke his silence. He requested a meeting with General Manager Bob Myers, seeking either a clear explanation or a mutual agreement to part ways amicably. Myers remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Yenzu, you truly possess extraordinary talent. We do not wish to lose a center of your caliber. I understand, Yenzu nodded. Then what? Myers continued, but remember, Draymond has been with this team far longer than you. He was instrumental in our 2015 championship run. You should not have clashed with him. Yenzu rolled his eyes and let out a cold, hollow laugh. Clashed with him? Please, did you watch the footage? He provoked me relentlessly, and he struck first. I acted solely in self-defense. Myers added apologetically, I mean, you shouldn't have allowed the situation to escalate. In other words, you should have yielded. Absolutely not. Yenzu cut him off. Fine. If that's how you see it, there's no need to continue this conversation. Trade me. It's best for both sides. With that, Yenzu slammed the door and walked out of the general manager's office. Though neither party issued an official statement, the press, reading between the lines, had already pieced together the truth. In the second round, Yenzu did not even appear on the Warriors' active roster. No injury report surfaced, and no official explanation followed. Numerous sports columnists wrote editorials declaring Yenzu's tenure with the Warriors is over. This Rookie of the Year will be placed on the trade block this offseason. Such a scenario would stand unparalleled in NBA history. The 2017 NBA playoffs still blazed with ferocity. The Warriors' star-studded juggernaut thundered onward like the iron boots of great powers, mercilessly trampling every weaker opponent. Yet on the Warriors' bench, Yenzu's presence was nowhere to be seen. Yenzu no longer tracked the Warriors' subsequent results. All he could do was wait for the offseason for the trade market to open, when he would be traded. As for the prerequisite tasks in his career mode simulation, they would certainly remain unfinished this time. He could only wait quietly for the cooldown to expire. 100 days, neither excessively long nor short. Just over 3 months, roughly a month after the finals concluded. During this interval, Yen Zhu would not idle. He had received a call-up from the national team to take part in the fourth. With no club games to occupy him, participating in a FIBA tournament like this would help him maintain his form and offered a chance to win honor for the national side. The men's national team was without question in a trough, fresh from the calamity of the 2016 Rio Olympics, and with a Lien temporarily sidelined by injury. Yen Zhu's early return was therefore unequivocally welcome news. This Asia Cup evolved from the old Asian Championship held biennially, though after restructuring it admitted 2 Oceania teams. Both were formidable, their level far surpassing most Asian sides, especially Australia, long regarded as one of FIBA's stronger teams. Their style, akin to European squads, was relentless and physical. Even with Yen Zhu back, most doubted the men's team could defend the title, though judging by the national squad's overall composition, even finishing in the top 3 would be difficult. In the group stage, as a seeded side, the men's team faced no overwhelmingly strong opponents in Group B, yet their opening match pitted them against the previous finals adversary, the Philippines team. Their designated scorer Terrence was scorching hot, and by halftime, they held a double-digit lead over the national side. The first 2 quarters proved trying, chiefly because Yen Zhu and his teammates had not spent long training together. Their coordination was inevitably a little rusty. In the second half, Yen Zhu came fully alive. He suddenly understood he could no longer confine himself to the blue-collar role he played on the Warriors. At this level, he ought to be utterly dominant, a so-called dimensionality striking display. Equipped with the dreamlike steps and the mid-range specialist, he no longer sought collaboration on the court, nor did he engage in the dirty work. Instead, he took on the offensive responsibilities in the paint like Yao Ming and Alien. It was proven that after the trials of the NBA, his performance in Asia was like a dimensional strike, overwhelming his opponents. Time and again, he dominated the paint, almost never missing a shot, leaving his opponents defenseless. In the second half, Yen Zhu transformed into a terrifying force, completely ruling the game. At the end of the game, he shot 21 out of 25, scoring a staggering 49 points and grabbing 27 rebounds along with 6 blocks and 3 steals. He led the men's basketball team to a victory over the Philippine team with a score of 99-85. A bloodless victory, securing their first win in the Asian Cup. The remaining 2 teams from Central Asia in the group stage were much weaker, posing no challenge to the men's basketball team. They won both matches by large margins, with Yen Zhu starting and playing all 3 group matches, averaging an explosive 38 points. 6 points, 19. 4 rebounds, 5. 4 blocks and 2.1 steals per game. His average points and rebounds shattered the historical record for group stages in the Asian Cup. Such a dominant performance is truly remarkable in the history of FIBA competitions. As the top team from the group in the knockout stage, the men's basketball team's opponent in the quarterfinals was the Korean team, who had just advanced through the preliminary rounds. Their morale was high. However, facing a men's basketball team led by Yen Zhu, they were utterly powerless. Yen Zhu moved through the paint as if it were unguarded, scoring 31 points in the first half and helping the team build a 22-point lead. In the second half, the men's basketball team maintained their advantage until the final whistle, easily advancing to the semifinals. The opponent in the semifinals was the ultimate boss of this tournament, the Australian team. The 2 teams clashed in what felt like a preview of the finals. Even though many NBA players did not participate in this event, the Australian team's paper strength was still formidable. The 2 teams were locked in a tightly contested match from the start, with the score constantly trading back and forth. Yen Zhu felt the NBA-level intensity in the paint, something he had not encountered in previous games. As the game entered the final quarter, Yen Zhu made a crucial 3-pointer from the perimeter, catching everyone off guard and securing the victory for the men's basketball team. This was a skill he had not showcased in previous matches. During the group and knockout stages, Yen Zhu rarely attempted 3-pointers, relying almost entirely on his inside game to win matches. In such a critical moment, the Australian team did not expect him to shoot from the outside, leaving their defense completely unprepared. With a simple, well-placed 3-pointer, Yen Zhu sealed the game. He helped the men's basketball team achieve a historic victory over the Australian team, successfully advancing to the finals of this Asian Cup. The opponent in the finals was a traditional powerhouse in Asia led by the aging Haddadi. However, the now much older Haddadi was no match for the young Yen Zhu. In the final, Yen Zhu scored 37 points, grabbed 16 rebounds, blocked 5 shots, and dished out 4 assists, easily leading the men's basketball team to victory and securing the championship. They won the Asian Cup championship. News of the NBA's best rookie dominating the Asian Cup quickly spread across various NBA media outlets. Yen Zhu glanced at the news, noting that the Warriors had effortlessly claimed the NBA championship for the 2016 1-7 season. Although he undoubtedly had a championship ring, it left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. The Warriors' luxurious roster seemed unaffected by his absence, and the championship held little significance for him, especially considering he had not participated throughout the playoffs. After finishing the Asian Cup, Zhu returned to America, where he received the Rookie of the Year award at the NBA season awards ceremony. When reporters asked him questions related to the Warriors, he refused to comment, remaining tight-lipped. The Warriors' management was quite greedy and certainly wouldn't let him go easily. His rookie contract was well matched in terms of salary, but any team wanting to trade for him would likely have to give up draft picks. Time flew by, and the offseason was already halfway over. The 100-day cooling period had long since ended. It was time to equip new attributes. Zhu was about to begin his 5th simulated career. The simulation of life officially begins. You were born in the southern part of Lake Michigan in America. You were born in the southern area of Chicago, known to the outside world as the most chaotic neighborhood in the country, rife with robberies, gunfights, brawls, and drug trafficking. The crime rate is alarmingly high. Your family dynamics are incredibly complex. Your mother has a rich history, giving birth to a son at the age of 15. You are the youngest child in the family with 3 older brothers, and you also have 3 different stepfathers. However, your biological father has never visited you and is completely out of touch. Your mother lacks any education or skills, only able to take on the most menial jobs to support the family. Life is extremely tough, and your family frequently faces eviction for unpaid rent. It seems your family is on the brink of destruction. A turning point arrives when your mother reconciles with your grandmother. Your mother moves in with her 4 sons to your grandmother's house. Upon arriving at the new home, you discover that your grandmother has 9 children. The descendants of these 9 children crammed into a small, dilapidated old building. More than 20 people live there, with the rooms cluttered with beds, all dirty and messy. Your childhood is often spent in the company of cockroaches. Most of your uncles are addicts, having sold all valuable possessions. Your 3 brothers have also taken a wrong path, joining gangs and engaging in drug trafficking. Zhu, after reading this lengthy passage of your childhood experience, is left astonished. Has he been thrust into the narrative of scoundrels? In this environment, how can one even think of playing basketball? Growing up normally is already a problem. It's a disastrous start amidst chaos. You struggle to reach high school. Although your academic performance is average, you exhibit an extraordinary talent for basketball. Your childhood experiences have made your character more resilient. Despite your height not being exceptional, your speed is astonishingly quick. You fall in love with basketball, hoping to change your fate through the sport. In the dilapidated neighborhood, there are no courts or tracks. Every afternoon after school, you can only practice dribbling on the asphalt road. Gradually, you become known as a basketball prodigy in the neighborhood. The chaotic streets often experience gunfights, but fortunately your brothers have gained some fame in their gangs. As a basketball genius, no one in the neighborhood dares to provoke you. You carry the mission of changing your entire family through basketball. After joining the high school team, you astonish scouts and coaches everywhere. Your physique is strong, muscles well developed, yet you are incredibly agile. The head coach urges you to increase your shooting attempts, and your average score skyrockets to 26. You are named a 5-star high school player, leading your high school team to consecutive state championships for 2 years, making history for Chicago's high school teams. You have completely made a name for yourself across America. You choose to join the University of Memphis. In your freshman season, you average 20 points and 6 assists, becoming the absolute core of the team. Under your leadership, the University of Memphis reaches the NCAA Final Four. Now you must make a choice: stay in the NCAA or enter the draft. Zhu realizes that everything is for the best. With such talent displayed in your freshman year, there is no need to stay in the NCAA. The NBA is where you truly belong. You choose to enter the 2008 NBA draft. Your hometown team, the Chicago Bulls, selects you with the 1st overall pick. It seems like destiny has its plans for you. You take up the mantle left by Michael Jordan, becoming the new darling of the city. You truly change your family's fate through basketball, lifting them out of the chaotic neighborhood and into prosperity. Congratulations on drawing the green attribute Soft Touch. Soft Touch, you will have a soft shooting touch in games, slightly improving your shooting accuracy. At 20 years old, during your rookie season, you display mature skills beyond your years, playing all 82 games and averaging 17, 2 points, 6, 3 assists, and 9 rebounds. You undoubtedly win the Rookie of the Year award, gaining an extra opportunity to draw an attribute. Congratulations on drawing the green attribute Get in the Rhythm. Get in the rhythm. Consecutive successful shots will increase your shooting confidence, slightly improving your shooting accuracy. The results of the previous 2 attribute draws are decent. Although they are all green, they are related to shooting. This simulated career is evidently of a young guard relying on physical ability. However, this playing style will inevitably take a toll on your body. Yenzu hopes this simulated career can change some aspects, reducing drastic changes in direction and more utilizing shooting to finish, which might lower the probability of injuries. I hope that as the simulation progresses it won't lead to a regrettable and lamentable ending. In any case, simulations are ultimately just simulations. Anything is possible. Take it slow, and let's see. The simulation continues. In your first year, you lead the Bulls into the playoffs. In the first round, you face the formidable Celtics Big Three. In your debut, you score 38 points and deliver 12 assists, making waves at the North Shore Garden. You lead the Bulls to a 7-game battle against the defending champions, and although you lose, it was an honorable defeat. At 21 years old, in your second year, you have become the absolute core of the team. You average 21, 2.7 assists, and 4 rebounds. However, due to the team's roster limitations, your performance does not improve this year. You enter the playoffs as the 8th seed facing LeBron James Cavaliers in the first round. The young Bulls fall short, stopping in the first round. During the offseason, the management is determined to build a championship contending team around you. They bring in interior powerhouse Carlos Boozer and hire renowned coach Tom Thibodeau. The young Bulls are about to undergo a monumental change. However, everyone's attention during the offseason is drawn to the Heat, who have formed a peak Big Three, shocking the world. At 22 years old, in your third year, your stats rise once again. The team exhibits great chemistry and your performance skyrockets. But Thibodeau's coaching style is somewhat extreme. You play 81 games in the regular season, averaging 26 points, 8 assists, and 4 rebounds. The Bulls rack up 62 wins, unexpectedly suppressing the Heat. Congratulations on obtaining the Green Trait Combo Master. Combo Master slightly enhances the fluidity of dribbling sequences. Congratulations on obtaining the Green Trait Master of Adaptation. Master of Adaptation enhances the player's ability to pass while in the air. In the first round of the playoffs, you easily eliminated the Pacers in just 5 games. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, you faced the Atlanta Hawks. After a fierce 6-game battle, the Bulls narrowly advanced. In a crucial game, you scored an impressive 44 points, setting a new personal playoff career high. After many years, you returned to the Eastern Conference Finals. You faced your fateful opponent, the Miami Heat. Confronted with the peak lineup of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, you and your teammates fought valiantly, yet still fell short, ending your journey in the Eastern Finals. After the season concluded, the NBA faced a lockout. During the lockout, you didn't rest, continuing to train hard to imp. You accepted the team's early contract extension. Meanwhile, between Adidas and Nike, you chose to sign a lucrative endorsement deal with Adidas worth $250 million over 13 years. Due to a shortened season, with only 66 regular season games, the intense schedule caused some discomfort in your knee. You took a break, playing only 39 games this season. However, the overall performance of the Bulls remained stable, finishing the season with an impressive record of 50 wins and 16 losses. Due to your absences, you missed out on the regular season MVP selection. In the first round of the playoffs, you faced the Philadelphia 76ers. In the first game during the fourth quarter, you suffered a serious injury while attempting a layup. The pain in your knee was excruciating, forcing you to leave the game early. Although your team won this match, you suffered a torn ACL in your left knee. This not only ended your playoff run, but also sidelined you for the next season. Yenzu let out a deep sigh, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Did the rose ultimately wither away? Was there truly no way to alter the course of his career? This time the simulation luck was rather poor. Even securing the regular season MVP did not yield any useful traits. Yenzu could only continue watching. Although the Bulls won the first game, the absence of their core player led to a swift defeat in the series. The 76ers completed an upset victory, winning 42. The Bulls' season ended and your long rehabilitation period began. At 24 years old, in your 5th year, you missed the entire season. At 25, in your 6th year, you finally made your comeback. However, after such a severe injury, your speed was nowhere near what it used to be. The court felt so foreign to you. This season, you played only 10 games before being sidelined again. This time, it was a torn meniscus in your right knee. Truly, the heavens seemed to conspire against the talented. Yenzu's eyes were filled with tears. He felt powerless to change his fate year after year. The traits offered no surprises, leaving him at the mercy of destiny, as it mercilessly tormented this talented youth. At 26 years old, in your 7th year, you made another comeback. After enduring repeated injuries, your abilities were no longer what they once were. Your style of play became more conservative and self-doubt crept in. This season you were plagued by minor injuries, playing only 51 games and averaging merely 18 points. At 27, in your 8th year, you won 11 consecutive games without scoring over 20 points. Rising star Butler had effectively replaced you as the team's leader. After the season, the Bulls failed to make the playoffs. Your journey with the Bulls finally came to an end. Just as the trade market opened, the team traded you to the Knicks. Once the pride of the Windy City, you had now become a discarded piece. At 28, in your 9th year, you arrived in New York. The chemistry with Anthony and Porzingis was not great, and the team's performance plummeted. Destiny played a cruel trick at the end of the regular season. You suffered another severe knee injury. This was the third. It seems that the simulated career and the real world have no influence or intersection with each other. They exist in parallel timelines. At 29, in your 10th year, your Cavaliers' career began. A spectacular burst of light flashed, and congratulations on drawing the legendary trait Time Rewind. What? I can't believe this. It turns out you had such a big surprise waiting for you. Yinzu was completely unable to sit still, his expression twisted with excitement. The second legendary trait has finally arrived. A 0.001 chance. Time Rewind, the exclusive companion trait of simulated career. Note this trait can only be equipped and effective in the simulated career. When equipped, you can choose to return to any point in that career, making new life choices to alter your career path. Note the cooldown for this trait is extremely long. It can only be used once every 5 simulations. Who would have thought there would be such a bizarre feature? This legendary trait is actually a companion. It can only be effective in the simulated career. If only it could be effective in his real world. If he could rewind time, he would rather choose not to play basketball, but to enter the entertainment industry with his good looks, acting in movies, and taking endorsements, living as a pretty face. Perhaps he could meet a few wealthy women, quickly reaching the pinnacle of life, without having to sweat it out daily playing ball with a bunch of guys. Activating the time rewind function in the simulated career. Please select the time point to return to. Yinzu thought for a moment and decided to go back to before his first injury. This time he would leave the Bulls. No longer be a slave under Thibodeau. Time rewind successful. You have returned to 23 years old, just before the start of your 4th year. Would you accept the team's early max contract extension offer? You rejected the team's early contract extension, shocking the entire league. After this season, you would become a free agent. As the best rookie and the youngest MVP, you suddenly clashed with the management. Rejecting the early contract meant giving up over $10 million in salary. The entire world's media was shocked and confused. Adidas withdrew their lucrative sneaker endorsement deal. You chose to sign with Nike. The Bulls management, unwilling to lose you, still hoped you would finish the season strong before discussing contract renewal. This season the team performed exceptionally well and management chose not to trade you. The Bulls secured a league-best record of 50 wins and 16 losses during the shortened season. Yet, just before the playoffs began, you confronted management directly. A subtle discomfort lingered in your knees, prompting you to assemble the nation's most elite medical team. Citing injury recovery as justification, you declined to participate in the postseason, declaring your season over before it had truly begun. The Bulls' front office erupted in fury. Your professional integrity came under fierce public scrutiny. Ultimately, the Bulls fell victim to an historic 8-seed upset, ending their campaign in disappointment and marking your formal parting with the franchise. No one understood why you had so abruptly severed ties with management. You offered no explanation, instead proactively seeking a new destination. During the offseason, you became a restricted free agent, but Chicago declined to MATC. 2 points and 2 assists. You embraced greater playmaking and ball movement, consciously reducing your individual shot attempts. The Spurs finished with a Western Conference best 61-21 record. In the first round, they dispatched the Rockets 41. In the second round, they overcame the Warriors 42. In the Western Conference Finals, they swept the Grizzlies to advance to the NBA Finals. There they faced the Miami Heat's legendary Big Three at their zenith, a grueling hard-fought series culminating in Game 7. With victory hanging in the balance, Ray Allen's miraculous three-pointer sent the contest into overtime. In that extra period, fresh and relentless, you repeatedly broke open defenses with sheer individual brilliance, igniting your team's momentum. You claimed the overtime frame and the series, securing the 2013 NBA championship for San Antonio. You averaged 24.1 points and 8. Congratulations. A burst of orange light flared. Congratulations. You've drawn the orange tier trait, resilient physique. Resilient physique slightly enhances bodily durability and reduces injury probability. At last, a genuinely useful trait, especially for this simulated career arc. Equipping this orange tier trait alongside the Spurs' team-oriented system should significantly lower your injury risk. Time has looped back. If this chance fails to mend past regrets, it holds no meaning. At 25, entering your 6th season, and your second with the Spurs, the team's cohesion reached its zenith. Though your scoring average dipped below 20.7, Spurs players averaged double figures. During the regular season, San Antonio amassed a staggering 65 wins, again claiming the league's best record. In the first round, they faced the surprise contender Dallas Mavericks. What had been smooth sailing in the regular season turned treacherous in the playoffs. Dallas pushed the series to Game 7. In the decisive contest, you seized control, erupting for 38 points to secure a commanding victory and advancement. In the Western Conference semifinals, you met the Portland Trail Blazers and reclaimed your rhythm, sweeping them 41. In the Western Conference Finals, you faced Kevin Durant's newly crowned MVP Thunder and schooled the young core, decisively winning 42. In the finals, you squared off once more against Miami's Big Three. This time, victory came far more easily. 8 points accompanied by 5 assists. You had become the undisputed centerpiece of the franchise. Meanwhile, the Splash Brothers-led Warriors surged unexpectedly. Under your leadership, San Antonio finished 4th in the West, costing you the regular season MVP award due to inferior win totals. In the first round, you battled the Grizzlies across 6 hard-fought games to advance. In the Western Conference semifinals, you met Golden State and found yourselves overwhelmed by the youthful revolutionary three-point barrage. Your and Kawhi's traditional methodical style simply could not counter that unprecedented volume and precision from beyond the arc. You fell 14, ending your reign as champions. The Warriors' triumph heralded the dawn of the three-point era, and three-point shooting remained your most glaring technical deficiency. Your career mark hovered below 35%. That offseason, you dedicated yourself to refining your perimeter shot, but progress was minimal. Management responded by acquiring LaMarcus Al, 8 points and 5 assists per game. Tensions flared between Kawhi Leonard's camp and the Spurs medical staff. This season, he appeared in only 9 games for San Antonio. Once again, you faced Golden State in the playoffs and unleashed your full arsenal. San Antonio opened 28, pushing the Warriors to the brink. In Game 3, you collided with a Warriors defender, your knee buckling as you exited early, and San Antonio lost. Post-game imaging revealed no structural damage, but you sat out Games 4 and 5. The Spurs collapsed both times. Facing elimination, fans and front office alike pressed you relentlessly. In Game 6, you chose to return, despite the pain. No, don't do it. Zhu watched anxiously, powerless. This time the system granted him no choice. At nearly 30, your body simply couldn't withstand another major injury. After just half a game, the knee pain proved unbearable. You withdrew again. San Antonio lost, surrendering the series in heartbreaking fashion. That offseason, Kawhi Leonard formally requested a trade. The Spurs dealt him to Toronto for DeMar DeRozan. At 30, entering your 11th season, and 7th in San Antonio, you missed most of the year recovering from injury, returning only after the All-Star break. San Antonio's playoff hopes hung by a thread. Yet your form returned strongly. You still averaged 22 points per game. With time and experience, your shot grew ever more refined and reliable. Guided by your leadership, San Antonio clinched the 7th seed and advanced to the postseason. There they met the ascendant Denver Nuggets and fought valiantly across 7 games, only to fall short. The Spurs' golden era had faded. Management began openly contemplating rebuilding. You exercised your final year player option. Yet San Antonio showed no urgency to extend your contract. At 30, Zhu was already in tears. Although this simulated career had not yet provided particularly useful entries, it could compensate for the countless regrets of fans, which was worth it. At 32 years old, in the 13th year of your career, this is your first season back with the Bulls. After years of honing your skills in the Spurs system, your playing style has completely transformed into a floor-based approach. You have formed a formidable backcourt duo with Zach LaVine. Your experience and playmaking have made the Bulls' offensive system more fluid. However, this Bulls team has limited defensive talent. You barely made it to the playoffs with the 8th best record. You were eliminated in the first round, unable to create miracles. During the offseason, the management decided on a major overhaul, seizing the opportunity of your final peak to build a championship-contending roster. The management traded LaVine for Gobert, a move deemed extremely foolish by outsiders. Yet only you understood that Gobert's rim protection could provide a qualitative boost to the team's defense. DeRozan took a pay cut to join. Meanwhile, the Bulls also acquired defensive stalwarts like Ball and C. 5 points, 11, 2 assists, 5 rebounds. Your shooting percentage reached an impressive 56.8, with a three-point shooting percentage of 42. The Bulls achieved second place in the Eastern Conference. You became the first player in your career to win both the scoring and assist titles, and subsequently triumphed over the 2 dominant centers Jokic and Embiid to become the oldest MVP recipient in the NBA in 20 years. Zhu was once again moved to tears, not expecting that the youngest MVP could also become the oldest MVP, a truly legendary achievement. Additionally, you received 2 extra chances to draw entries. Congratulations on drawing the green entry attribute value 5. Congratulations on drawing another green entry attribute value 5. In the playoffs, you led the team through challenges, often saving them at critical moments. In the Eastern Conference Finals, you battled the Celtics in a 7-game series. In the decisive Game 7, you delivered a fatal shot in overtime, leading the Bulls back to the finals after many years. In the finals, the Bulls faced the Warriors. You engaged in a peak showdown with Curry, the greatest point guard of the current era. The Warriors' three-point barrage had them leading 20 at the start. As Game 3 of the finals commenced, the Bulls welcomed back two defensive stalwarts, Ball and Caruso, while Gobert remained a towering presence inside. You fully unleashed your final peak talents, winning 4 consecutive games against the Warriors. The Bulls claimed the 2022 NBA championship. You averaged 28, 5 points, 12, 2 assists and 5 steals. You achieved your third championship and received your second Finals MVP award. You also gained 3 extra chances to draw entries. Congratulations on drawing the green entry. At 34 years old, in the 15th year of your career, this is your third season back with the Bulls. The team's roster has aged further, and you have faced some minor injuries. This season, the Bulls only secured the 6th seed in the East. In the playoffs, you triumphed over the dark horse Heat and advanced to the finals once again, only to face a peak jockeyed Nuggets team. You lost 14, always shattering your title defense dream. At 35 years old, in your 16th year, this is your 4th season back with the Bulls. The team made minor adjustments to the roster, but your speed and explosiveness are far from your youthful days. This season, your average points dropped below 20. The Bulls were eliminated in the play-in tournament. At 36 years old, in your 17th year, this is your 5th season back with the Bulls. The Bulls have completely lost competitiveness in the East and are about to enter a rebuilding phase. You firmly believe there is still fuel in your tank, and you can still perform at a starting. It's over. The last few entries were useless green ones. Yen Zhu sighed deeply as if he had truly experienced this life. Time reversed, reliving the career was simply perfect. This simulated career has officially concluded. You spent a total of 21 seasons in the NBA, winning 3 championships, 2 MVPs, 2 Finals MVPs, 1 Rookie of the Year award, and being inducted into the Hall of Fame. You are one of the most outstanding guards in NBA history, ranking among the top 5 point guards of all time. In this simulation, your overall evaluation is SS. During this simulation, you drew entries a total of 37 times, including 1 legendary entry, 3 orange entries, and 33 green entries. From the green entries, you gained freely allocated attribute points 100. The maximum number of 8 keepable entries has been increased to 7. Yen Zhu allocated the 100 attribute points evenly to rebound, jumping, strength, blocking, and other attributes, further enhancing his physical fitness and defensive capabilities. In terms of entries, in addition to the first 4 key skills, you still paired them with 3 shooting skills to enhance your shooting ability. Host Yen Zhu. Age 19. Height 2. 17 meters. Wingspan 2. 28 meters. Weight 126 kilograms. Equipped entries 77. Unlimited stamina, gold rock solid, purple death grip, purple positioning, monster, orange mid-range, specialist, orange corner, 3 green, spot up, 3 green. Unused entries, simulated career, cooling down time, reversal, not available, resilient physique, orange clutch shooter, orange dreamlike footwork, orange block master, orange dunk master, orange. Attributes max 150, close shot 75, mid-range shot 42, 3-point shot 101, free throw 88, ball handling 30, passing 62, offensive rebound 71, a defensive rebound 80, steal 12, a dribble steal 11, block 70, perimeter defense 33, a interior defense 72, standing dunk 65, driving dunk 24, speed 83, dribble speed 34, lateral speed 41, a vertical 77, strength 94, hustle 21, shot IQ 70, stamina 130. Time remaining until the next simulated career can be activated is 100 days. No cooldown. Prerequisite tasks: win 1 Player of the Week award. Closing the system interface, Yen Zhu quickly washed up and lay down in bed, preparing to play with his phone before sleep. He opened social media and suddenly came across a news headline: Shams, the Warriors and Rockets have reached a trade agreement with Yen Zhu and Capella swapping teams, and the Warriors receiving 2 future second-round picks from the Rockets. Who would have thought that Yen Zhu would learn about his trade while scrolling through news in bed? He vaguely remembered that the next season's Rockets seemed quite formidable, almost toppling the Warriors. Is the Warriors management not out of their minds? They actually traded him to their biggest rival in the West. But on second thought, it still made sense. After all, the notion that the Rockets are the Warriors' biggest threat has yet to materialize. In the 15th and 16th seasons, the Warriors easily won against the Rockets in the playoffs, both times with a 41 score without much effort. Durant had not arrived yet. In the previous season, the two teams did not face each other in the playoffs, as the Rockets were eliminated early by the Spurs. Therefore, the Warriors' management fundamentally did not regard the Rockets as a real opponent, or perhaps they were overly confident in their current 4-star lineup, believing that even if they gave the Rockets a top rookie, it would not stir up much commotion. Capella happened to be under a rookie contract, and their salaries matched perfectly. In his third year, Capella contributed an average of 128 stats with the Rockets, and aside from lacking a shooting ability, his numbers were even slightly better than Yen Zhu's. Thus, the Warriors did not lose anything in this trade, leveraging Yen Zhu's aura as a top rookie to acquire 2 second-round picks from the Rockets. Yen Zhu was now wide awake. He soon received text messages from Rockets players welcoming him to Houston, hoping to compete for the championship together. Yanzu got up, packed his belongings, and prepared to head to Houston, embarking on a new journey in his profession. Yanzu had been with the Rockets for some time now. During the offseason, the Rockets officially signed the great Zhou, marking the first time in history that players from Huaxiao played on the same team. Yanzu was not very familiar with the great Zhou, but out of camaraderie for their hometown, he shared his experiences in the NBA over the past year, although he was unsure if Zhou could make use of it. In fact, the two were not in a competitive relationship within the team. As last season's Rookie of the Year, Yanzu had already proven his abilities and had firmly established himself in the league. The Rockets coaching staff had also promised him a starting position, while Zhou could only be considered the third or even fourth choice for the center position. In the preseason, Yanzu played only 3 games, and in each game, he played for less than 3 quarters, averaging 13.8 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 2.9 blocks. The Rockets had confirmed his capability, and since Yanzu demonstrated outstanding readiness, there was no need for him to participate in the remaining preseason games to prove himself. After arriving in Houston, Yanzu chose to rent a house, opting for a small villa close to the Rockets' home court, about a half-hour drive away. Although he received several advertisements during his time back home, earning significant income from sneaker endorsements and advertising fees, he was still just a rookie. Given the uncertainty of his future career, there was no need to spend extravagantly on property. The opening game of the new season was about to commence. The league's official schedule was quite interesting, with only 2 games on opening night, both featuring high-stakes matchups. The Eastern Conference saw the Celtics facing the Cavaliers, while in the West the Warriors hosted the Rockets. Whether it was planned by the league or just a coincidence, the two teams that had just completed trades during the offseason were set to clash. For Yanzu and Capella, this was undoubtedly a proving ground. Moreover, Yanzu had a personal rivalry with Green of the Warriors, and their matchup in the paint was sure to captivate countless fans. Upon arriving at Oracle Arena in Oakland, the Rockets players began to enter the arena for pre-game warm-ups. Yanzu was confirmed to be starting in this game, and he spent most of his warm-up time focusing on outside shooting. As two teams that embraced the small ball philosophy faced off, the final outcome would depend on whether their center could create space and their ability to switch defensively. As night fell, the special opening ceremony at the Warriors' home game began, with championship rings being awarded to the members of last season's championship team. Yanzu, being one of them, received a ring, even though he did not participate in the playoffs. However, he declined to publicly receive the ring, opting instead to quietly take his ring from the Warriors. The game was about to begin. The starting players from both teams were introduced. Although the Warriors had traded for Capella, they did not start him. Kerr continued to trust Zaza Pachulia as the starting center, with the other 4 players unchanged from last season: Curry, Thompson, Durant, and Green. Zaza, who had once been relegated to the bench by Yanzu, had now regained Kerr's trust. Although Capella's stats last season were better than Pachulia's as a newcomer, he could not quickly adapt to the Warriors. On the Rockets side, Paul and Harden partnered in the backcourt, while Ariza and Anderson were on the wings. Yanzu was the starting center. With the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced. Yanzu outperformed Pachulia, helping the Rockets secure the opening possession. Paul pushed the ball quickly past half-court. The first play, Yanzu set a high pick for Paul. Everyone expected Paul to take his signature mid-range shot, but the next second, he surprisingly passed the ball back to Yanzu. Yanzu received the ball and took a mid-range shot without hesitation. He hit nothing but net. Yanzu scored his first points of his career with the Rockets. This was also the Rockets' first score of the season. After triggering the mid-range king effect, his accuracy from the open mid-range was quite reliable, punishing the opposing center's retreat. Damn, this kid has actually developed a mid-range skill, eh? Hope he just got lucky this time, joked the 2 commentators at the Warriors' home game. Curry pushed the ball quickly past half-court, handing off to Green. Pachulia set a screen at the free-throw line. This was the Warriors' classic play. Yanzu did not hesitate to guard Durant directly. Durant faked a shot, and then passed the ball to the cutting Pachulia. Yanzu reacted quickly, instantly turning to jump shoot. As Pachulia was about to attempt a layup, Yanzu delivered a chasing block. He secured the rebound. Harden pushed the ball on the counterattack. 3-pointer hits. The Rockets started off strong. Following that, Curry executed his signature move, a driving floater that went in, helping the Warriors break their scoring drought. Yanzu's role in the Rockets was evidently much greater than Capella's. He could protect the rim and grab rebounds inside, while also spacing the floor for 3-point shots. Yanzu was substituted for a rest, having achieved 8.6 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 1 assist. In truth, he wasn't tired. With his infinite stamina, he could easily run the entire court, like a guard, possessing superhuman physicality that no other center in the league could match. However, the coaching staff still needed to give others a chance to play. After Zhu left the court, the Rockets and the Warriors engaged in a back-and-forth battle with their small ball lineups for a while, with the Warriors clearly having better depth in their roster, managing to take the lead at the beginning of the second quarter. From a high position, he set a solid screen for Harden. Harden drove into the paint, instantly facing a double team. Zhu stepped back to the three-point line. He caught the ball and shot immediately. The three-pointer went in smoothly. This is the first three-pointer of the game. The shot was from the top of the arc, a position that Zhu had never showcased during his last season with the Warriors. This made the commentators and fans question whether Zhu had evolved after a summer of training, not only developing a mid-range shot, but also expanding his three-point shooting beyond the corners. Zhu himself was puzzled. He had no confidence in that last shot, yet it went in. It seems his fundamental three-point ability played a role. Zhu became the second player on the Rockets besides Harden to score in double figures. The first half of the game quickly came to an end with the Rockets leading the Warriors 72-65. In the first half, Zhu played for 17 minutes, racking up an impressive 15 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, displaying high efficiency and strong rim protection with stable rebounding. Meanwhile, Capella only played 5 minutes in the first half, scoring 2 points and grabbing 3 rebounds, while Kerr predominantly used a small ball lineup. During halftime, various media and commentators praised Zhu's performance, noting that at least from the first half the trade made in summer was a win for the Rockets. Zhu seemed to have perfectly integrated into the Rockets system, even making their lineup more balanced and reasonable, while Capella was seen as expendable for the Warriors. When the second half resumed, Kerr surprisingly changed the Warriors' starting lineup, directly deploying a small ball death lineup with Green playing center. In the entire first half, Zhu had not found an opportunity to match up against Green. He knew that he was finally going to get his revenge. As the Rockets began their offensive possession, he actively sought position inside. Paul was surprised and thought, does this kid have unknown skills? Since the team was already leading, they decided to let him try a possession. The moment Zhu caught the ball, Green unleashed his lower body strength fiercely, using hidden force where the referee couldn't see. Zhu, possessing core strength as solid as a rock, was not intimidated by Green's simplicity and technique, allowed him to back down and pivot with a two-handed power dunk into the rim. Even though Green flailed and exerted all his strength, the height difference was too great, and their strength mismatched, resulting only in a foul. Green was knocked away by Zhu's ferocious strength. The referee called a defensive foul on Green. After the basket, Zhu roared towards the Warriors bench and the audience, releasing the emotions within him. The atmosphere at the venue was instantly ignited, with the home crowd booing and jeering at Zhu. Green, like a drowned dog, climbed up from the ground and snarled at Zhu. Zhu's fierce gaze fixed on him, with their chests nearly touching, as if the powder keg on the court was ignited in an instant. "You little rookie, stop pretending. Without the Warriors, you're nothing." Green spat out angrily. "You're just Kai's lackey, haha." Zhu's words struck right at Green's heart, provoking Green to throw the first. He pushed Zhu away. Other players and referees rushed in to separate the two. Just as they were about to be pulled apart, Zhu threw a punch that connected with Green's jaw. Green grimaced in pain, falling to the ground. The atmosphere at the Warriors' home court had completely exploded. Fans generally preferred to witness such scenes. Intense fighting was more stimulating than mere basketball, igniting a rush of hormones. The Warriors' team doctor rushed over to check. Zhu's punch had dislocated Green's jaw, forcing him to leave for treatment. Surprisingly, before Green departed, the main referee delivered a harsh verdict: "You don't need to come back. You've been ejected." Green covered his jaw, mumbling angrily, "Fuck." The referee issued 2 technical fouls to Green, and Zhu was not spared, either receiving a technical foul. This incident for the Warriors felt like killing 800 of the enemy, while sacrificing 200 of their own, directly losing a key player. After a pause of over 10 minutes, both teams executed their technical free throws, and the game resumed. Zhu's actions further boosted the Rockets' morale as Harden and Paul consecutively hit three-pointers. The Warriors did not collapse after Green's ejection. They still had Durant, Curry, and Thompson, their lethal trio of perimeter marksmen, whose sharpshooting quickly erased the deficit early in the fourth quarter. Zhu's outstanding performance forced the Warriors to tighten their defense, notably assigning Durant to shadow him. Even when Zhu drifted to the corner, Golden State refused to grant him an uncontested shot. The game descended into a fierce, tightly contested battle. For Houston, most possessions featured alternating isolation plays by Harden and Paul. After drawing the Warriors' heightened defensive attention, Zhu settled for occasional easy baskets, but he welcomed this role. He knew his true calling lay beneath the rim, protecting the paint and securing rebounds. When opposing defenders fatigued on the perimeter, he'd unleash his suffocating defense to harass the Warriors' primary ball handlers. Though lacking elite speed, he managed to stay stride for stride. The contest surged toward its climactic final moments, still deadlocked. On the road, the Rockets led narrowly 115,113. At this pivotal juncture, Houston's defensive scheme zeroed in on Durant with a double team. Yet overcommitting elsewhere left an opening. Thompson sank a clutch three-pointer to seize the lead, leaving Houston with just 5.2 seconds on the clock. Harden received the inbound pass and immediately drove hard off the dribble, then stepped back. Instantly, Iguodala, Durant, and Thompson converged in a triple team. Harden chose to pass, threading the ball flawlessly through the narrowest gap. There stood Yinzu stationed at the free throw line. No hesitation, no pause. He launched an immediate high-arcing floater. The clock left no room for a conventional shooting motion. Speed was essential, rhythm sacrificed. The floater was not his signature weapon, but on this night fortune favored Yinzu and the Rockets. The ball kissed the rim twice, then dropped cleanly through the net. It was good. Yinzu had delivered a walk-off dagger, the first of his professional career. Houston edged out the defending champions 117-116 in the 2-0-1-7-1-8 season opener, securing a triumphant start. Yinzu erupted in jubilant leaps. Teammates sprinted toward him in waves. The Rockets exploded in unrestrained celebration, while Oracle Arena fell into a hushed library-like silence. That night, the seemingly invincible champions were slain by a former player they had unceremoniously let go that summer, a moment steeped in irony and poignancy. What a dramatically inverted narrative. In his Rockets debut, Yinzu erupted for 24 points, 19 rebounds, and 5 blocks, and sealed victory with a buzzer-beating dagger. Having vanquished his former team, Yinzu approached the sideline for post-game interviews. A reporter asked Yinzu, returning to Oracle Arena and delivering such a spectacular performance, "How do you feel right now?" "It's utterly unbelievable, a magical night. I clicked instantly with my new teammates as if we played together for over a decade. This season I'll prove myself here in Houston. As for the Warriors, I wish them all the best." Back in the locker room, head coach D'Antoni draped the game's MVP chain around Yinzu's neck. Though Harden had also delivered a scintillating performance, 35.7 assists, 6 rebounds, the symbolic gesture carried deeper meaning, encouragement for the newcomer. Harden remained the undisputed leader. Yinzu, however, was emerging as his most promising and reliable ally. After their road win over the Warriors, the Rockets held a brief celebratory dinner in Oakland before boarding a chartered flight to Sacramento. Their season opened with a grueling back-to-back on the road. Veteran Paul opted for rest, and Harden struggled with his shot, burdened by dual responsibilities as playmaker and scorer. Meanwhile, Yinzu earned abundant minutes, seemingly unaffected by the fatigue of travel. Empowered by boundless stamina, he moved with relentless energy, swift rotations, explosive cuts, timely finishes, always appearing where he was needed most. In the first half, Harden shot just 1 of 10 for 6 points, but dished out 10 assists, 8 of which found Yinzu. By halftime, Yinzu had already amassed 20 points on an astonishing 10 of 11 shooting. Coming out for the second half, Yinzu sustained his white-hot form, hitting catch-and-shoot threes from beyond the arc. By the end of the third quarter, he'd tallied 31 points. In the fourth, he added 4 more, then calmly walked off the court. Final stat line: 35 points, 21 rebounds, 5 blocks, a historic, monstrous double-double. Yinzu delivered a career-defining masterpiece, shattering his personal single-game scoring record. He also became the youngest player in NBA history to record a 35-point, 20-rebound game. With their road win over the Kings, Houston opened the season 20, then earned 2 full days of rest. Their third game, and first home contest at Toyota Center, pitted them against the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas had been rebuilding for several seasons. Though Dirk Nowitzki remained active, the Mavericks lacked the overall talent to contend in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. Paul returned to action, and the Rockets' backcourt duo combined for 65 points. Yinzu, less involved offensively, contributed 12 points and 13 rebounds. Houston cruised to a 10,791 home victory, improving to 30 and claiming sole possession of first place in the West. By current metrics, Yinzu knew winning player of the week would be difficult, especially with Harden, a scoring phenom, on the same roster. Their final game of Week 1 was at home versus the Memphis Grizzlies, a team also navigating a turbulent transition between eras. Though Memphis lacked depth, Houston struggled mightily, particularly with Harden and Paul both cold from beyond the arc. The Rockets trailed throughout, until Yinzu hit 2 clutch corner threes in the final quarter to knot the score. In overtime, Yinzu showcased his versatility, repeatedly attacking Marc Gasol inside and converting key baskets, propelling Houston to an improbable comeback. Yinzu finished with 26 points. Harden totaled only 21. After this performance, the Western Conference Player of the Week award was all but decided. Yinzu averaged 24, 3 points, 14, 5 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks per game, with a remarkable 65.5 field goal percentage and a 42.1 three-point clip. He earned his first ever Player of the Week honor. Congratulations completed the simulated career prerequisite task. Win one Player of the Week award, with no cooldown. Would you like to initiate Simulation 6? You were born. In the 1930s, you entered the world in an ordinary family in Philadelphia. Your mother was a homemaker. Your father worked as a welder and warehouse clerk. You were the ninth child in the family, frail and frequently ill since infancy. During early adolescence, a severe bout of influenza nearly claimed your life. Was this yet another tale destined for premature demise? Let us observe. As a result, you were forced to take a year-long medical leave from school. After recovering from the grave illness, your body underwent a miraculous transformation. Rapid physical maturation began. You displayed remarkable athletic aptitude. Yet basketball held no appeal for you. You dismissed it as a coward's game. Instead, you became a fervent track and field enthusiast, mastering high jump, long jump, the 100-meter and 400-meter sprints. You excelled in every discipline. You shattered one school athletic record after another. Hold, this is veering unmistakably toward Bolt-like territory. A professional track and field coach noticed your extraordinary talent and extended an invitation to join elite training. Would you decline? Yenzu decisively chose refusal. Had you embarked on a track and field career, this simulation would have ended in failure. At 17, you formally enrolled in a Philadelphia high school. Your height surged dramatically to 2 meters and 12 centimeters. Your prodigious gifts were undeniable. Inevitably, you embraced basketball. In an era when rules remained rudimentary, you dominated the court like a titan. Your overwhelming presence beneath the basket rendered you unstoppable. Your high school coach even instructed teammates to deliberately miss free throws, knowing you would effortlessly snatch the rebound and convert a second-chance score. You recorded historic performances, 71 points, 74 points, and once an unprecedented 90-point masterpiece. Over 3 years, you averaged 46.8 points per game, losing only 3 matches. At 20, you declared for Kansas University, entering the NCAA. By then, your stature had grown to 2 meters and 16 centimeters. Yet NCAA regulations at the time expressly barred freshmen from competition. In practice, you repeatedly led the freshman squad to crushing victories over the varsity team, whose members had just claimed their conference championship. In your sophomore season, you made your NCAA debut. In your first game, you erupted for 52 points, shattering the school record. You spearheaded your team through successive rounds, all the way to the national final. Your brilliance eclipsed all others. Teammates faded into obscurity beside you. In the championship, you battled North Carolina through 3 grueling overtimes, falling short by a single point. Nonetheless, you were named Most Outstanding Player. Your meteoric rise stunned the nation. Your skill transcended all contemporaries. So extraordinary was your dominance that collegiate basketball was compelled to. Opponents routinely deployed triple teams against you, employing every conceivable defensive stratagem, yet still failed to contain your scoring or rebounding. While you reigned supreme on the hardwood, you never abandoned track and field. You reset the national collegiate high jump record. Truly, you were a force of nature, a living anomaly. Yenzu suspected this character possessed a system of his own. Born frail, nearly dying in childhood, what he witnessed was not mere recovery, but rebirth through phoenix-like transcendence. At 2012, you judged collegiate basketball devoid of challenge. You resolved to end your college career and enter the NBA draft. However, the NBA imposed stringent eligibility restrictions at the time. Forced to wait a full year, you signed with the Harlem Globetrotters, a semi-professional exhibition team. That year consisted entirely of touring showcase games, yet almost imperceptibly it refined your flair, rhythm, and improvisational artistry. At 23, you finally met draft eligibility requirements. Through the NBA's territorial pick rule, you were selected first overall by your hometown franchise, the Philadelphia Warriors. Thus began your NBA career, with one opportunity to draw a trait. Congratulations, you've drawn the green tier trait Titanium Kidneys. Titanium Kidneys dramatically enhances your capacity, but remains inert during gameplay. What in the world? Following the earlier bluster trait, Yenzu could not help but chuckle again. Perhaps your basketball prowess in this simulation had grown so overwhelmingly prodigious that even the system intervened, not with empowerment, but with misdirection. Upon equipping Titanium Kidneys, 2 or 3 companions circled you daily. In your NBA debut at Madison Square Garden, you amassed 43 points and 28 rebounds. You also blocked roughly a dozen shots, though blocks were not yet officially tracked in the NBA. As a rookie, you averaged 37.6 points and 27 rebounds per game. Your chaotic off-court life left your on-court excellence utterly unscathed. You became the first player in NBA history to claim Rookie of the Year, All-Star Game MVP, and regular season MVP, all in a single season. This achievement granted 3 additional trait draws. Congratulations, you've drawn the green tier trait. Congratulations, you've drawn the green tier trait. Congratulations, you've drawn the green tier trait. In your first playoff appearance, you led the Philadelphia Warriors against the defending champions, the Boston Celtics. There you encountered your lifelong rival Bill Russell. Over 6 games you outscored Russell by a staggering 81 points. Yet your team fell 2 games to 4, eliminated. Your solitary brilliance stood in stark contrast to Boston's seamless cohesion. For the first time in your life, defeat settled upon you like leaden fog. Your legendary pride wounded, your self-worth shaken. You contemplated retirement. Would you abandon the NBA for track and field? Such fragile resolve, retiring after merely one postseason loss in your inaugural year. Yen Zhu selected no, allowing the simulation to continue. At 24, your second season saw you average 38.4 points and 27.2 rebounds. Your individual statistics remained dazzling, but team results stagnated. The league awarded the regular season MVP to Russell, whose team boasted superior records, despite averaging only 16.9 points and 23.9 rebounds. In the playoffs, you again failed to advance. The championship once more belonged to Boston. At 25, your third season began with the opening of a nightclub. Beyond games and training, your life revolved around its neon-lit halls. Your titanium kidneys proved indispensable. Your off-court conduct drew mounting scrutiny and criticism. Determined to silence doubters, you unleashed a season of transcendent dominance. In a contest against the New York Knicks, you scored 100 points, forging a record unmatched before or since. Before tip-off, you had spent the entire night in revelry with several companions. Yet your performance showed no trace of fatigue or diminished focus. That season you averaged 50.4 points and 25.7 rebounds. You claimed your third consecutive scoring title, yet again missed the MVP award. Bill Russell had become your personal specter, inescapable, omnipresent. At 26, your fourth season commenced with the team's relocation to San Francisco. Uprooted from home, your spirit darkened. Your scoring average dipped to 44.8 points per game. The league once more bestowed the MVP honor upon Bill Russell. No team could withstand Boston's relentless march. The Celtics had now secured an unprecedented 5 consecutive championships. At 27, your fifth season arrived, and with it, deep homesickness. Though physically in San Francisco, your heart remained in Philadelphia. That year, Philadelphia welcomed a new NBA franchise, the Philadelphia 76ers. Another inconsequential green-tier trade appeared, and your scoring average declined further to 36.9 points. Year after year, you retained the scoring crown, yet team success eluded you. Management and fans grew impatient, their faith eroding. Boston completed its 6th straight title run. During the off-season, contract negotiations with management reached an impasse. All understood your departure from the Golden State Warriors was inevitable. At 28, your 6th season, a violet light flared. Congratulations, you've drawn the purple tire trait, Master of the Post move. Master of the Post move significantly enhances post-up technique and increases shooting and layup accuracy following such moves. Yen Zhu felt a small thrill, his third purple tire trait, and the first non-green one in this entire simulation. It arrived with astonishing magnitude. Post-play, was it even widely recognized in this era? This simulation already possessed the greatest physical gifts in history. Now with peerless post mastery added, no rule change, however drastic, could possibly constrain him. In your 6th season, you unveiled a post game unlike anything ever seen before. Through the first half, your scoring average soared to a terrifying 60.5 points per game. Yet even such astronomical output could not dissuade management from trading you. True to expectation, you were dealt to Philadelphia just before the trade deadline. Returning to the 76ers, home at last, you rejoiced. Facing your former team, the Golden State Warriors, you exploded for 108 points, shattering yet another record. In the latter half of the regular season, you propelled the 76ers on a streak of emphatic victories, securing a dramatic playoff berth. In the postseason, you faced the Boston Celtics once more. This time, vengeance was absolute. Across the series, your remorseless post-Arsenal punished Bill Russell mercilessly. The Philadelphia 76ers swept the Celtics 4-0, ending their 6-year reign. The world stood in awe. Media outlets proclaimed, unanimously, that your era had finally dawned. In the finals against the Lakers, your overwhelming dominance left them powerless, 4-0. In your very first season back home, you lifted your fur. After winning the title, your mindset matured. Heeding your coach's counsel, you began prioritizing team synergy over solo brilliance. Your assists rose steadily, to 5.8 per game. You had truly ascended, undisputed sovereign of the league. Mid-season, however, doctors diagnosed a cardiac condition. You spent over a month hospitalized. Yen Zhu silently prayed, no, not now. His career had only just begun to soar. If congenital, little could be done, but may it never impair his command of the court. Heart disease did not hinder your path to dominance. After returning to the court, you led the Philadelphia 76ers to the best record in the league. After many years, you reclaimed the regular season MVP trophy, with an additional 2 chances to draw attribute entries. Congratulations on drawing a green entry. Congratulations on drawing a green entry. In the playoffs, you advanced all the way, sweeping your opponents. You lifted the NBA championship trophy for the second consecutive year. Your performance was undeniable, yet the league still did not set an FMVP. At 30 years old, in your 8th year, your gameplay became more team-oriented. Your average score dropped to 30 points, marking your first loss of the scoring title. With an average of 24.5 rebounds, you still dominated the league. Your average assists increased to 7. You once again led the Philadelphia 76ers to the best record in the league. This marked your 3rd regular season MVP award, along with 2 additional chances to draw attribute entries. You still received 2 green entries that increased your attribute values. In the playoffs, you faced the Boston Celtics, once more battling through 7 games where you hit the game-winning shot against Russell. The Philadelphia 76ers easily won the finals, securing a three-peat. At 31 years old, in your 9th year, your average score declined to 25. Your average rebounds were still 23.8. Your average assists rose to 8. You achieved an average of 8 assists, marking your first time winning the assist title. This was your 4th regular season MVP award, and you received 2 additional chances to draw attribute entries. Congratulations on drawing a green entry. Congratulations on drawing a green entry. This year you faced the Celtics again in the Eastern Conference Finals, but you suffered defeat. Your selflessness did not bring victory to the team. The teammates around you shone too dimly. The Celtics built a strong team through years of drafting and preparation. The dream of 4 consecutive championships shattered. At this time, the NBA was competing with the ABA, leading to a significant loss of talent. You hoped the management would strengthen the roster, but they remained unmoved, relying on past glories and wanting to renew your contract. Due to concerns about the risk of heart disease recurrence, doctors advised you to live in a comfortable environment in the future. Please make a choice: stay in Philadelphia or go to Los Angeles. After all, it's just a simulation. Zhu felt there was no need to adhere to the promise of one person in one city. Moreover, the team he joined when entering the NBA was not the same as now. If extending his career was possible, then going to Los Angeles seemed preferable, especially since the Lakers had a better roster and greater championship competitiveness. Considering family and health, as a free agent, you ultimately chose to leave your hometown. You accepted an invitation from the prestigious Los Angeles Lakers. Arriving at the comfortable environment and pleasant climate of the West Coast greatly aided your career longevity. At 32 years old, in your 10th year, you reached a 5-year maximum salary contract with the Los Angeles Lakers. This year, the NBA decided to establish the FMVP award for the finals, which increased your determination to compete for the championship. You formed the league's most luxurious trio with Jerry West and Elgin Baylor. Both West and Baylor were scoring machines, further reducing your shot opportunities. However, you still managed to contribute an average of 20-20, becoming the backbone of the team's interior. In the playoffs, the Lakers, led by the trio, cruised easily into the finals. In the finals, you faced the Boston Celtics, again battling through 7 games. Your unbeatable back-to-the-basket technique played a crucial role at critical moments. The Celtics' relentless double-teaming against you came at a cost. You defeated the Celtics 4-3 and lifted the championship trophy. You averaged 35, 5 points, 25, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, and without a doubt, you became the first FMVP in NBA history. Congratulations on drawing a purple entry with the effect base value 50. Another purple entry has... Zhu recalled that it was rare for a simulation to yield 2 purple entries, as the probability was extremely low, less than 0.1. A purple entry that increases attribute values equates to 10 green entries that increase attribute values. This time a huge profit. After this season, your arch-rival Bill Russell officially announced his retirement and transitioned to coaching. You developed back-to-the-basket techniques that deprived him of 4 championship rings. When Russell retired, he had only 7 championship rings, while your legend continued. In the last 4 seasons of your career, the Los Angeles Lakers were unstoppable, becoming the ultimate winners. You achieved 5 consecutive championships with the Lakers. In your last 2 seasons, your average score dropped below your average rebounds. You also won 3 more FMVPs with an additional 9 chances to draw attribute entries. 9 consecutive draws. All green. This simulation has already produced 2 purple entries. Zhu had little hope for the probabilities moving forward. At 37 years old, you ended your final season with the Lakers, averaging only 13.4 points. In the playoffs, your average was only 12.5 points. Despite having some fuel left in the tank, you had no further aspirations. Your personal physician also advised you not to engage in high-intensity sports due to your age to prevent a recurrence of heart disease. You retired with 8 championship rings, surpassing Bill Russell, achieving a perfect retirement. After retirement, you explored various fields: coaching, playing volleyball, acting in films, and even publishing a book. You chronicled your stories with 20,000 women in your autobiography. 5 years after retirement, you were inducted into the Naismith Hall of Fame, receiving an additional 5 chances to draw attribute entries. Still, it was 5 consecutive greens. At 50, some NBA scouts believed you still had the ability to play and invited you to make a comeback. You calmly declined. At 63, your heart disease recurred, and you passed away unexpectedly at home in Los Angeles. This simulation officially ended. You spent a total of 14 seasons in the NBA, winning a full 200 points of attribute values available for distribution. Yanzu thought carefully for a long time and decided this time to distribute evenly. He added 30 points to close-range layups to improve stability under the basket, 60 points to mid-range shots to balance the three-point value and eliminate cold zones, and shooting 10 points to free throws to further improve free throw percentages, and added 20 points each to offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds, and blocks. The final 40 points were evenly distributed among standing dunks, speed, ball handling speed, and lateral movement speed. After this operation, Yanzu was very satisfied. His current basic ability values had no significant weaknesses. Regarding entries, he could still only equip 7. He chose to remove the corner 3-point entry and equip the new purple entry, king of back to the basket. Although in today's era centers do not get many opportunities for back to the basket plays, Yanzu's ambition was no longer to be just a blue-collar center who could create space. His goal was to become a superstar, and he needed the ability to perform isolation plays. Host Yanzu. Age 19. Height 2. 17 meters. Wingspan 2. 28 meters. Weight 125 kilograms. Equipped entries 77. Infinite stamina, gold, rock solid, purple, death grip, purple, king of back to the basket, purple, positioning, monster, orange, mid-range, expert, orange, spot up, 3-point, green. Unused entries, simulation, career, cooling time, rewind, not available, resilient physique, orange, clutch hunter, orange, dreamlike steps, orange, block master, orange, posterizer, orange. Attributes: maximum 150, close range layup 105, mid-range shot 102, 3-point shot 101, free throw 98, ball handling 30, passing 62, offensive rebounds 91, defensive rebounds 100, passing steals 12, dribble steals 11, blocks 90, perimeter defense 33, interior defense 72, standing dunk 75, driving dunk 24, basic speed 93, dribble speed 44, lateral speed 51, jumping 77, strength 94, hustle 21, shooting IQ 70, stamina 130. Time until next simulation career can be unlocked 100 days. No cooldown pre-tasks when the player of the month wants. Just named weekly best player, now being urged to contend for monthly best player. Is this system treating him like a bona fide global superstar? Yanzu knew his first Western Conference weekly best player honor had been partly serendipitous. In the Houston Rockets, led by Chris Paul and James Harden, securing consistent high-volume scoring as an interior player was inherently difficult. Mike D'Antoni's offense offered no dedicated post-up schemes. Yanzu could only accumulate points through alley-oops or offensive rebounds, entirely dependent on whether Harden or Paul felt inclined to feed him. Moreover, the Rockets were committed to the Morey ball 3-point doctrine, commandeering most shot attempts for perimeter. In Week 2 of the season, the Rockets opened on the road against the Philadelphia 76ers. This year's roster inspired considerable anticipation. Ben Simmons, the top pick in Yanzu's draft class, had returned from injury and delivered strong early performances, averaging a near triple-double of 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists per game. Possessing elite athleticism and the rare physical profile of a towering point guard, Simmons was widely believed to have claimed Rookie of the Year had he not missed last season entirely. This matchup marked both Yanzu's first career confrontation with Simmons and his inaugural duel against Joel Embiid. Both were heralded as two of the league's most promising future centers. Embiid had appeared in barely over 30 games across his first 3 seasons, fewer than Yanzu, a rookie entering his second year. From tip-off, the homestanding 76ers surged with aggressive intensity, led by their twin stars. Simmons repeatedly drove past defenders, exploiting his extraordinary athleticism, while Embiid stretched the floor with lethal spacing. Yanzu was forced to extend his defense beyond the arc. He knew Embiid possessed exceptional shooting touch and could not be left unguarded. Philadelphia opened with a blistering 154 run. The Rockets managed only 2 field goals, one put back by Yanzu, the other a mid-range jumper by Harden. Mike D'Antoni promptly called timeout. Upon returning, Houston shifted its defensive scheme. Yanzu confidently assured his teammates that Simmons would never attempt threes, so they should concede those shots freely and instead fortify the paint. Meanwhile, Houston's forwards executed relentless switching to contest Embiid's 3-point attempts. As predicted, the tide turned instantly. Yanzu had fully exposed Simmons' limitations. Each time Simmons tried to attack the rim, Yanzu's suffocating, sky-obscuring defense thwarted him. On one possession, Simmons even attempted a thunderous dunk, only to be intercepted midair by Yinzu. A collective gasp erupted from the Wells Fargo Center crowd. The block had been audacious, almost perilous. Yet Yinzu seemed to declare to the world, so long as he stood on the court, Simmons would never wrest Rookie of the Year from his grasp. After several failed drives, Simmons' composure visibly frayed. When left wide open beyond the arc, he hesitantly launched his first three-point attempt of the season. It was his inaugural three-point shot since opening night. A basketball tracing a grotesquely arcing trajectory, airball. A friendo. Momentum swung decisively. Houston began its comeback. By quarters end, Harden's rare and one converted the lead, propelling the Rockets ahead. Midway through the second quarter, when Yinzu and Embiid re-entered together, Philadelphia adjusted, opting to isolate Embiid in the post. To be fair, Embiid's fundamental skill set was formidable. His back-to-the-basket moves and face-up game evoked echoes of Hakeem Olajuwon, though rendered in slower, heavier motion. Yinzu, however, refused to yield. On Houston's next offensive possession, he sealed hard, leveraging his raw strength to pin Embiid deep, and raised his hand demanding the ball. Harden blinked in surprise. This was Yinzu's first-ever post-up request. With few clean options, Harden obliged and fed him the ball. Houston spread the floor. Yinzu backed down Embiid, feinted left, spun right, and rose for a silky guard-like turnaround jumper. The immediate effect of his newly acquired king of post-play trait manifested without delay. The shot dropped cleanly. 2 more points for Yinzu. His scoring total had just eclipsed double digits. Teammates and broadcasters alike stared stunned. Does this kid have another gear we've never seen? That single isolation play earned nods of approval from teammates and coaches alike, but thereafter such opportunities vanished. Most possessions still flowed through Harden and Paul. When Yinzu was on the floor, his role remained largely that of a roll man or corner spot-up shooter. After all, isolation efficiency was inherently uncertain and risked disrupting offensive rhythm. Modern basketball philosophy had already begun phasing out such individualized scoring. At halftime, Houston had amassed 72 points, holding a 5-point advantage over Philadelphia. Yinzu logged 18 minutes, finishing with 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Harden poured in 24 alone. Paul added 14. Houston's perimeter shooting sizzled. Halfway through, they'd already buried 6 more threes than the 76ers. The Rockets continued to implement their defensive strategy against Simmons, allowing no drives, but accepting outside shots. The 76ers' tactics momentarily fell into chaos, with the point difference widening to double digits. However, a sudden outburst of three-pointers from Redick and Covington allowed the 76ers to catch up by the end of the third quarter. Yinzu had hardly taken any shots throughout the third, making only a single corner three-pointer. As the final quarter approached, both teams remained locked in a fierce contest. For the Rockets, it became an unknown show between Harden and Paul, with the two taking turns at isolations, while others merely watched. Yinzu, of course, had to shoulder more responsibility, protecting the rim and securing rebounds inside. As the game reached its final moments, Paul showcased the experience of a veteran, hitting consecutive mid-range jumpers to seal the game's suspense. In the end, the Houston Rockets narrowly defeated the Philadelphia 76ers on the road with a score of 114-109. This victory marked the Rockets' 5th consecutive win since the start of the season, maintaining their undefeated streak. In this game, Yinzu only scored 17 points along with 14 rebounds and 3 blocks. For someone who had just been named the Western Conference Player of the Week, this performance was indeed somewhat standard. However, he had only taken 7 shots while Harden and Paul combined for over 50 attempts. The disparity in offensive tactical roles within the team is evident. After just 1 day's rest, the Rockets set off for Charlotte to continue their Eastern Conference road trip. Facing the weaker Hornets, the game proceeded without major twists, with the Rockets dominating throughout and ultimately winning by 18 points. Harden exploded for 41 points, setting a new season high, while Yinzu still had limited shooting opportunities, contributing only 8 points but grabbing 15 rebounds. The following day, the Rockets faced the final game of their 3-game road trip, heading to Memphis to challenge the Grizzlies. The consecutive away games, coupled with back-to-back matchups, left the entire Rockets team somewhat fatigued and out of rhythm. Harden notably struggled, shooting 4 for 28 and only scoring 17 points, resulting in the Rockets suffering their first loss of the season on the road, ending their winning streak. Returning home, the Rockets still could not shake off their lethargic state, losing yet another game. A 2-game losing streak directly cost them the top position in the Western Conference. The players of the Rockets missed out on the best player of the second week, even though Harden has averaged 31 points since the start of the season. In the first week, Yinzu's performance was undoubtedly impressive, but starting from the second week, his offensive touches have noticeably decreased, and his average points per game have dropped to 16. Yet he still averages 13, 2 rebounds and 2.1 blocks, ranking second in the league for rebounds and third for blocks. Compared to last season's averages of 9, 8 points and 10, 1 rebounds. Yinzu's improvement this season is remarkable, and he might even have a chance to compete for the Most Improved Player award. However, aiming for the Player of the Month award seems as difficult as reaching the sky. With both Harden and Paul as the primary ball handlers on the team, Yinzu has very few opportunities to showcase his skills. Such things cannot be forced after all the team is still moving forward on a normal trajectory. If he were to forcibly compete with Harden and Paul for ball control, it would inevitably disrupt the team's chemistry, and he would be the one to take the blame. Yinzu has just been traded to the Rockets for a short time, so he can only remain patient and wait for the right moment. As the regular season entered November, the Rockets faced a 2-game road trip in the Eastern Conference, with the first opponent being the New York Knicks, who are still in a rebuilding phase. Their current core player is Kristaps Porzingis, known as the Unicorn. Standing next to him, Yinzu found that their heights were nearly identical, with Porzingis being just 1 centimeter taller. However, in terms of bulk, Yinzu outweighed him by a full 25 kilograms. During the game, he noticed that Porzingis completely disliked inside confrontations, preferring to play like a perimeter player despite his height. He particularly enjoyed floating outside for shots, avoiding rebounding and defense in the paint. Yinzu's style completely overpowered Porzingis, as his current speed allowed him to keep up with Porzingis easily, effectively contesting his three-pointers. Inside, Yinzu's rebounding and rim protection were even more dominant, completely suppressing Porzingis. Under Yinzu's defense, Porzingis managed only. That dunk completely shattered Porzingis' confidence. Yinzu benefited from a feed by Harden, scoring consecutively in the paint, and by the end of the third quarter, the Rockets had stretched the lead to 25 points. In the final quarter, the Rockets starters played only about 34 minutes before calling it a day. Shortly after the game ended, the Knicks officially announced that Porzingis would be sidelined indefinitely, without providing specific reasons for his injury. Many commentators and experts remarked, could it be that he developed a psychological issue because of Yinzu? The first game of the month started off well. The Rockets broke free from the shadow of 2 consecutive losses, quickly finding their form and achieving a 6-game winning streak. Harden's scoring momentum remained fierce as he firmly held the title of the league's leading scorer, and he was awarded the Western Conference Player of the Week for the first week of November. Chris Paul also proved he still had it, contributing an average of 188, showing little decline compared to his stats during his time with the Clippers. Since entering November, Yinzu's stats have steadily improved, averaging 18,143. In this era where inside players are becoming less prominent, Yinzu's performance has even put him in the discussion for being among the top 5 centers in the league. However, competing against Harden for the Player of the Month award seems quite unlikely, as Harden is seemingly playing at an MVP level this season. Throughout November, the Rockets amassed 13 consecutive victories, including 2 significant wins: a home victory against the Cleveland Cavaliers at 119-110, and an away victory against the Eastern Conference leaders, the Toronto Raptors, at 129,113. The Rockets' record improved to 19 wins and 2 losses, returning them to the pinnacle of the league. In November, Harden averaged 34, 5 points, 8, 6 assists and 5.6 rebounds, with a shooting percentage of 45.6 and a three-point percentage of 38.9, securing the Western Conference Player of the Month award without any doubt. Yinzu felt somewhat helpless. In reality, his November stats weren't too shabby, averaging 2,015 large double-doubles, and at one point topping the league in both rebounds and blocks. His shooting percentage reached 68.5, and his three-point percentage was also 40.2. If he were on an Eastern Conference team, he would likely be a strong candidate for Player of the Month with these stats. However, playing alongside Harden, the media and journalists' evaluations are inevitably influenced by bias, as James Harden is the offensive initiator for the Rockets. Still, many knowledgeable experts assert that Harden and Yinzu complement each other, and without Yinzu's outstanding performance in the paint, Harden wouldn't achieve such explosive results. To this day, when people recall the trade from the summer, everyone feels sorry for the Warriors. They missed out on such a talented center, while Clint Capella, who was traded for Yinzu, clearly does not fit Coach Kerr's system due to his lack of shooting range. His status within the Warriors can only be compared to that of players like Kevin Looney. If Yinzu had remained with the Warriors, their roster would have reached an unprecedented level of terror, and no one in the league could have stopped them. But once they chose to side with Draymond Green, everything became a dream. As December approached, the Rockets continued their winning streak, defeating the Los Angeles Lakers 119-94 with a commanding 25-point victory. Both Yinzu and Harden played only 3 quarters, with Harden contributing a steady 35 points, while Yinzu added 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 blocks. By late December, the Rockets maintained their unstoppable momentum, extending their winning streak to 20 games. During this time, Yinzu celebrated his 20th birthday and received an opportunity to draw an attribute. Unsurprisingly, it resulted in a useless green attribute. Since the last draw of a legendary attribute, Yin Zhu no longer held. The Rockets threw Yin Zhu a meaningful birthday party. His growth has been astonishing, and he has become the recognized second-in-command on the team, even more important than Paul. The birthday party naturally had its fair share of highlights. They are well aware of how much attention and revenue the former star brought them. Now, with another Chinese player on the team, there is even a possibility that he may have a more illustrious career than the former star, so they certainly want shortchange Yin Zhu. Who would have thought that as Christmas approached, the team star Harden seemed to be more focused on another court, frequently visiting nightclubs and pairing up with various female companions. In the last 5 games of December, the Rockets suffered their longest losing streak of the season. Fortunately, the Warriors have also been inconsistent lately, allowing the Rockets to maintain their grip on the top spot in the West. However, the Player of the Month award once again slipped away from the Rockets. It has been over 2 months since the last simulated career, and with just over 30 days left until the cooldown period ends, Yin Zhu no longer fixates on it. He focuses on every minute on the court doing his part and patiently awaits the end of the cooldown period for the next simulation. Entering the first month of 2018, the first game of the new year saw the Rockets face off against the Orlando Magic away from home. The opponent was the second-to-last team in the Eastern Conference, and the Rockets had no trouble winning, triumphing with a score of 128-101, finally ending their 5-game losing streak. In this match, Yin Zhu and Harden among others clocked out after 3 quarters. Yin Zhu remained steady, demonstrating high efficiency, with very few shots, leading the game in rebounds and blocks. After winning this match, the Rockets swiftly returned to Houston for some well-deserved rest, as their next game would see them face a heavyweight opponent at home, their arch-rival the Golden State Warriors, in their second encounter of the season. This season's most anticipated showdown stemmed from the season opener, where Yin Zhu's stunning buzzer beater led the Rockets to a narrow victory over the Warriors, setting the tone for the Rockets' success this season. This game was of utmost importance to the Warriors, who sought to achieve revenge on the road. The Warriors' starting lineup featured Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Pachulia, while the Rockets' starting 5 consisted of Paul, Harden, Ariza, Anderson, and Yin Zhu. Both sides fielded their peak lineups without holding back. The game began. Yin Zhu helped the Rockets secure the opening possession, a classic pick-and-roll between Harden and Yin Zhu. The Warriors' defense tightened immediately. Yin Zhu faked a screen and drove straight to the basket. Harden understood the cue and passed the ball right on time. Facing Pachulia's defense, Yin Zhu held the ball with one hand and soared up. A one-handed dunk right in front of the defenders. The game kicked off with an explosion of excitement. The fans at Toyota Center erupted into a frenzy. The Warriors' offensive pace was quick, with Curry attempting a trailing three-pointer. It missed, but the rebound bounced back to Durant. Durant hit a mid-range jumper. Paul pushed the ball up quickly. The Rockets' counterattack was swift, with Ariza catching and shooting a three-pointer. Another miss, but Yin Zhu grabbed the offensive rebound. Faced with Green's defense, Yin Zhu suddenly powered through. He backed down hard. His powerful core strength, combined with unmatched backing techniques, forced Draymond to retreat, resorting to a sweep to counter Yin Zhu. Unfazed, Yin Zhu turned and jumped for a shot. The ball went in. The whistle blew. A defensive foul was called on Draymond. Yin Zhu shouted toward Draymond and the Warriors' bench, greatly boosting the Rockets' morale. The Toyota Center erupted in joy once again. The additional free throw was smoothly converted, completing a 3-point play. The Rockets were fired up against the Warriors, with Yin Zhu in scorching form. By the end of the first quarter, after 9 minutes and 30 seconds of play, he had already scored 12 points, grabbed 7 rebounds, and blocked 2 shots. His presence was felt on both offense and defense. The Rockets led the Warriors, who boasted 4 superstars, by double digits. At this moment, Warriors owner Lacob and general manager Myers were watching the game, their faces grim. Especially Lacob, who looked quite displeased, likely regretting trading away such a talented center to their rivals. Now this team posed a genuine threat to their Warriors. In the second quarter, thanks to their solid bench depth, the Warriors managed to tie and even take the lead. Paul and Harden began to frequently isolate, barely helping the Rockets maintain the situation. However, both struggled with their shooting touch in this game. Under the pressure of the Warriors' perimeter defense, they repeatedly missed shots. Fortunately, Yin Zhu provided support by constantly battling for offensive rebounds, giving the Rockets additional scoring opportunities. This game was destined to be a fierce battle comparable to playoff intensity. As the second half began, Kerr frequently deployed the death lineup strategy, attempting to use flexibility and rapid switches to dismantle the Rockets. However, they clearly underestimated Yin Zhu's agility. His lateral movement and ability to switch to the perimeter had noticeably improved from the previous season. As Kerr continued to rely on the death lineup, Yin Zhu began to dominate inside. Whether scoring off easy baskets or occasionally backing down, his efficiency was extraordinarily high. The Warriors' three-point shooting didn't reach explosive levels, and the Rockets' switching defense remained strong. Yen Zhu scored 15 points in the quarter, helping the Rockets maintain a double-digit lead as they entered the final battle of the game. When Kerr realized that his death lineup posed no threat to Yen Zhu, it was already too late. Even with Capella and Looney on the floor, they couldn't halt the Rockets' offensive momentum. Instead, Harden and Paul took advantage of their size mismatch to exploit the Warriors' big men. Entering the latter half of the fourth quarter, the Rockets led the Warriors by 11 points at 115-104. Durant began to use his historically elite isolation skills to help the Warriors close the gap. A pull-up mid-range shot followed by a trailing three-pointer instantly reduced the deficit to 6 points. In the clutch moment, Yen Zhu actively sought the challenge. Unknown defense against Durant. The game entered its final minute. The Warriors' offensive possession handed the ball to Durant at a 45-degree angle for an isolation play. Facing Yen Zhu's defense, Durant executed his signature swift change of direction. One must admit, such a tall and lanky stature combined with exceptional agility is indeed a historical level talent. Yet Yen Zhu maintained his defensive distance, doing everything to disrupt him. Using his height advantage, Durant managed to get the shot off, but the three-pointer clanged off the rim. The Warriors missed a prime opportunity to equalize. Ariza secured the rebound. The Rockets were no longer in a hurry. Harden brought the ball up, slowing down the tempo and preparing to run out the clock. However, the Warriors' defensive strategy was clear. They began to apply pressure and double-team early. Paul received the ball and drove toward the basket, accurately finding Yen Zhu cutting down. Yen Zhu caught the ball and leaped. With both hands on the ball, he soared up like a rocket. The crowd went wild. He sealed the game. Only 36 seconds remaining. With 4 seconds left, the Rockets led by 8 points. The game was all but decided. In the final moments, while Curry hit a miraculous deep three-pointer, it was already too late. Next, Harden, who was intentionally fouled, calmly sank the free throws, leaving the Warriors with no opportunities. The Rockets triumphed over the Golden State Warriors at home with a score of 119-112. So far this season, the Rockets have completed a double victory over the Warriors, solidifying their position at the top of the league. Yen Zhu finished the game with an impressive 34 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 blocks. This was the best performance of the season. Harden also posted near triple-double numbers with 22 points, 9 rebounds, and 14 assists, maintaining his MVP-caliber play. After defeating the Warriors, the Rockets' momentum surged, continuing their winning streak against the Bulls, Trail Blazers, and Suns. Returning to Los Angeles to face his old team, the Clippers, Paul also performed admirably, leading the team to victory. That brief loss did not halt the Rockets' progress. They concluded January with a 6-game winning streak, having lost only to the Warriors and Nuggets. As February began, just before the upcoming All-Star weekend, Yen Zhu, due to his outstanding performance this season, dominated the voting among frontcourt players in the Western Conference, nearly securing a starting spot in the All-Star game. Of course, it wasn't solely due to the votes from fans in Huaxia. After the NBA changed the rules, fans' votes no longer held as much weight. After failing to complete the preliminary tasks and waiting for 100 days, he finally welcomed the 7th simulation of his career. The simulation officially begins. You were born in a Christian family in San Francisco, California at the end of the 1980s. You are of Chinese descent, with your father working as a semiconductor engineer and your mother. The system reminds you, according to family genetics, if you choose to focus on your studies, you may have a better life. Yen Zhu smiled and shook his head, decisively choosing the former without any hesitation. This time you are a player without talent, relying purely on passion. If you are determined to break into the NBA, the chances of being rejected are high, but you have decided to give it a try. Who knows, maybe a miracle could happen. You choose to persist on the path of basketball, refining your skills. At the same time, to not disappoint your parents' expectations, you do not neglect your studies. Your goal is to enter the NBA. Let's see. No team is willing to offer you a basketball scholarship. You ultimately choose to join Harvard University, majoring in economics. You were selected for the Ivy League's second team. At 20, in your junior season, you became increasingly outstanding, averaging 17. You were unanimously selected for the Ivy League's first team. At 22, filled with hope, you officially participated in the NBA draft. Unfortunately, although there are precedents in history where you choose to remain in America, looking for opportunities and signing with a summer league team. The Dallas Mavericks offered you a short-term contract for the summer league. In the summer league, you represented the Mavericks and participated in 5 games where your performance was commendable, averaging 8 points, 3, 2 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. Your shooting percentage reached an impressive 54. After much consideration, you ultimately chose to The ideals are abundant, but the reality is harsh. You're the skilled ball-stealing expert. Enhancing the ability to successfully steal from the ball handler is commendable, as it strengthens an already advantageous skill. Players who can establish themselves in the NBA, even if they only showcase one particularly outstanding ability, are sure to catch the eye of the NBA coaching staff. At the beginning of the new season, you still played for the development league team under the New York Knicks. You did not complain, but instead diligently focused on each game. Your mature skills allowed you to perfectly control the development league games. In the second game of the development league, you recorded a super triple-double with 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists. By the fifth game, you had an extraordinary near quadruple-double with 31 points, 12 assists, 10 steals, and 8 rebounds, shocking the world. The Knicks quickly called you back from the development league. In a shortened season with the team plagued by injuries, you finally got your chance. In a game against the Nets, you came off the bench, had an explosive performance, and contributed several key steals on defense. You scored 31.7 assists, 5 steals, and 5 rebounds, making a name for yourself in one match. In your next game, you made your first career start against the Jazz, scoring 35 points and 8. You averaged 5.7, 8 assists, 5, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. You were named the Eastern Conference Player of the Month. Not only did you possess fierce offensive skills, but your ability to steal also stood out in the league. You topped the league's steals leaderboard. However, as J.R. Smith, Anthony, and others returned from injury, your ball-sharing opportunities gradually declined. Just a month later, you suffered a meniscus tear and underwent surgery, ending your season prematurely. Everyone lamented your fate, believing you to be a fleeting star. Undeterred, you worked hard to recover during the off-season and hired a new agent. Your contract with the Knicks expired, making you a restricted free agent. The Knicks did not match the poison pill contract the Rockets offered you. Ultimately, you chose to join the Houston Rockets for $25 million over 3 years. At 24, you embarked on a new journey in your first year with the Rockets. Congratulations on obtaining the green skill Endurance. Endurance slightly enhances your physical resilience. Equip it. In the offseason, the Rockets made a significant move by bringing in James Harden. You formed a backcourt duo with Harden, but the team's defense was concerning. Your stealing ability remained prominent, ranking among the top 3 in the league. However, Harden's lackluster defense often drew criticism from the outside. You averaged 14, 2.6, 1 assist and 2 steals. The Rockets made it to the playoffs as the 8th seed in the West. However, the Thunder's fierce backcourt defense left you lost throughout the series, averaging only 6 points and 2 assists. Your performance drew skepticism from the public, with many experts attributing the Rockets series loss directly to you. At 25, in your second year with the Rockets, congratulations on obtaining the green skill, Maintain Shooting Touch. Maintain Shooting Touch slightly improves your shooting feel and slightly increases scoring stability. This season, the Rockets signed former All-Star center Dwight Howard, further complicating the backcourt dynamic with you and Harden. Rookie Beverly displayed even fiercer defense, compensating for Harden's shortcomings. The coaching staff wanted you to accept a bench role. Would you agree? After contemplating, Yen Zhu realized that in the current situation, it was nearly impossible to compete with Harden for ball dominance. Perhaps playing off the bench could give high. You accepted the role of backup point guard. You thrived in the second unit, with your average scoring skyrocketing to 15.8 points. Additionally, you were able to deliver nearly 3 steals per game. Your steals were fierce and your experience grew. By the end of the season, you became the steals leader in the league. You were named 6th man of the year and selected for the all-defensive second team. You proved to the world that your defensive abilities were not lacking. You gained an extra opportunity to draw a skill. A flash of orange light appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the orange skill, Vision Optimization. Vision Optimization significantly enhances your court vision and improves your ability to pass to open teammates. This skill is quite good, isn't it? If I remember correctly, this should be Yen Zhu's first passing enhancement skill. Although he has not yet had the opportunity to be a primary ball handler center, having good passing vision will surely come in handy someday. To become a versatile super center, one must possess this skill. In the second unit, the coach assigned you the primary tasks of scoring and defense. You hope to showcase your playmaking talents and return to the starting point guard position. However, the coach rejected your request, citing the impending playoffs. With a rift growing between you and the coaching staff, it seemed your Rockets' career was nearing its end. As the playoffs arrived, your team lost 2-4 against the Trail Blazers in the first round, resulting in another early exit. You had 1 year left on your contract with the Rockets, earning a staggering $15 million. Everyone considered you a poison pill contract. The management tried every means to rid themselves of your contract. Not long after the season ended, the Rockets struck a deal with the Lakers, sacrificing a first-round and a second-round pick just to unload your contract. At 26, in your 5th year, you entered your first season with the Lakers. You showcased organizational skills never seen before. With a scorer like Kobe by your side, you focused on playmaking. This season, you started 75 games. Although you averaged only 11.6 points, you managed to dish out 9.8 assists and 2.5 steals. Your assists and steals ranked among the top 3 in the league. You had grown into a mature playmaking guard. However, unfortunately, Kobe was aging and the Lakers' overall roster was lacking. That year, you did not make the playoffs. After the season ended, you experienced pain in your left knee again. You opted for surgery, using the offseason to recover. Despite your solid performance last season, the Lakers management made it clear that you were not part of their rebuilding plans. You became a free agent. Now an experienced veteran, you hope to join a strong team and compete for a championship. Numerous teams extended invitations to you. After careful consideration, you focused your sights on the Heat and the Hornets. Please make a choice. Yen Zhu recalled that after leaving the Lakers, he likely joined the Hornets. He even had a period of high-profile career with the Hornets. As for the results, achieving success with a team like the Hornets was impossible. This time, let's rewrite your career. You have accepted a 3-year mid-level contract with the Miami Heat. Although LeBron has left the Heat, the current team configuration remains competitive in the Eastern Conference. Wade, Bosh, and Whiteside hope to vie for the championship with you. Dragic has given up his starting position for you. At 27 years old, in the 6th year of your career, this is your first season with the Heat. Congratulations on obtaining the green attribute Focus. Focus slightly enhances your concentration and mental strength on the court. Yen Zhu feels that although the simulation of this career has not produced great results, almost every green attribute has its own small usefulness, and not all of them are useless. You have perfectly integrated into the Heat system. After 2 major knee injuries, your speed is no longer what it used to be. However, your court experience is rich, your passing vision is excellent, and your steals are fierce. This season you are averaging 12, 8 points, 10, 5 assists, 2. For steals, you snatched the steals title from Curry, ranking 2nd in the league for assists per game, only behind Rondo. The Heat achieved a 2nd-place record in the East, second only to the Cleveland Cavaliers. In the playoffs, you overcame numerous challenges, facing the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals for a fateful showdown. Although Irving's offense is flashier than yours, your organizational ability perfectly connects the team. The Heat, powered by a united team effort, narrowly defeated LeBron's Cavaliers 43 to advance to the finals. In this series, you averaged 15, 8 points, 11, 5 assists, 3, 2 steals. You became the dark horse of the playoffs, with no one expecting you to succeed. Yet here you are on the final stage. Facing the 73-win Warriors in the finals, once again no one believes in you. You fell behind 13 at one point, but Bosh, despite his injury, forced his way back onto the court. Bosh nearly exhausted himself playing in this series. Everyone on the Heat was moved by Bosh's spirit. Step by step, you miraculously dragged the games into a decisive Game 7. In the critical moment, you faced off against Curry and hit a clutch 3-pointer. 43. A stunning comeback. You won the decisive Game 7. You helped the Heat secure their 4th championship in team history. After the game, Bosh suffered a blood clot and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. In the finals, you averaged 18, 5 points, 12, 5 assists, 3, 5 steals. Finals MVP, truly deserved. You also received 3 additional chances to draw attributes. Congratulations on obtaining a green attribute. Congratulations on obtaining a green attribute. Congratulations on obtaining a green attribute. You drew 3 times in a row. Although they were again 3 green attributes, they still pertain to mental strength. Although the improvement is minimal, it is still better than nothing. After the season, Bosh officially announced his retirement. Wade, now aging, seems to be receiving no decent contract offer from the Heat's management. In the offseason, Wade was traded to the Bulls. You do not understand why the management wants to dismantle the championship roster. At 28 years old, in the 7th year of your career, this is your 2nd season with the Heat. With Bosh and Wade gone, you became the absolute core of the team. However, this season the team's talent is limited and you only achieved 9th place in the East, missing the playoffs. This season you broke the 20-point-per-game mark for the first time in your career, along with 12, 5 assists. You were awarded the assists title for the first time in your career. At the end of the season, you were selected for the 2nd team of the All-NBA team. This season marked the last peak of your career. At 29 years old, in the 8th year of your career, this is your 3rd season with the Heat. Your right knee has recurrent minor injuries, causing you to miss some early season games. The team's performance has dropped to the bottom of the league. The management is reluctant to offer you a lucrative contract extension. Midway through the season, you were traded to the Brooklyn Nets. Yen Zhu could no longer hold back. Did you end up in the Nets after all? Even after helping the Heat win a championship, you were cast aside so quickly. It turns out the Heat's management is heartless, as they even abandoned the team spirit of Wade. In the second half of the regular season, you only played 5 games for the Nets before another season-ending injury. At the end of the season, you became a free agent once again. The Nets are willing to offer you a veteran minimum contract, hoping you can mentor the younger players. Please make a choice: accept the Nets contract or seek another path. Without any hesitation, as your career is nearing its end, pursuing a championship is of utmost importance. Yen Zhu sighed. Even with the bonus of attributes, this Chinese player's body is still so fragile. At just 30 years old, it feels like you are about to leave the league, having fallen from your peak so quickly. The durability of the body is in itself a rare talent. You rejected the Nets' minimum veteran contract. Ultimately, you chose to join the Toronto Raptors. At 30 years old, in the 9th year of your career, you returned from a significant injury, but your scoring ability is no longer what it used to be. However, your court experience remains the most valuable asset for the Raptors. Your teammates include Lowry and Leonard, and you are willing to accept a bench role. You can contribute an average of 12. 6.6. 6 assists. You won the honor of Best Sixth Man for the second time in your career. You also received an additional chance to draw an attribute. Congratulations on obtaining a green attribute. You and your team navigated through the Eastern Conference to reach the finals. Your opponent in the finals was the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors suffered from a wave of injuries, and you effortlessly claimed the championship. You played a crucial role, but Leonard's performance was impeccable, earning him the Finals MVP award. You secured your second championship and showcased the savvy of a veteran. After the season, Leonard showed no intention of staying in the cold north. You completed a 4-year minimum veteran contract with the team. You spent the final 4 years of your career with the Raptors. At 34 years old, after 13 seasons in the NBA, you had no plans to retire, believing there was still fuel in your tank. However, no team in the league was willing to offer you a minimum contract. At 35 years old, you officially announced your retirement, ending your NBA career. 20 years later, at 55, you were finally inducted into the Hall of Fame. You received 5 additional CH. Congratulations on obtaining a green attribute. This simulation has officially ended. You spent a total of 12 seasons in the NBA, winning 2 championships, 2 Best Sixth Man awards, 1 Finals MVP, 1 assist title, 2 steals titles, and were inducted into the Hall of Fame. You had a total of 22 chances to draw attributes, obtaining 20 green attributes and 2 orange attributes. You are the greatest Chinese guard in NBA history. In this simulation, your overall evaluation is a. From the 10 green attributes, you gained a total of 50 points in basic attribute values. Yanzu remarked, "This is the norm of life. There aren't that many born monsters with top-tier talent. This may be the ceiling for ordinary people in the NBA, and the draw rate in this simulation wasn't very high. Achieving this level of success is already satisfying. There are still 100 days until the next simulation begins. No cooldown pre-tasks. Achieve any one of the following honors: All-Star Game, MVP, Scoring Champion, Rebounding Champion, or Blocking Champion." Yanzu allocated his newly acquired 50 free attribute points to offensive rebounds with 30 points and defensive rebounds with 20 points. As a result, his offensive rebound ability reached 121 and his defensive rebound ability reached 120. Coupled with the attributes Rock Solid and Positioning Monster, his overall rebounding ability was now among the best in the league. From the current options presented by the system, the honor he was most likely to achieve was the title of Rebounding King, as he averaged 13 rebounds per game this season. He ranked 3rd in the entire league, only behind Drummond's average of 15 and DeAndre Jordan's average of 14. These two are simply rebounding monsters, and they are currently at the peak of their careers, making it incredibly easy to grab rebounds. With half the season still remaining, Yanzu felt that if he put in some effort, he still had a chance to contend for the title of Rebounding King. As for the All-Star MVP, it was virtually impossible. Although his selection for the All-Star Game was almost a certainty, competing for that honor among a group of seasoned veterans would be very challenging. This year's All-Star Game would still take place at Staples Center in Los Angeles, where all the stars would undoubtedly showcase themselves, not wanting to miss the opportunity to shine on such a grand stage. As for the Scoring Champion, that was even more of a pipe dream. Currently, James Harden was averaging over 30 points per game, far ahead of the rest, while Yanzu's average score was only 16. 5 points, not even making it into the league's top 20. Regarding the block leader, although he was currently averaging 2.1 blocks, placing him 3rd, the top position was held by Anthony Davis, who contributed an average of 3.2 blocks. The gap was simply too large. The sample size for blocks was too small, catching up to the difference of 1 blocks per game seemed simple, yet it was quite difficult. Sometimes one could record 5 or 6 blocks in a single game, while at other times they might not record a single block. As the time approached, the All-Star roster for 2018 was officially announced. The NBA released the list, which consisted of 2 backcourt players and 3 frontcourt players from each conference. The Eastern backcourt featured Kyrie Irving and DeRozan, while the frontcourt players included James Antetokounmpo and Embiid. In the Western Conference, there was no suspense in the backcourt with Curry and Harden, while the frontcourt players were Durant, Anthony Davis, and Yanzu. Yanzu became the second player in NBA history from Huaxia to be a starter in the All-Star Game, and he was the only sophomore among the starting players of this All-Star Game. He not only had to participate in the Rising Stars Challenge, but also in the main event. This season's All-Star Game marked the first time in history that the format was changed, moving away from the traditional East-West confrontation. Instead, team captains LeBron James and Stephen Curry were chosen to draft their teams. However, because this was the first attempt at such reform to avoid any awkwardness for the players, the NBA did not disclose the drafting process, only announcing the results. As expected, Yinzu was not picked by Curry, but ended up on Jameis' team, joining teammates Irving Harden Davis and James himself, while Kawhi's team included DeRozan, Durant, Antetokounmpo, and Embiid. On the bench, Jameis' team included players like Beal, Aldridge, Dragic, Paul George, Oladipo, Walker, and Wall, whereas Kawhi's team featured Lillard, Butler, Green, Lowry, Thompson, Towns, and Horford. Yinzu was a bit confused. Although the Rockets had the best record in the league, only he and Harden were selected for the All-Star game, while Paul didn't even make it as a substitute. Meanwhile, the Warriors had 4 players selected, including Green, who was somehow an All-Star substitute. He was truly witnessing the power of Warriors fans. As All-Star Weekend arrived, Yinzu and Harden took a team charter flight, along with some media staff from the Rockets, to Los Angeles ahead of time. Yinzu had a game on the first day, so he went straight to the arena to prepare for warm-ups. When Harden got off the plane, he directly said, "Bro, good luck in the Rising Stars game. I won't be there to watch. See you in the main game in 2 days." Yinzu was stunned. He had hoped that this older brother would share some All-Star experience with him. "Bro, are you sure you won't come watch me dominate? I'm going to the nightclub to have fun. Bye." Harden left without looking back. Yinzu was left frozen. On the first day of the All-Star game, the Celebrity Game was held first, a purely entertaining match featuring retired veteran celebrities from the entertainment industry and various crossover personalities. Yinzu even saw a familiar Huaxiao face on the court, someone who had been arrested for gathering crowds, now a hot celebrity. Although his basketball skills were a bit flashy, he surprisingly grabbed 7 rebounds, which was jaw-dropping. However, for the locals, the biggest star of the Celebrity Game was still Justin Bieber. Compared to him, the status of the other participants was truly minor. After the Celebrity Game, the Rising Stars Challenge took place. This year, the rules for the Rising Stars Challenge were changed. It was no longer a matchup between first and second-year players, but divided into Team World and Team USA. This seemed fair, as previously the second-year players, having an extra year of game experience, were clearly stronger than their first-year counterparts, making it an unfair contest. The World team, which Yinzu was part of, had a luxurious lineup featuring guards Ben Simmons and Bogdan Bogdanovic, forwards Lauri Markkanen and Domantas Sabonis, and even Embiid had to play as a substitute due to overlapping positions with Yinzu. The main roster of Team USA included players like Fox, Tatum, Mitchell, and Ingram. At the start of the game, Team World unleashed their firepower, especially with Bogdan hitting threes with great accuracy, while Simmons showcased his excellent vision and playmaking ability, repeatedly connecting with Yinzu for alley-oops. Team USA frequently executed explosive dunks, and when Yinzu saw those airborne players charging toward the basket, he simply stayed far away, not guarding them at all. After all, this game was merely an exhibition, and if they dared to charge the basket like that in a regular game, Yinzu wouldn't let them off easily. In the second half, Yinzu took on the role of point guard, dribbling past half-court before orchestrating plays from the arc, even delivering an alley-oop to Embiid. The double center strategy for Team World proved highly effective, ultimately winning with a score of 156-122. Yinzu scored 20 points, grabbed 20 rebounds, and recorded 12 assists, ACH. The day after the All-Star event features various individual competitions. Yinzu did not participate in any events, but he still came to the sidelines to watch. The first event was the Skills Challenge. Unlike previous years, this year's competition had more participants, so the NBA officially paired the players into groups for head-to-head matchups. Interestingly, 4 big men were invited this year, including Embiid, Markkanen, Drummond, and Horford. After the first round, Embiid and Markkanen from the big man group advanced to the next round, while in the guard group, Dinwiddie defeated Hield, and Jamal Murray triumphed over Lou Williams, both moving on as well. In the semifinals of the second round, Embiid faced Markkanen, and ultimately Markkanen advanced to the finals with faster and more efficient maneuvers. Dinwiddie also secured his place in the finals by besting Murray. The final showcased the most skilled big man against the most skilled guard. In the end, guard Dinwiddie clinched the championship of the Skills Challenge owing to his agility and precision in shooting and passing. Yinzu felt that the changes to this event were utterly terrible and chaotic. Although interior players have become more versatile with the advancement of the times, there is still a significant disparity in speed. Pitting guards against centers is inherently unfair. Even if the NBA invites him next year, he would not participate in such events. Winning would feel meaningless, while losing would only lead to ridicule. In the subsequent three-point contest, no centers participated, only a lineup of small guards and forwards. The favorite to win was naturally Klay Thompson. In the first round, 8 players took turns to shoot, but none seemed to find their rhythm. Paul George even scored a historic 9 points, tying the record for the lowest score set by Michael Jordan in the three-point contest. The highest score was only 19 points, achieved by Klay Thompson and Devin Booker, while Tobias Harris scored 18 points to also reach the finals. In the finals, Harris was the first to perform, but he was merely a filler, scoring only 17 points, while Klay Thompson had a remarkable showing, scoring 25 points, the highest of the day. Just when everyone thought Thompson was guaranteed to win, the last participant, Devin Booker, showcased an incredible performance, hitting consecutive shots in the final moments to finish with 28 points, surpassing Thompson and winning the three-point contest. Zhu acknowledged that the three-point contest indeed had its challenges. It tested not only the players' accuracy, but also their shooting speed, consistency, and even endurance. Currently, his three-point shooting ability was far from being ready for such a contest. The last individual event was naturally the most anticipated and the highlight of the All-Star game. Ever since the legendary duel between LaVine and Gordon in 2016, the dunk contest has gained unprecedented attention. Both years the contest received significant viewership, and the former uncrowned king Aaron Gordon accepted the official invitation this year. Everyone hoped that Gordon could fulfill his dream, but with LaVine not participating, Gordon seemed to lack motivation. Ultimately, he withdrew due to injury, allowing Mitchell to take his place. Unexpectedly, Mitchell, who participated in the dunk contest, performed consistently in the first round, scoring 48 points on one dunk and 50 points on another. He faced off against another favorite, Little Nance, in the finals. In the first round, Mitchell executed a self-volley-oop dunk, receiving a perfect score of 50, leaving Zhu puzzled at the sidelines, wondering how such a difficulty could earn a perfect score. Nance scored only 46 points on his first dunk in the finals. For his final dunk, he finally revealed his best move, performing a high-difficulty alley-oop dunk that showcased his incredible hang-time ability. This dunk received a perfect score of 50. For his final dunk, Mitchell also pulled off a flashy move, shedding his jersey to reveal a vintage Carter Raptors jersey underneath. The crowd erupted. Perhaps the meaning of the dunk contest was to pay tribute to legends, which often leads to high scores. As expected, Mitchell replicated Carter's 360-degree windmill dunk perfectly, even mimicking his post-dunk celebration. While the innovation of this dunk was clearly not as impressive as Nance's second dunk, it succeeded in delivering entertainment value. Ultimately, he scored 48 points, and with a total of points from both dunks, Mitchell edged out Nance to win the dunk contest. This second-year star from the Jazz clearly exhibited signs of a future superstar during the dunk contest. Although he may be slightly shorter, he lacks weaknesses in almost every aspect. Over the next decade, he is destined to become one of the league's leading guards. The final day of the All-Star weekend has arrived, ushering in the main event. During the introduction of the starting lineup, when the announcer called out Zhu's name, the audience at the Staples Center erupted into cheers. Many Chinese Americans from California had specifically come to Los Angeles to witness Zhu's All-Star debut after many years, as it was a significant moment for Chinese representation in the NBA. For the tip-off, Harden suggested that the captains jump at center court. Upon hearing this, Curry laughed helplessly, realizing it was a setup, but given the entertaining nature of the All-Star game, he agreed. LeBron and Curry exchanged smiles and jumped at the same time, with LeBron effortlessly helping his team secure possession as Harden, the master playmaker, directed the offense, while Irving willingly deferred to the point guard position, allowing Harden to launch a lob right to the basket. Unexpectedly, Davis sprinted ahead to the basket, leaping high to complete a one-handed alley-oop using his long arms. On Kawhi's end, he launched a deep three-pointer right from half court as the defensive intensity was minimal, yielding a decent shooting percentage. Zhu opted out of the paint, knowing that with Davis' talent, there was no need for him to crowd the basket. Whenever he received the ball, he would retreat to the three-point line to shoot. Before long, the game became a contest of deep threes, with LeBron Davis and DeRozan occasionally charging the paint for dunks. The pace was fast, and both teams racked up over 40 points in the first quarter, but in the second quarter the shooting percentage dropped considerably, compounded by constant substitutions as everyone wanted to showcase their skills. At halftime, LeBron's team was trailing Kawhi's team by just 2.78 to 80. Zhu played for 15 minutes in the first half, taking 6 shots, all from three-point range, making 3 and hitting all 4 of his free throws for a total of 13 points, currently ranking just behind LeBron and Durant. To compete for the MVP, one must not only lead in personal stats, but also secure a victory in the game. In the locker room during halftime, the players expressed a strong desire to win the game, especially since this was the first game after the new format was implemented. The second half quickly kicked off. Durant opened with a challenging three-pointer, helping to extend their lead. Zhu received a pass and swiftly drove to the basket, throwing down a dunk over Embiid and Giannis, showcasing his momentum. Both teams were fiercely competitive, trading baskets back and forth. Zhu's scoring surged, quickly reaching 20 points along with 13 rebounds, while LeBron continued to push the pace with fast breaks and assists, contributing to a well-rounded stat line. As the game entered its final quarter, Zhu began to shine, becoming the focal point on the court. He first sank a three-pointer to tie the game, then received a pass from Harden inside, executing an alley-oop to give his team the lead. Curry and Durant hit consecutive three-pointers, allowing the opposing team to regain a 4-point advantage. In the final moments, LeBron missed 2 shots in a row, but Yinzu scored twice on putbacks, leveling the score once again. DeRozan made one of 2 free throws, giving Yinzu an opportunity. He had already scored a game-high 29. Everyone knew he was on fire, but in a crucial moment, LeBron ignored the wide-open Yinzu in the corner and chose to drive. This led to a foul on Giannis. However, he only made one of 2 free throws. Then, during an important offensive possession for the opponents, Irving made a steal and passed to LeBron on a fast break. LeBron had a chance to seal the game with an open basket, but surprisingly passed to Davis for an alley-oop. These 2 plays brought his personal stats to 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, achieving a triple-double. LeBron's team narrowly defeated Kyrie's team 152-150. They won the 2018 All-Star Game. Although Yinzu scored 29 points and grabbed 15 rebounds, the media and reporters unanimously awarded the MVP to LeBron, who achieved a triple-double. Teammates and opponents congratulated him, but Yinzu felt somewhat resigned knowing he was so close to winning MVP. The perception between 30 points and 29 points was markedly different, but there was nothing he could do as LeBron was the captain and had secured a triple-double at the end. After narrowly missing out on the All-Star MVP, Yinzu couldn't begin his next simulation early. However, with 25 games left in the regular season, he still had a chance to vie for the rebounding title. Post-All-Star weekend, the Rockets faced a grueling stretch of 4 consecutive away games, including 2 back-to-back matchups. In the first away game against the Timberwolves, Yinzu was directly matched up against Towns, who was a level above him. Towns averaged 12 for rebounds per game, but his overall style was soft, preferring to float outside for shots. Even though Yinzu's three-point shooting wasn't as good as Towns in terms of rebounding and battling inside, he made Towns suffer throughout the game. Yinzu finished with 17 points, 21 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while Harden racked up 35 points, coming close to a triple-double. The Rockets won 121-111 against the Timberwolves, marking their first victory in the 4-game road trip. After a brief rest day, the Rockets traveled to Denver. The Nuggets were still in a rebuilding phase, with third-year player Jokic showing incredible growth, but he hadn't reached an all-star level yet. Yinzu had clearly surpassed him. Jokic's style was already showing signs of being a primary playmaker, frequently initiating plays from the top of the arc, but he clearly lacked in physicality. Yinzu's relentless defense made it difficult for Jokic, resulting in a low shooting percentage. However, this game saw Nuggets young player Murray suddenly explode, scoring a season-high 36 points to help the Nuggets secure victory on their home court. The next day, the Rockets headed to the Utah Plateau to challenge the Jazz. The consecutive away games and back-to-backs had left the entire team exhausted. In this game, Paul sat out and Harden struggled to keep the team afloat with a dismal shooting percentage. Yinzu, however, managed to set a career high with 32 rebounds, including 14 offensive boards, leading the Rockets to a comeback victory and avoiding a losing streak. With 2 consecutive games highlighting his rebounding skills, Yinzu's average number of rebounds has now reached. He officially surpassed DeAndre Jordan, moving into second place in the league. However, after a few more games, Yinzu was surprised to find that not only had he not reduced the gap with Drummond, but it had actually widened. Drummond had been wildly grabbing rebounds in those games, averaging 16 rebounds, leading by a significant margin. Yinzu felt a little left behind, yet he did not give up hope. In such matters, forcing the issue often yields the opposite effect. Focusing on the game and allowing things to unfold naturally, prioritizing the team's victories, was the way forward. Yinzu naturally hoped that the Rockets' perimeter players would miss more shots, ensuring his opportunities for offensive rebounds. In the last game of February and the first game of March, the Rockets faced Paul's former team, the Clippers, both at home and on the road. The 2 teams were evenly matched, each securing a victory on their home court. The first victory in March showcased the Rockets' excellent form, and after 10 games in March, they achieved a record of 10 wins and 4 losses, firmly maintaining their position at the top of the league. Yinzu wouldn't tell anyone that in another parallel history, even without his addition, the Rockets would still be the top team this season, remaining the greatest threat to the Warriors. Last season, the Rockets were among the top 3 in the West, and now, after the trade that brought Yinzu and Capella to different teams, Yinzu's outstanding performance against his former team ensured that the Rockets fully addressed their last remaining weakness, soaring to the top of the league. Everyone naturally attributed this success to the newly joined Yinzu. Even though after the games in March, Yinzu's average rebounds skyrocketed to 15.8, closing in on Drummond's ability to secure so many rebounds stemmed from the Pistons being a weak team in the East with no pressure for performance, sitting outside the playoff spots. Many times his teammates willingly let him grab the rebounds. In contrast, on the Rockets side, Harden often needed to achieve triple-doubles, inadvertently competing with Yinzu for rebounds. Yinzu had no choice. After all, it was Harden's personal skill, and he was the team's leader and an MVP candidate. What he could do was to help others shine. He believed that even with Harden's presence, he could gradually surpass Drummond and become the league's rebounding king for the season. Both his rebounding attributes exceeded 120, and with his exceptional positioning and rock-solid traits, he possessed a terrifying instinct for rebounds. As April arrived, the regular season was nearing its conclusion. After defeating the strong opponent Spurs at home, the Rockets secured the top position in the West 6 games ahead of schedule, and with a significant victory over the Wizards at home, they locked in the best record in the league 5 games early. In the last 5 games, Harden and Paul began to rest, conserving energy and preparing for the upcoming playoffs. As a second-year player, Yinzu naturally did not need to rest, nor did he want to. Harden and Paul's resting was a chance given to him by fate, the final opportunity to surpass Drummond and become the league's rebounding champion. In the 5th-to-last game against the Trail Blazers, Yinzu grabbed 18 rebounds, but meanwhile Drummond managed to snag 22 rebounds in another game. Yinzu thought he was going crazy. The Pistons were already out of the playoffs, yet he was still competing so fiercely. Hadn't he already won the rebounding title once? Why was he still so obsessed with such honors? In the following 2 games, both players' rebounding numbers were quite similar. To his surprise, in the 3rd-to-last game, Drummond exited early in the 4th quarter due to a muscle strain, prompting the Pistons' medical staff to be cautious. After some examinations, the Pistons announced that he would miss the last 2 regular season games. Unexpectedly, the player who had participated in 80 games fell in the final 2 games. Yinzu seized the opportunity in the last 2 games of the regular season, fighting fiercely for rebounds, and in the final game, he once again collected 31 rebounds, becoming the only player this season to exceed 30 rebounds in 2 games, setting a franchise record. This allowed Yinzu to finish the season with an average of 16.2 rebounds, surpassing Drummond, successfully earning the title of rebounding king for the 2017-18 season. With the regular season concluded, the Rockets set a franchise best record, finishing with 67 wins and 15 losses, easily claiming the regular season championship, while Yinzu contributed an average of 8.16, 2 rebounds and 2.1 blocks. Harden averaged 31, 2.8, 8 assists and 5.2 rebounds. The Rockets simultaneously claimed both the scoring champion and the rebounding king, and they would face the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round of the Western playoffs. Last season, due to a fight with Green, he was sidelined throughout the playoffs, and Yinzu still held a grudge. Now, having endured many trials and reborn through blood, he was finally about to embark on his first playoff journey in his career. Before that, he naturally needed to further enhance his abilities. Starting his 8th career simulation. Congratulations to the host for winning the league's rebounding king. The pre-task for the simulation career without cooldown has been completed. Would you like to start the 8th simulation career? It was late at night again. Yinzu finished tidying up everything and found a comfortable position to lie down. The simulation officially begins. You were born in the 1970s in a small town in Virginia. Your mother just made the high school girls basketball team and unexpectedly became pregnant with you. After giving birth to you, your mother went to find your father. Your father's environment was filled with violence and drugs. He was not only a drug addict, but also an alcoholic. At the age of 3, your mother took you away from him to seek a new life. Your mother found a new boyfriend, and you moved to a small town called Newster. The environment there was even worse than before, with drug deals and gunfights happening in broad daylight. Your mother worked various jobs to make ends meet, and the family often faced water and power outages. Well, it's another standard superstar origin story. Yinzu's lips curled slightly. At the age of 9, your mother took you to practice basketball, but you seem to have no interest in the sport. You harbor a deep passion for American football, yet your mother insists you pursue basketball, believing you could become a global superstar. You never abandoned football, instead you excel brilliantly in both sports. During your adolescence, your family environment remains deeply unstable. Your father repeatedly enters and exits prison, once serving a 23-month sentence. At 15, you barely enroll in high school, standing just over 1.8 meters tall, yet possessing extraordinary athletic gifts. You swiftly emerge as the cornerstone of both the school's football and basketball teams. At 16, you lead the high school football team to the semifinals. At 17, you guide them to a state championship. You are named Virginia's most valuable player and selected to the All-State team. Wait, something is profoundly amiss. How did this suddenly shift into an American football trajectory? Having just claimed the state football championship, you lead the varsity basketball team into the high school league tournament 3 days later. In your debut game, you erupt for 37 points, stunning spectators nationwide. That season, you averaged 31, 6 points, 9, 2 assists and 8.7 rebounds per game. Your talent is unmistakable. You are a singular genius, unprecedented in history. At 18, you secure state championships with both the football and basketball teams, ascending to national stardom as America's most dazzling young athletic phenom. Shortly after triumph, you celebrate with friends at a bowling alley. when suddenly a confrontation erupts between your friends and a group of white teenagers, escalating into a full-scale brawl. You face a pivotal life choice: intervene loyally to defend your friends, or immediately call the police. You remain composed and choose to call the police without engaging. Both your friends and the opposing group are arrested. You emerge unharmed and unincarcerated, but your friends are jailed and sever all ties with you. Resolved to reinvent yourself, you distance from that circle and dedicate yourself entirely to sport. Meanwhile, your younger sister's condition deteriorates urgently, requiring substantial funds for treatment. You decide to relinquish football entirely and focus solely on basketball, recognizing that in this era basketball offers far greater financial opportunity. Upon graduating high school, you compete in Nike's elite training camp and dominate, earning MVP honors. Your fame surges nationwide, drawing scholarship offers from numerous prestigious universities. You confront the ultimate decision: Duke University or the University of North Carolina. You accept Duke University's full scholarship and join Coach K's legendary program. Your talent is prodigious and peerless. Standing 183 meters, you possess unmatched speed and physical tenacity, rivaling that of elite forwards. Your high school football experience has forged exceptional strength. At 19, as a freshman, you instantly become the team's undisputed centerpiece. You average 24, 2.5, 3 assists and 3.9 steals per game. You earn first-team All-American honors and are named National Player of the Year at guard. You propel Duke to the Final Four. At 20, your sophomore season reveals even more astonishing growth. You elevate your averages to 27, 4.6, 5 assists and 4.8 steals. You lead Duke to the NCAA National Championship and are crowned Most Outstanding Player of the tournament. As March Madness concludes, you face a defining crossroads: declare for the NBA draft immediately, or remain in college to refine your fundamentals. Would declaring now cause you to miss the fabled golden generation and perhaps forfeit the top pick? Ultimately, it matters little. Staying through college would place you in the 1996 draft, selected by the Philadelphia 76ers, a promising early career though later marred by complications. Yet his closest brush with a championship came in Philadelphia. If his career does not begin there, might its entire arc shift. He knows true brilliance cannot be concealed. Since his collegiate path has already been rewritten, it is time to reshape his NBA origin story as well. You conclude your collegiate career and enter the 1995 NBA draft. The Golden State Warriors, holding the first overall pick, are elated, utterly unprepared for your early declaration. With no contest, you surpass star power forward Joe Smith to claim the top selection, becoming the shortest No.1 pick in NBA history, and sign a 3-year rookie contract with the Warriors. At 20, your inaugural season begins with Golden State. During preseason, you average 39.5 points, displaying explosive, jaw-dropping scoring prowess. In your regular season debut, you erupt for 30 points, announcing your arrival with thunderous impact. Your presence instantly rekindles hope for the rebuilding Warriors. In a bold move, they trade Tim Hardaway and Kevin Armstrong for Dikembe Mutombo. What an uncanny convergence. Two legends aligned years ahead of schedule in this timeline. Mutombo, still early in his rookie contract, must have clashed with his original team over extension terms. As a rookie, you average 24, 2 points and 7.5 assists per game. You earn an all-star selection and are unanimously named Rookie of the Year. You receive an additional trait draw opportunity and land the green tier trait, High Emotional Intelligence. This trait elevates your poise and perceptiveness both on and off the court, though it enhances neither skill nor athleticism. In media interviews, you respond with effortless grace, master social dynamics with finesse, and deliberately cultivate your image as the league's next-generation standard-bearer. Though merely a green tier trait for someone of his temperament, it proves transformative, more valuable than any legendary tier ability. After all, extraordinary talent alone rarely guarantees longevity in the NBA. Forging strong relationships with coaches, teammates, and the press is indispensable to sustaining a distinguished career. You restore the Warriors to playoff contention. But faced with the seasoned and cunning Spurs, you were eliminated in the first round. You averaged 29, 7.8, 5 assists and 5.9 rebounds. You displayed ultimate personal heroism, earning respect despite the defeat. At 21, in your second career year, you entered your second season with the Warriors. Another year of wasted potential. This season, you continued to improve, participating in 80 games and averaging 25, 6.7, 5 assists and 4.2 rebounds. However, this season, your fatal flaw was exposed. Your three-point shooting percentage was below 30. Your drives were incredibly fierce, easily shaking off Jordan. You led the Warriors to a record of 45 wins and 37 losses, ranking 6th in the West. You were selected for the All-NBA second team. In the first round of the playoffs, you faced the formidable Lakers. Although your performance remained invincible, the disparity in the paint was significant. 2-4, You fell short, marking your second consecutive first-round exit. You suddenly realized that if you could improve just a bit more, the team might go further. In the offseason, you began to practice three-point shooting diligently. At 22, in your third career year, you entered your third season with the Warriors. A flash of brilliance. Congratulations on drawing the orange skill card, Three-Point Specialist. Three-Point Specialist enhances your three-point shooting accuracy while holding the ball. This season, you made significant improvements in your three-point shooting. With the enhancement of your three-point fundamentals and the skill card, your three-point shooting percentage soared. Your average points jumped to 32. 1. The Warriors reached a 4-year maximum contract extension with you. At the end of the regular season, you surpassed the basketball god Jordan, winning the league's scoring title for the first time in your career. The Warriors' performance continued to improve, finishing fourth in the West. You were selected for the All-NBA first team for the first time. In the first round of the playoffs, facing the fifth-seeded Suns, you had home court advantage. Kidd's defense could not contain your explosive scoring ability. 4-1, you defeated the Suns, finally ending the first-round curse. In the second round, facing the first-seeded Utah Jazz, you were engaged in a hard-fought battle. Although the Jazz could not limit your scoring from the perimeter, the veteran tactics from Utah's two old guards caused you great distress. 1-4, you were defeated, stopping in the Western Conference semifinals. Although you lost in the playoffs, once again the management remained confident in the team's future. The Bulls defeated the Jazz to claim the championship. Jordan retired, and the old era was about to turn the page. The new generation of stars emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. At 23, in your fourth career year, you entered your fourth season with the Warriors. After a long hiatus, this season was shortened to 50 games. During the long off-season, you did not fall behind. You eliminated all unnecessary social interactions and focused on intense training. This season, you led the team to a record of 38 wins and 12 losses, surpassing the Spurs and the Jazz to claim the top spot in the league. You averaged 33, 5 points, 8, 5 assists, and 2 steals. You dominated the scoring title, steals leader and regular season MVP. Additionally, you earned 2 extra chances to draw skill cards. Congratulations on obtaining the green skill card. In the first round of the playoffs, facing Peyton Supersonics, you played nearly perfectly, overwhelming old Peyton. The Warriors swept their opponents 3-0, advancing easily. In the second round, you encountered the well-rounded Trailblazers. The inside duo of Rasheed Wallace and Sabonis posed significant challenges. However, you withstood the pressure, stepping up multiple times in crucial moments. 4-2, the Warriors defeated the Trailblazers, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. In the Western Conference Finals, you faced the peak Spurs. Against the Spurs' Twin Towers Duncan and Robinson, you fell behind 1-3 at one point. You carried the team forward, displaying extreme personal heroism, single-handedly breaking through the Spurs' defense. You averaged 41 points and 9 assists in the Western Finals, orchestrating a stunning comeback. With a score of 4-3, the Golden State Warriors advanced to the finals. In this tightly scheduled, shortened season, more than half of the players faced injuries. Yet you became an indomitable warrior, pushing the team forward with your iron will. The opponent in the finals was the underdog Knicks, who had made a surprising rise to the final stage. However, they had almost exhausted all their resources in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Facing your former teammate Sprewell, you ruthlessly overwhelmed them. The Warriors swept the Knicks 4-0, claiming the championship. This was the 4th title in franchise history and your first career championship. Throughout the finals, you averaged 35, 8.7, 5 assists, and 9 steals. You were undoubtedly named the finals MVP, earning 3 additional chances to draw skill cards. Congratulations on obtaining the green skill card, Business Mind. Business Mind enhances your business acumen, allowing you to build a personal brand and become a face of the league. While these flashy skill cards are endless, in your 4th career year, you swept the scoring title MVP and finals MVP. Instantly, you became the real face of the new era of the NBA. You began to build a massive business empire, enhancing your personal brand effect. After Jordan's retirement, you successfully took over the mantle. You hope to enhance your influence and make significant contributions to the promotion of the NBA. In the 2000 All-Star Game, you effortlessly scored 51 points, shattering historical records and securing your first All-Star MVP award. The Lakers dominated the season with 67 wins, ranking first in the league, while you led the Warriors to a remarkable 60 victories. You averaged 35, 1.7, 5 assists, 6 rebounds, and 5. You were once again crowned the scoring champion and steals leader, but the regular season MVP ultimately went to Shaquille O'Neal. In the first round of the playoffs, you faced the young big-ticket Kevin Garnett, and the Warriors showcased their championship strength. With an astonishing average of 38 points per game, you led the team to a swift 30 sweep of your opponents. In the Western Conference semifinals, you encountered your old rivals, the Trailblazers. You outperformed your fellow rookie, the Matrix Shawn Marion, while the aging Pippen was unable to halt your advance. Leading the Warriors to a 42 victory, you smoothly progressed to the finals. In the Western Conference Finals, you faced the league-leading Lakers, and without home court advantage, you erupted for 46 points in the first game, leading the team to an away victory. However, you lost the next two matches, falling behind 12. O'Neal was a force in the paint, and your interior defense struggled to contain him. In Game 4, you ascended to godly heights, scoring 52 points and single-handedly turning the tide. The battle reached its climax in a dramatic final moment. Kobe hit a clutch mid-range jumper for the potential game winner, but you countered with a buzzer-beater three-pointer, putting the Warriors ahead and claiming the series lead. In Game 6, the Lakers achieved a decisive victory, leading to a Game 7 showdown. In the decisive Game 7, Mutombo left the game due to injury after just half a play. You lost the Game 7 battle despite scoring 49 points, and the Warriors' championship dreams were shattered. The Lakers emerged as the ultimate winners of the season. You and the Warriors faced heavy criticism, even questioning the legitimacy of last season's championship. The validity of a championship in a shortened season was trivialized. At 25, in your sixth year, you entered your sixth season with the Warriors. Congratulations on drawing the green trait mature mindset. With this mindset, you can respond rationally and calmly to external gossip. Having experienced the ups and downs of life, you have matured significantly. You began to gradually shift from a solo play style to integrating more into the team. This season, your average points fell to 32. However, your assist average skyrocketed to 10.8 per game, earning you your first assist title. You led the Warriors to a record of 61 wins, making them the only team to surpass 60 wins this season, reclaiming the regular season MVP title. Congratulations on drawing the green trait. A flash of purple light appeared, revealing the purple trait, fighting spirit. With this spirit, you possess an extraordinary drive that greatly enhances your mental strength, willpower, and focus. With an abrupt rise, Yenzu opened his eyes wide, his lips quivering slightly. Here it comes. Fighting spirit. This is the key trait needed to become a deity. Why is Michael Jordan considered not just a player, but a basketball god? At the age of 27, in the 8th year of his career, he entered his 8th season with the Warriors. This year was crucial for the pursuit of a three-peat championship. Early in the season, you encountered some minor injuries, missing several games. The team's record lingered outside the playoffs for a time. The path to dynasty was exceptionally arduous, and many players were fatigued. Before the All-Star game, you finally returned. You led the team to a 35-game winning streak, breaking historical records. The Warriors soared, climbing from 11th to 5th in the West, advancing to the playoffs. Fate is often wondrous. In the first round, you faced your old rivals, the Lakers. The Lakers had changed as well. Kobe averaged 30 points this season, surpassing Shaquille O'Neal, becoming the top scorer for the Lakers. Kobe was like a rising supernova, possessing a physique reminiscent of Jordan. Confronting a former conqueror, your fighting spirit ignited. You averaged 42, 5 points, 11, 2 assists, and 8. In the Western Conference semifinals, you faced the league-leading Spurs this season. The Spurs boasted the newly crowned MVP Duncan and possessed a formidable team strength. In the first two games, the Spurs showcased their powerful capabilities, and you lost without any fight. In the third game, you trailed by 25 points at halftime. The Warriors stood at the edge of a cliff, facing elimination. In the second half, you transformed, as if reborn. You displayed astonishing willpower, leading the team back point by point. In the final moments, you faked out Duncan and hit a buzzer beater. The Warriors escaped calamity, trailing 12. In the fourth game, the Spurs were relentless, claiming another victory and reaching match point. Once again, you found yourselves in the dire situation of being down 13. It was as if divinity had possessed you, leading the team to win 2 straight, dragging the series to a decisive Game 7. In the Game 7 showdown, the Spurs relying on their strong interior ADV. In the final quarter, you scored 21 points alone, accounting for all of the team's points, and completed a near buzzer beater. The Warriors achieved a stunning upset, completing a comeback. Your high spirits invisibly boosted the morale of the team. The Warriors had become a fully awakened lion. In the Western Conference Finals, facing the inexperienced Mavericks, you displayed immense strength. You swept your opponents 40 with ease, advancing to the finals once again. For the second consecutive year, you met the Nets, continuing to be their nemesis. With a decisive score of 41, the Warriors lifted the championship trophy for a third consecutive time. You secured your 4th championship and earned your 4th Finals MVP, along with 3 extra opportunities for drawing attributes. At the age of 28, in the 9th year of your career, you entered your 9th season with the Warriors. Winning the championship had significantly increased the market value of many players, leading several role players to leave in pursuit of lucrative contracts. During this offseason, the Warriors management nearly dismantled the entire starting lineup. Only you remained the true totem of the Warriors, an irreplaceable presence. Your teammates were unfamiliar faces, necessitating a period of adjustment. The Warriors started poorly, struggling in the lower half of the Western Conference. Your scoring slightly declined. It wasn't due to poor form, but because the league introduced a new rule regarding traveling violations during the offseason. Undoubtedly, you were too dominant. The owners of other teams began to collectively pressure for rules targeting you. Your drives were restricted and your crossovers lost their sharpness. Yet you still managed to punish opponents with precise mid-range. This season you averaged only 23.2 points. However, you still managed to deliver 12.2 assists, reclaiming the title of assist leader in the league. The media mocked you as the fastest declining player this season. The Lakers formed a historically renowned F4, hailed as favorites for the championship. Nonetheless, you led the Warriors to the playoffs as the 6th seed. In the first round you faced the Spurs. A familiar opponent, yet the feeling was different. It was as if you possessed a bloodline that inherently suppressed them. Having dominated the playoffs for years, you were well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of every star player on each team. With a score of 42, this year, despite being at a disadvantage, you found the victory easier. In the Western Conference semifinals, you encountered the Lakers F4. This Lakers team, seemingly powerful, was truly fragile beneath the surface. Despite being targeted by the rules, you navigated through effortlessly as if in a realm with. Facing the seasoned big-ticket Garnett and your former subordinate Sprewell, you remained an indelible nightmare in their hearts. Again, it was 42, underestimating you. Everyone believed you wouldn't make it again to the finals. This time your opponent in the finals was the Pistons, possibly the strongest defensive team in NBA history. Your offense was like a sharp dagger. Each slash gradually tore apart the Pistons' defense. Ben Wallace was frequently compelled to leave the game due to foul trouble because of your agility. The big heart Chauncey Billups became timid in your presence. With a score of 42, you achieved a straight 6-game victory. For consecutive championships accomplished. You lifted your 5th championship trophy with the Warriors. Once again, you were named Finals MVP, earning 3 additional opportunities for drawing attributes. After achieving this championship, you slapped all your critics in the face. Numerous media outlets and experts elevated you to the pedestal. You were now infinitely closer to the title of basketball god. You had created an era that belonged to you. You became an undeniable myth in the hearts of basketball fans worldwide. At 29, in the 10th year of your career, you entered your 10th season with the Warriors. You adapted increasingly well to the new rules. Your career remained at its peak, showing no signs of decline. However, fate suddenly played a trick on you. You were injured by Bowen's dirty play, suffering a severe ankle fracture, which directly announced the end of your season. Your path to consecutive championships was forcibly halted. The Nets did not make the playoffs this season. At 30, in the 11th year of your career, you entered your 11th season with the Warriors. Despite your major injury, the team was still willing to extend your contract ahead of time. However, you steadfastly hold on to one person and one city, signing a 5-year maximum extension contract with the Warriors. After returning from a major injury, your speed has notably declined, yet this has not diminished your scoring ability. Your court experience is unmatched, allowing you to deftly navigate any defense. You still manage to average 25.6 points and 9.5 assists. However, the overall roster of the Warriors is too weak, missing out on the playoffs. This marks the first time since your entry into the league that you have failed to reach the postseason. Everyone believes your era has come to an end. At 31, in your 12th year of career, this is your 12th season with the Warriors. Congratulations on obtaining the orange perk Hot Hand. Hot Hand, when you find your rhythm in the game, you can quickly achieve a state of hot shooting. In the past 2 years, after accumulating and trading draft picks, the Warriors management decided to make one last push around your final peak. Players like Harrington, Steven Jackson, and Bibby joined the team. Although these teammates may not reach superstar status, their playing styles complement yours. You begin to alter your approach, relying more on precise shooting to finish plays. In this season, you participated in 81 games, averaging 32 points. At the same time, you also averaged 12.3 assists and 3.5 steals. You simultaneously claimed the scoring title, steal title, and assist title, leading the Golden State Warriors back to the playoffs. In the first round, facing the league's top Mavericks and the newly crowned MVP Nowitzki, you led the Warriors to an explosive performance. 4-2. You created the Black 8 miracle. In the second round, facing the Jazz led by Darren and Boozer, you displayed an incredibly tough performance, battling through 7 games to advance. In the Western Conference Finals, you faced your old rivals, the Spurs. The Spurs lineup has undergone tremendous changes, with only Duncan remaining unchanged. You danced through their defense, shattering their team strategy. 4-2. After a fierce 6-game battle, you led the Warriors back to the finals. From missing the playoffs last season to making a miraculous comeback, you once again created a legendary performance. In the finals, facing the youthful Cavaliers, led by James, you imparted lessons from your years of experience to the young players. 4-0. The Warriors triumphed over the Cavaliers, sweeping to win the championship. This marks your 6th championship in your career. The Warriors also became the only team in NBA history to win the championship as an 8th seed. You averaged 36. 8 points 10, 2 assists 5, 2 rebounds and 5 steals in the finals. It was without a doubt that you secured your 6th finals MVP along with 3 additional chances to draw perks. This year you returned to the pinnacle, your historical, standing now on par with Michael Jordan. At 32 years old in your 13th year of career, this is your 13th season with the Warriors. The Lakers made a significant acquisition, with Gasol becoming your biggest rivals in the West. Kobe finally achieved his long-awaited first MVP award. The Warriors also performed well, second only to the Lakers in the West. You still managed to average 25, 5 points 9, 8 assists and 3 steals. Help Paul break the curse of the Western Conference Finals. Yenzu silently cursed the system. This task was becoming increasingly absurd, with the difficulty rising sharply. This year's Warriors boast the strongest roster in history, and Paul seems to have some injury concerns. With his current abilities, can he really help the veteran change his fate? The flames of the 2018 playoffs have already ignited fiercely, with the Rockets ready for battle, hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves in their first game. The Timberwolves are a young team coached by Thibodeau, and they have become a squad that dares to fight hard. However, as the top team in the regular season, the Rockets possess ample confidence. In this match, Yenzu is matched up against Towns. From the very beginning, he firmly controlled the airspace under the basket, forcing Towns to shoot from beyond the three-point line. After several rounds of simulation, Yenzu's strength, rebounding, and speed have all reached the standards of a top-tier interior player in the league, making him more suited to the defensive system of the small ball era. Known for his toughness, Jimmy Butler had a poor performance in this game, scoring only 13 points, while Towns managed just 8 points and 7 rebounds, completely suppressed on both ends by Yenzu. Wiggins, often criticized as the resting Mamba, exploded in this game, throwing down his thermos and scoring 28 points. However, he was left to fend for himself, while Harden exploded for 43 points, hitting 7 three-pointers and adding 11 assists. The Timberwolves' backcourt couldn't contain him, whether it was the starting Teague or the bench players like Rose and Crawford. Yenzu recorded a massive double-double with 21 points and 20 rebounds, leading the Rockets to a comfortable 114-99 victory over the Timberwolves, taking a 10 lead in the first round. After a 2-day break, the second game resumed at the Toyota Center, where the Timberwolves, having learned from the previous game, began to double-team Harden early on. This limited Harden to just 13 points, but the veteran Paul stepped up, scoring repeatedly with his unguardable mid-range jumpers. His pick-and-roll partnership with Yenzu was seamless, leaving the Timberwolves' defense overwhelmed. Yenzu scored 25 points, grabbed 18 rebounds, and blocked 5 shots, while Paul contributed 29 points and 8 assists, proving he still had it. The Rockets secured another victory at home, winning by a margin of 20 points, extending their lead to 20. In the third game back at home, the Timberwolves mounted a desperate counterattack. Butler was on fire, scoring 28 points, while the Rockets had Harden, Yenzu, and Paul all scoring over 20 points. However, no other role players scored in double digits, and the Rockets lost 105-121, bringing the series to 12. In the fourth game, Towns finally broke free from his slump from the previous 3 games, hitting numerous three-pointers. Yenzu found it amusing but also frustrating. After all, he was a former number 1 pick with undeniable talent. However, the Rockets emerged victorious once again, with Harden leading the way with 36 points, helping them narrowly win 119-109, taking a 31-series lead and gaining match point. In the fifth game at the Toyota Center, the Rockets did not give the Timberwolves any chance to retaliate. Yenzu delivered the most explosive performance of the series, shooting 13 of 15 from the field for 32 points, along with 17 rebounds and 6 blocks. His exceptional play in the paint completely left Towns and Butler helpless as the Rockets triumphed 126-104 over the Timberwolves. With a series score of 41, they proudly advanced to the next round. Having completed his first-round playoffs in his career, Yenzu found the experience quite satisfying. The intensity was certainly higher than in the regular season, yet his growth rate and learning ability were astonishing. He frequently received praise from the coaching staff and teammates, and the media acclaimed him, stating he didn't resemble a rookie in the playoffs at all, having fully matured into a seasoned interior player. In the second round, the Rockets' opponent was quickly revealed, surprising everyone. The Utah Jazz, a team rebuilt around rookie Mitchell, managed to upset the Thunder, composed of the trio Westbrook, Paul George, and Carmelo Anthony. Yenzu and his teammates calmly analyzed their opponent. Mitchell's scoring ability is impressive, but the Jazz's rapid rise this season can largely be attributed to Gobert's rim protection. Harden remarked, "That Rudy guy is like a Yenzu without a jump shot." Yenzu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He indeed had a more well-rounded skill set than Gobert, but to be fair, his rim protection still had some distance to cover. However, facing Gobert, Yenzu was not afraid. He would punish Gobert's defense with mid-range shots. What truly concerned the Rockets was how Harden and Paul's penetration would be significantly hampered by a big man like Gobert. After a few days of rest and analyzing the first-round footage of their opponent, the Rockets' Western Conference semifinals against the Jazz officially kicked off. In the first game, the Rockets showcased their tremendous strength at home, with Harden on fire beyond the arc. Inside, Zhu and Gobert battled fiercely, neither conceding ground. Zhu aimed to create space on offense, minimizing easy baskets as Gobert's interior defense efficiency remained high. Zhu could also learn some defensive techniques from him. The Rockets maintained a solid lead throughout the game, ultimately winning by 16 points, leading the series 10. Harden scored 42 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Zhu hit 3 of 5 three-pointers for 18 points and 14 rebounds, with 4 Rockets players scoring in double digits, while only Mitchell managed to do so for the Jazz. The easy victory in the first game made the Rockets players feel there was no pressure in this series. However, the second game brought unexpected changes as the Jazz's sharpshooter Ingles exploded from beyond the arc, hitting 7 of 9 three-pointers and scoring 27 points. Meanwhile, although Harden scored 32 points and 11 assists, and Zhu and Paul also surpassed 20 points, the Rockets ultimately lost the second game by 8 points, relinquishing their home court advantage, bringing the series to a tie at 11. After a brief rest of one day, the Rockets set off to conquer the Jazz's formidable home court in Utah. Learning from the previous match, the Rockets' perimeter defense began to focus on Ingles, while Zhu perfectly adapted to D'Antoni's strategy of infinite switching, occasionally using his height advantage to disrupt the Jazz's outside shooters, achieving remarkable results. The biggest difference between Zhu and Gobert is that he can defend beyond the three-point line, an existence that is extremely rare at this level of height. In this game, Gordon from the Rockets bench became a surprise star, scoring 25 points and completely overwhelming the Jazz's second unit. In the end, the Rockets withstood the pressure of the Jazz's daunting home court, winning 115-92. They secured a significant victory, bringing the series score to 2-1. In the fourth match, continuing at the Jazz's home court, Zhu finally had his breakout game in this series, shooting 15 of 20 for a staggering 38 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 blocks, a supersized double-double that helped the Rockets achieve 2 consecutive away victories and take the series lead. After the game, Zhu's performance received praise from all sides, with TNT experts stating, "The prehistoric giant from the East dominated this match." ESPN remarked, "Second-year player Zhu delivered a performance worthy of the league's top center in this game." While Basketball Weekly noted, Zhu, the glory of the center, is also the hope of Chinese basketball. To this day, in the eyes of fans across the ocean in his hometown, Zhu has finally gained recognition from the vast majority of fans. Since entering the league, he has faced various forms of online harassment. The hometown fans were like strict fathers, devaluing him when he first entered the league. Now Zhu has gradually slapped all doubters in the face, with his actions truly becoming the hope of Chinese basketball, inheriting the legacy of Yao Ming. In the fifth game of the series back at home, the Rockets did not give the Jazz any breathing room, winning 112-101. They smoothly advanced. Paul finally had a decent game, scoring 41 points, setting a new playoff scoring high for the season. The Houston Rockets defeated the Utah Jazz with a score of 4-1, forcefully advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Looking back many years ago, the best playoff achievement of the Rockets, led by Yao Ming, was the Western Conference semifinals. Once upon a time, the Jazz were the Rockets' nemesis, but now everything is different. Although Zhu is not the star of the current Rockets, he is still very young and has the confidence to grow into the true future star of the Rockets' revival. As the playoffs progressed, the NBA officially began to announce the various awards for the regular season. The Rookie of the Year award went to Ben Simmons, who returned to the court after a year-long injury. Although he is technically in his second year, it is essentially his first real year, averaging 1688 in all-around stats. Many netizens humorously remarked, if Simmons hadn't been injured last year, the Rookie of the Year would probably have been Zhu's to lose. In response, Zhu merely smiled it off. His current goal is no longer a small award like Rookie of the Year, but rather seeking greater recognition. The Sixth Man Award was given to Lou Williams of the Clippers, while the Most Improved Player went to Victor Oladipo of the Pacers. After being discarded by the Magic and Thunder, Oladipo finally proved himself this season, increasing his scoring from an average of 15.8 points to 23.1 points, showcasing all-star level performance and effectively becoming the leader of the Pacers. The Coach of the Year award went to Dwayne Casey of the Raptors. Although the Raptors did not have the best record in the league, they were at least the top team in the East. D'Antoni had already won Coach of the Year last year, and the league usually considers a team's improvement, making it unlikely to award the title to the same person 2 years in a row. The Defensive Player of the Year award went to Gobert, who had just been eliminated by the Rockets. Many fans and experts believed it should have gone to Yen Zhu, whose defensive presence is indeed impressive, capable of infinite switching, yet there remains a significant gap in various advanced defensive metrics compared to Gobert. The MVP award is practically a foregone conclusion. The Rockets missed out on Coach of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year, so this Most Valuable Player award should undoubtedly go to Harden. In the subsequent announcement of the All-NBA teams, Harden successfully made the first team, while Yen Zhu edged out Towns to make the third team. Additionally, Yen Zhu was also selected for the second team of the All-Defensive team, a major surprise for both him and the Rockets. If Yen Zhu can become an All-Star starter or make the All-NBA team next year, he will trigger the Rose Rule and be eligible to sign a maximum contract reaching 30% of the salary cap. Yen Zhu himself doesn't really care much about these clauses in the labor agreement, as he is Chinese and has the vast Chinese market behind him. As long as he can make a name for himself in the NBA and become a true superstar, his commercial value will far exceed that of a maximum contract, with advertising and endorsements flowing in endlessly, greatly surpassing his salary. The Eastern and Western Conference playoffs have now reached their final stages. In the East, after trading away Irving mid-season, the Cavaliers, against all odds, eliminated the top-seeded Raptors and met the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. LeBron James nearly delivered the strongest playoff performance of his career, while in the West, the league's top team, the Rockets, faced off against the Warriors, who boast 4 superstars, and as expected, they reached the highest stage in the West. The flames at the Toyota Center have already erupted, and amidst the passionate and intense shouts of the live announcer, the Rockets players entered the court one by one through the player tunnel. Nearly 2,000 fans in attendance erupted in a roar like a tsunami. The Warriors' starting players Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Looney each displayed fierce determination in their eyes. Even before the game began, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. Whether the Rockets or the Warriors, both teams regard each other as their biggest rivals this season. Every player on both sides has been eagerly awaiting the arrival of this day. New grudges and old grievances, all will be settled this time. In 2018, the Western Conference Finals. The battle between the Rockets and Warriors has officially begun. Yen Zhu discovered that his jump ball opponent was actually Looney. Where is Capella? Where did the king of cards who swapped with him back then go? Could it be that he has already been rendered useless by Kerr? On the Warriors bench, there was no sight of the king of cards either. It seems he is likely out for the season due to injury, or he might have been completely benched by Kerr throughout the playoffs. After all, he faced a similar situation last year. The referee stepped to the center of the court, preparing to toss the ball. Both teams' players were ready, poised for action. Standing behind Looney, Green started babbling again. Kevin, let's go. Crush that kid. Yen Zhu scoffed. Draymond, you better protect your eggs this game, or I will smash them. The two jumped high. Looney, standing at only 2.08 meters, was easily overwhelmed by Yen. He helped the Rockets secure the first offensive possession. Harden quickly advanced the ball past half court, as Yen Zhu moved up to set a high screen. With a fake screen, he cut directly to the basket. Looney and Green intercepted under the basket. Harden faked to the left and drove to the right, instead choosing to break through. But he missed. Oh. The battle under the basket was extremely fierce. Yen Zhu roared, snatching the offensive rebound over the two Warriors inside players. Without landing, relying on his powerful core strength, he completed a one-handed putback dunk in midair, right in front of Green and Looney. An explosive start, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. The Toyota Center was in a frenzy. Yen Zhu shouted passionately, rallying his teammates' morale. Green angrily shoved Yen Zhu. Yen Zhu's massive frame was intimidating as he pressed Green back. This game, the tension was palpable from the very start. Other players and the referee rushed in to... The referee hesitated with the whistle at his lips, wanting to say something, but holding back. Green's actions were indeed unnecessary, yet the referee surprisingly let him off without calling a technical foul. Ball possession changed. The Warriors initiated their offense. Green held the ball at the top of the arc, while Curry made frantic off-ball movements. Thompson settled in the corner. Paul and Ariza constantly disrupted Kai's reception. Curry had no shooting opportunity. He passed to Durant. Durant made a sharp change of direction and arrived at the free throw line. Yen Zhu rushed out to defend. KD's signature mid-range shot. It was a tough shot, slightly leaning back. The ball went in. Harden pushed the ball up, signaling for a onion. Yen Zhu quickly moved to the right corner. Harden, at the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, faced Thompson's defense and made a step-back three. It went in. The Warriors' transition offense was fast, and Thompson immediately launched a three-pointer. But it missed. Yet the basketball bounced into Kai's hands. Curry retreated to the corner and hit a three. 1 minute into the game, both teams were shooting hot, trading blows back and forth, neither giving an inch. The Rockets continued their offensive, settling into the half-court, slowing the pace. Paul held the ball, coordinating a pick-and-roll with Yen Zhu. The Warriors chose to defend Paul. Paul executed a crafty bounce pass to Yen Zhu. Yen Zhu quickly dribbled. He spun around using his dreamlike footwork. A soft floater went in. Fluid and graceful. He scored for consecutive points to start. Durant tried a shot from beyond the three-point line. It missed. The Rockets initiated another fast break. Paul hit a mid-range jumper. The Rockets had been nearly flawless so far. The Warriors' rhythm was a bit chaotic as Green held the ball and was directly intercepted by Paul from behind. Zhu quickly retreated to the corner. Harden, facing a double team, didn't shoot, but instead passed. Zhu caught the ball and immediately shot. The basketball bounced once on the rim before dropping into the net. A three-pointer. That shot was quite lucky. The Rockets had already pulled ahead by 7 points. Zhu scored 7 points in the opening, feeling on fire. Kerr hastily called a timeout, bringing in their ultimate formation, the death lineup. It seemed he was not satisfied with Looney's performance in that last defensive possession, thinking he shouldn't have allowed Zhu to shoot an open three so easily. After the timeout, both teams returned to the court. Thompson received the ball and without hesitation launched a three-pointer. It went in, helping the Warriors close the gap. In the Rockets' offensive possession, D'Antoni specifically designed a low-post isolation play for Zhu. Zhu received the ball with his back to the basket, turning to face the rim. Facing Green's defense, he drove towards the basket with strength. Durant came to double team. Zhu remained calm, spun around, and executed a hook shot off the backboard that went in. His footwork and skills were like a dragon dancing among pearls. During the timeout, he carefully adjusted his attributes, adding the purple king of backdoor basket and orange dreamlike footwork along with some low-post skills, making him nearly unstoppable against the Warriors' small lineup. Durant exclaimed, "No way, man. You didn't have that footwork when you were on our team." "I've changed since then." Zhu smiled. "In that environment, I might never have grown to who I am today." The next moment, Durant took advantage of his surprise and directly launched a three from beyond the arc. It went in. "Damn it, using this method to distract me." Zhu didn't dwell on his regret and immediately engaged in the offense. With his solid screen, Harden responded with a three-pointer. In the final minutes of the first quarter, both head coaches began to strategize and make substitutions. Taking advantage of the time when Paul and Harden were off the court, Zhu experienced being the ball-dominant center, using his isolation ability to attract the Warriors' double team, delivering 2 excellent assists to his teammates. At the end of the first quarter, the Rockets exploded for 37 points, temporarily leading the Warriors by 12. Entering the second quarter, Livingston of the Warriors used mid-range jumpers to score consecutively, helping the Warriors close the gap to 4 points. Seeing this, Kerr immediately brought in the starters, and after a brief rest, Zhu returned to the court. The real battle was just beginning. With their individual prowess, Curry and Durant scored consecutively, while on the Rockets' side, Harden and Paul experienced a slight decline in their shooting touch. At halftime, the Rockets led the Warriors by just 5 points, 73-68. Harden had already amassed 21 points and 5 assists by halftime, while Zhu emerged as a stable second scoring option for the Rockets, contributing 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks in the first half, with remarkable efficiency, missing only 1 shot. The halftime break is over and the second half of the game is about to commence. The Warriors made no changes to their rotation or defensive strategies, maintaining the decisions made in the first half. However, the difference this time was that the Splash Brothers and Durant continued their hot shooting from the final stages of the first half, launching a 10-2 run that quickly turned the score around. This has often been the Warriors' most crucial winning method this season. Harden frequently faced double teams on the perimeter, while Zhu and Paul had to shoulder more offensive responsibilities. Paul wasn't fond of passing to players stationed in the corners, so Zhu could only keep cutting through the paint and scoring off assists. Thanks to their pick-and-roll tactics, the Rockets barely managed to maintain their position on the court, preventing the Warriors from widening the score gap. As the game entered the final quarter, Koi's shooting percentage finally dipped. The Warriors relied more on Durant's isolation plays, yet they still held a narrow lead. For the Rockets, both Harden and Paul showed signs of fatigue. After all, Paul was older and Harden had drained his energy outside the court. At this critical moment, Zhu, possessing the golden infinite stamina, became the decisive factor in the game. The match had reached its climactic phase, and Zhu's vision was exceptionally clear and bright. His awareness was sharp, and at this moment he not only possessed an extraordinary physical advantage, but also a top-tier mental fortitude. The purple fighting spirit allowed him to maintain an incredibly high level of focus in the game's final moments. The Rockets passed the ball to Zhu. Zhu backed down for an isolation play. Facing Green's defense, Zhu executed a dreamlike footwork and forcefully drove into the paint. He soared towards the hoop with a powerful dunk over Green. Despite Green's flailing attempts, he couldn't stop Zhu, who resembled a prehistoric beast, and ended up committing a defensive foul. Green has fouled out. The Warriors' interior defense suffered a heavy blow. Zhu stepped up to the free throw line and calmly sank the additional shot. The Rockets now trailed the Warriors by 3 points with a score of 114 to 117. Only 1 minute and 2 seconds remained in the game. Kerr did not call a timeout, but instead allowed Curry and Durant to decide the outcome in the final moments. With Green out of the game, Durant was essentially assuming the role of the Warriors center. Curry drove into the paint. He passed the ball to Durant at a 45-degree angle on the perimeter. Zhu rapidly closed out to the outside. Utilizing his height and long arms, he successfully disrupted Durant's shot. It clanged off the rim. Ariza grabbed the defensive rebound. The ball was handed to Harden. In the dying moments, Harden aimed to showcase his superstar prowess. He took a hurried three-point shot. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find his rhythm. Another miss. A crucial rebound. Zhu, like a giant spirit, elevated with one arm. He snatched the offensive rebound. The Warriors players rushed in like a swarm. Zhu spun gracefully. He scored with a left-hand hook off the backboard. 116 to 117. The Rockets are only trailing by 1 point. But only 6 seconds remain in the game. This timing is a bit awkward. After the timeout, the Warriors' strategy was indeed to consume the full 24 seconds of the shot clock. However, the Rockets absolutely could not let them wait until the last moment to shoot. Otherwise, there would be no time left. With just over 10 seconds remaining as the Warriors passed the ball to Iguodala, Paul immediately went up to commit a foul, sending Iguodala to the free throw line. His free throw shooting had been inconsistent this season, yet he surprisingly made both attempts. D'Antoni called a timeout, and his offensive strategy was simple: if a three-point opportunity arose, shoot it decisively. Do not wait until the last moment. If no three-point chance was available, score 2 points, and then commit a foul, as there were still 5 seconds left, and the time was relatively ample. After the timeout, all the Warriors players indeed crowded beyond the three-point line. Harden effortlessly drove into the paint and quickly scored 2 points. 118 to 119. This possession took 3 seconds. The Warriors were inbounding from the baseline. All of the Rockets' attention was focused on Curry and Durant when Thompson received the ball and got fouled. Thompson stepped up to the free throw line. First shot. He made it with ease. Second shot. The basketball bounced off the rim. He missed. Zhu grabbed the defensive rebound. The Rockets had no timeouts left. Harden quickly pushed the ball up the court. The Warriors surrounded him with 3 players. Harden passed the ball to Zhu, who was waiting at the arc for the three-pointer. The entire crowd rose to their feet. Time was running out. Without any hesitation, Zhu caught the ball and immediately launched a three-pointer. Just half a second after he released the shot, the countdown for the game ended. The basketball soared through the air, gliding wildly. The ball goes in. The lights shine. A buzzer-beater three-pointer for the win. The referee signals the goal is valid. Zhu roars passionately to the sky while the players of the Rockets rush towards him in frenzy. The Toyota Center is engulfed in a sea of jubilation. The score is set, 121 to 120. In the final moments, with Zhu's astounding buzzer-beater three-pointer, the Rockets triumphed over the Golden State Warriors. The players of the Warriors appear ashen, their eyes vacant. Durant looks up, staring blankly at the video replay on the big screen, while Curry helplessly buries his head in his hands, chewing furiously on his mouthguard, displaying a face of disbelief. Zhu won't tell anyone that during the last timeout, he switched his skill set, opting for the spot-up three-pointer along with the orange key hunter. The key lies in this orange skill, which can slightly enhance shooting accuracy in critical moments, greatly boosting Zhu's confidence to make the final shot. He truly became the decisive factor in this game. He scored a total of 35 points, 19 rebounds, and 6 blocks, coupled with the last buzzer-beater three-pointer. Facing his former team, the Warriors, Zhu delivered the best performance of his playoff career. After the passionate celebration, Zhu approached the sidelines for an interview. "You took the final three-pointer with such determination. Were you already prepared for everything?" "Yes, I have always been prepared. When the team needs me, I will do whatever it takes to step up." The reporter continued, "Initially, the Warriors gave up on you, and now you faced your old team with the strongest playoff performance of your career. What do you want to say to your former team, the Warriors?" Zhu shook his head and simply replied, "Time will prove everything." Facing such questions, he naturally answered cautiously, avoiding any remarks that would diss the Warriors management in public to prevent inciting conflict among fans. After the game, back in the locker room, the Rockets players celebrated once more, spraying 2 bottles of champagne, while Zhu undoubtedly received the grand gold chain, symbolizing the best player of the game. "This game is just the beginning. I hope we can continue to work hard and secure the series as soon as possible." Zhu's statement now carried a touch of a leader's aura. "Chris, we will definitely push through to the Western Conference Finals this time." Paul nodded confidently in response, "Of course." After a brief day of rest, the second game between the teams is set to continue at the Rockets' Toyota Center. Learning from the lessons of the previous game, the Warriors focused on guarding Zhu right from the first second of the match. Whenever the Rockets' possession went through Yin Zhu, the Warriors would immediately double-team him, allowing the Rockets' outside players to have many open shooting opportunities. However, the Rockets' outside players seemed to struggle with their shooting this game. Their accuracy was low. In contrast, the Warriors took advantage of the Rockets' misses, seizing fast break opportunities, quickly extending the lead to double digits. In the second half of the game, the multiple connections between Harden and Yin Zhu helped the Rockets launch a small wave of counterattacks, narrowing the gap to 3 points at one point. But at the crucial moment, Warriors Thompson and Durant got hot, consecutively hitting unreasonable three-pointers. At the end of the third quarter, the Warriors maintained a 12-point lead. As the final quarter approached, the Rockets' outside shooting still could not find their rhythm. Harden and Paul began to chase points with mid-range shots, while Yin Zhu also scored several times in the paint. Yet the opponent's continuous three-pointers made the Rockets' efforts seem like a drop in the bucket. In this game, the Warriors completely showcased the formidable strength of their four superstars, dominating the Rockets throughout. They ultimately defeated the Rockets 109-92, securing a victory on the road, bringing the series to a tie at 11. The Rockets lost their home advantage. After the game, D'Antoni stated in an interview the players' three-point shooting was very poor in this game. I hope they do not carry this state into the upcoming away games. Warriors head coach Kerr expressed his satisfaction with the players' performance in the post-game press conference, stating that winning a game on the road is no easy feat. Returning to their home court, they would show the Rockets the terrifying aspects of the Warriors. The day after losing Game 2, the team did not schedule a practice, but Paul rallied the players to practice three-pointers at the gym to prepare for the upcoming away trip. Harden would not come unless the coaching staff requested it, while Yin Zhu arrived early at the training facility to practice, which deeply touched Paul. He believed that the future of the Rockets would be Yin Zhu's team. After a brief rest in Houston for one day, the next day the Rockets players boarded the team charter to San Francisco. As night fell, a sea of people gathered outside the Oracle Arena. Next year, the Warriors will move to their new Chase Center, and this old arena holds countless memories for Warriors fans. The final year of playoffs in this arena is naturally sold out for every game, with ticket prices skyrocketing even for seats at the very top. As the Rockets players stepped onto the court from the player tunnel, they were instantly met with a cacophony of boos filling the arena. This is the real treatment that home fans give to the visiting team. Of course, there were also fans supporting the Rockets, cheering for the team. So far this season, the Rockets are considered the team most likely to topple the Dubs in the past 2 years. Durant's betrayal has outraged the world, and people are more eager to see a team put an end to their reign rather than letting them establish a dynasty. Whether it's Harden, Paul, or Yin Zhu, who was traded by the Warriors, all have a history with the Warriors. The current Rockets can be seen as the Avengers, bearing the hopes of many fans. Former Rockets player Capella still did not appear on the Warriors roster. In this game, Kerr continued to start the young Looney as the center, indicating that Capella has been completely discarded by Kerr. There were no changes to the starting lineups compared to the previous 2 games. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the game officially begins. Yin Zhu jumped high, helping the Rockets secure the opening possession. Harden hit a three-pointer right at the start. Looking good. Warriors Curry also responded with a three-pointer. A back-and-forth start. Both sides exchanged blows. The Warriors' defense continued to target Yin Zhu, attempting to strangle him with Green and Looney inside. Yin Zhu tried to avoid too much entanglement with them in the paint, instead utilizing mid-range shots off the ball to punish their defense. At the end of the first quarter, the Rockets and Warriors were tied at 32. The turning point of the match occurred in the middle of the second quarter, when a verbal altercation between Tucker and Green quickly escalated into shoving and a brawl. In this moment, Tucker lost control of his emotions and was handed 2 technical fouls by the referee, resulting in his ejection from the game. This created issues for the Rockets' forward rotation, allowing Durant and Curry to move more freely and attack with ease. Before the end of the first half, the Warriors extended their lead to double digits. Anderson, who replaced Tucker, clearly could not meet D'Antoni's defensive requirements, often drifting between the 4 and 5 positions and shouldering more defensive responsibilities. Yin Zhu continually scored with cuts to the basket, while Harden and Paul faced double teams. However, 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. Returning to their home court, Curry and Durant were on fire, effortlessly hitting mid-range and three-point shots, quickly extending the lead to 26 points. The Rockets delivered a nightmarish performance in the third quarter, and despite Yin Zhu scoring 14 points in that period, he could not lift the team's low morale. Although Tucker played a purely blue-collar role on the Rockets with minimal offensive contributions, the tough guy persona he embodied on the court provided an irreplaceable spirit for his teammates. In the final quarter, Kerr even left the bench players on the court. The Warriors' substitutes were shooting ridiculously well, with Quinn Cook-Livingston and Nick Young all scoring consecutively. Meanwhile, the Rockets sent in their starters, but could not bridge the massive point gap. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in the game, the Rockets trailed by 22 points. D'Antoni conceded, gradually pulling his starters off the court. The Rockets suffered a crushing defeat on the Warriors' home turf, with the final score settling at 85-128, bringing the series to 1-2. The Warriors need just one more victory to secure the series point. Post-game, both the Rockets coach and players were relatively tight-lipped about the match's proceedings, as the series was far from over. They knew that the road trip to Oakland would be challenging and had mentally prepared for it. After a brief Oneida rest, the two teams continued their fourth game at the Oracle Arena in Oakland. In this game, Kerr surprisingly deployed the death lineup from the very start. Yinzu was a towering presence inside, utilizing his height advantage to score consistently with back-to-the-basket plays and occasionally delivering dazzling assists to his perimeter teammates. Soon the Rockets turned the tables and established a leading advantage. However, Kerr realized that height was needed to counter Yinzu, understanding that he was no longer the same Yinzu as before. He quickly brought Pachulia back onto the court, but Pachulia, plagued by injuries and age, could not withstand Yinzu's assault. In one interior confrontation, Pachulia was directly knocked several meters away by Yinzu, likely hitting his head, and was carried off the court on a stretcher. Even with Looney's entrance, he could not contain Yinzu's interior dominance. Yinzu exploded in this game, amassing 29 points, 17 rebounds, 5 blocks, 5 assists, and 3 steals in the first half, thoroughly dominating both ends of the coup. The Rockets led the Warriors by 15 points over 2 quarters. However, in the era of small ball, a 15-point deficit is not substantial. The Warriors, with their frenzied three-point shooting, quickly closed the gap in the score, and both teams entered a tense phase of the game. As the final quarter commenced, both teams traded blows without yielding. Although Harden struggled with his outside shooting, he frequently drew fouls through his drives to help the Rockets catch up. With just 2 minutes left in the decisive moment of the match, Thompson and Durant hit consecutive audacious three-pointers, extending the Warriors' lead to 7 points. 123-116. The Warriors' home crowd erupted. The spectators seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. There remained 1 minute and 22 seconds in the game. This possession was crucial for the Rockets. Yinzu held the ball at the top of the arc and set a screen for Harden before making a handoff. Green lunged to defend Harden. In that split second, Green's arm struck Harden's face directly. Harden was hit in the nose and eye, collapsing to the ground. The referee blew the whistle. The head referee indicated he would review the video to determine if Green's foul should be upgraded to a flagrant foul, as the home crowd erupted in boos, suggesting that Harden may have flopped. However, the crowd was soon silenced by the video replay on the big screen, revealing that Green's elbow had indeed made solid contact with Harden's face, leading the referee to upgrade Green's foul to a flagrant foul. The Rockets had a lifeline. They were awarded 2 free throws in 1 possession. Harden wiped his face, repeatedly stepping to the free throw line and confidently sinking the first shot. However, he surprisingly missed the second free throw. Perhaps the recent elbow from Green had affected his eye, causing them. The Rockets still had one chance for an inbounds pass. 117-123. They trailed by 6 points. Only 1 minute and 12 seconds remained in the game. They needed a three-pointer now. Ariza inbounds the ball. Harden and Paul were tightly guarded by the Warriors players, with no opportunity to receive the pass. Yinzu appeared. He moved to the baseline beyond the three-point line, receiving the pass from Ariza. Without hesitation, he took the shot. This play was not designed by D'Antoni. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. It went in. 120-123. Once again, Yinzu saved the Rockets in a critical moment. Only 3 points remained. The Warriors inbound the ball. The Rockets commenced full-court pressure. The Warriors began to consume the shot clock. Curry ran frantically to receive the ball, pulling up for a contested three-pointer. Did he want to seal the games? It missed. Yinzu secured the rebound and passed it to Harden. Only 40 seconds remained. Now the Rockets were no longer anxious. They could either secure 2 points or take a risk with a three-pointer, but the key was the next defensive possession. The premise was that they had to score this possession. Harden did not risk a three-pointer. Instead, he spun and drove to the basket, making a mid-range floater. 122-123. The deficit was only 1 point. There were 29.6 seconds left in the game. The Warriors did not call a timeout. Curry brought the ball across half-court, signaling to spread out. Facing Ariza's defense, Curry executed a step back and launched a long three-pointer decisively. The basketball swished through the net. It was good. 126-122. The Oracle Arena erupted into chaos. Only 13.6 seconds remained for the Rockets. 6 seconds. Trailing by 4 points. The true moment of crisis had arrived. The timeout for the Rockets has ended, and both teams' players have returned to the court. Once again, it is Harden and Yinzu executing the high pick and roll. However, this time it's a fake screen by Harden for Yinzu. Yinzu receives the ball beyond the three-point line, and according to the strategy, he is supposed to perform a handoff with Harden, but Harden is being closely guarded by Iguodala. Yinzu believes that this is the moment, as he is feeling hot. A true superstar is one who can stand up and save the team in crucial moments. He does not pass the ball to Harden and instead takes a shot from the top of the arc beyond the three-point line. Almost at the same moment, Harden is pushed down by Iguodala. The referee blows the whistle. At this moment, Yinzu has already completed his shooting motion. The basketball arcs through the air, tracing a perfect parabola. It hits the backboard and goes into the basket. A three-pointer off the glass. The Oracle Arena falls silent in an instant. All Warriors fans cover their heads in disbelief at what just happened. Rockets head coach D'Antoni excitedly tells the referee that the shot counts, and there should be an additional free. The referee needs to review the video for confirmation. Iguodala's foul is confirmed, but the key question is whether the foul occurred before or after Yinzu released the shot. If it was a preemptive foul, it would be bad news for the Rockets. Yinzu's three-pointer would be nullified, and even if Harden makes both subsequent free throws, the Rockets would still be down by 2 points without possession, remaining in a precarious situation. Players from both the Rockets and the Warriors glance up at the large screen in the arena, waiting for the referee's final ruling. The video replay clearly shows that Yinzu had no intention of following the tactical plan to pass to Harden. Almost the moment he received the ball, he raised his arm to shoot, and it was after this that Iguodala pushed Harden. The result is clear. The fans at the Warriors' home court collectively let out a huge sigh. Yinzu's three-pointer counts. Harden was fouled by Iguodala, and he gets an extra free throw. In the final moments, Yinzu's 2 crucial three-pointers along with Harden's 2 critical fouls saved the Rockets. Now they have a chance to tie the game. Harden steps up to the free throw line. Under the overwhelming boos and distractions from the audience, he bears the immense pressure. He makes the shot. 126 to 126. Only 5 seconds remain in the game. The Warriors, playing at home, still have a chance to win the game. Steve Kerr calls the Warriors' last timeout. The Rockets' defensive strategy for this possession is clear focus on defending Curry and Durant, and if anyone else scores, they'll just have to accept it. The timeout ends, and both teams' players return to the court. Curry desperately tries to navigate around the Rockets' defense. He receives the inbounds pass. Ariza and Paul immediately close in for a double team. Curry has no space to shoot. He passes the ball. He sends it to Durant, who is positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. This is the spot. Durant has pulled off classic game winners here multiple times. Without hesitation, Durant catches the ball and takes the shot. In a critical moment, a massive figure suddenly leaps up to intercept. It's Yinzu. He is wearing the Rockets' red jersey. It's as if a deity has descended upon the court. A giant hand resembling that of a divine being reaches up just as Durant releases the ball. With just a fingertip, he barely grazes the spinning basketball. It is enough to alter the entire trajectory of the shot. Durant curses, "Damn it." After being blocked by Yinzu, the ball begins to drop far from the basket. PJ Tucker grabs this crucial possession. D'Antoni immediately calls for the last timeout. Only 7 seconds remain. Yinzu has made the previous 2 three-pointers for the Rockets. This time, D'Antoni still designs the play for Harden. The timeout ends. Both players return to the court. Yinzu and Harden are both facing fierce double teams from the Warriors. Ariza fails to get the ball to either of them. Paul breaks free and receives the ball. He is up against the weakest link in the Warriors' defense. Stephen Curry. Paul faces Curry, dribbles once, and then jumps for a mid-range shot. A buzzer beater. The basketball swishes through the net. The arena falls silent. The Rockets have once again completed a stunning buzzer beater. This time it's Paul who delivers the game winner. 128 to 126. The game is over. The Rockets have won this crucial battle. They have secured a valuable away victory in a thrilling finish. They have avoided the Warriors taking the series lead. The series is now tied at 2-2. After Paul hit the game winner, the Rockets players are also very excited. However, since it is an away game and they had already experienced a buzzer beater in the first match of the series, the excitement is naturally not as high as Yinzu's first game winner. Nonetheless, this victory is undoubtedly crucial for the Rockets. Although Paul only scored 18 points and recorded 7 assists throughout the game, he hit the most critical game winner at the final moment. On the Western Conference Finals stage, Paul is breaking his playoff curse in his own way. In the post-game interview, Paul remains very humble, stating, "We should thank Yinzu for this game. Without his 2 three-pointers, there wouldn't have been the final game winner. Yinzu, he is simply incredible, the most versatile big man on this planet. He is truly our..." The media is in awe as Paul is known for being very demanding of his teammates, and it is rare to hear him praise other players so openly in public. After finishing Game 4, the Rockets did not celebrate in Oakland, but instead took a short rest before heading back to Houston to prepare thoroughly for the next home game, engaging in light training, reviewing game footage, and analyzing strategies for the upcoming match. The showdown in Game 5 is about to begin. For the Rockets, there is good news. Warriors star Draymond Green has accumulated a certain number of technical fouls and will automatically be suspended for the next game. On the Rockets side, Tucker also has a significant number of technical fouls and is close to being suspended. D'Antoni advises him to control his emotions. Currently, they do not need to provoke their opponents, they just need to showcase their strength to beat the Warriors. The great battle is about to commence. The next afternoon, the Warriors players arrive early to practice, and the starting lineups for both teams are quickly announced before the evening game. With Green absent, Kerr decisively promotes Iguodala to the starting position while Looney remains the starting center. Yenzu notices a familiar name on their roster, Capella. It turns out he was not injured, he was just DNP'd by Kerr in the previous games. In the last match, Pachulia sustained an injury from Yenzu's dunk, effectively ending his season. Reluctantly, Kerr had to activate a third-string center. The game officially begins. Back on their home court, the Rockets started off with blazing momentum. Harden and Paul consecutively hit three-pointers and mid-range shots, while Yenzu continued to dominate the paint. Whenever the Warriors players approached the 3-second area, Yenzu immediately used his defensive prowess to deter the opponents. As a result, the Warriors' trident could only keep shooting from the perimeter. In this match, they seemed to lack a central axis on the outside. Without Green's organizing presence, the Warriors' outside shooting became chaotic and disorganized. From the very beginning, the Rockets firmly held a lead of about 10 points. In the final moments of the first half, Harden suddenly erupted, scoring both inside and outside. With the home court referees also favoring him, he frequently found himself at the free throw line, racking up 32 points in the half. He contributed 21 points in a single quarter, setting a new postseason career high for points in a quarter. As the first half concluded, the Rockets led the Warriors by 16 points with a score of 68-52. During halftime, a Rockets staff member reminded Harden that the highest single-game scoring record in the playoffs was set by Michael Jordan at 63 points. If Harden maintained his shooting touch from the first half, he could very well break that record. Harden expressed that he certainly hoped to break the record, but emphasized that winning the game was the priority, especially since this was a pivotal battle. He reminded everyone of their ultimate goal for the season, the championship. The excitement of potentially defeating this Warriors lineup outweighed any personal scoring achievements. As halftime concluded, the second half of the game quickly commenced. The Warriors decisively began to focus on Harden, preemptively double-teaming him as soon as he received the ball. Kerr and the Warriors were determined not to let Harden break the record. Under these circumstances, Yenzu seized many opportunities for easy cuts to score, while Paul continually utilized mid-range shots to help the Rockets maintain their lead. The gap between the first and second halves is astonishing, but fortunately the Rockets blossomed in this quarter, widening the gap to 21 points. In the final quarter, Coach Kerr still kept the main players on the court for a few minutes. Curry and Durant's shooting touch showed no signs of warming up, and the point difference remained around 20 points. With less than 4 minutes left in the game, Kerr began to substitute out the starters, signaling the surrender in this match. Harden's personal score stood at 43 points, 11 assists, and 8 rebounds, nearing a triple-double, while Yenzu also achieved a significant double-double with 27 points and 17 rebounds. For the Warriors, Curry scored 21 points, Durant posted 23 points, and Thompson only managed 12 points. The Rockets triumphed at home with a resounding victory of 116-97 over the Warriors, winning the crucial battle on the mountain. They have secured the match point for the 2018 Western Conference Finals. After the game, the Rockets players were all extremely excited, as if advancing was within reach. However, only Yenzu maintained a very calm demeanor, for he knew that in a parallel universe the Rockets had experienced a similar storyline, having first secured the match point, then losing the 6th game to the Warriors, which ultimately led to a decisive Game 7. Although Game 7 would be played at home, the Rockets' three-point shooting was abysmally poor, compounded by Paul's injury, ultimately resulting in a comeback by the Warriors. This time they must not repeat the same mistake. Yenzu silently vowed that as long as he was present, he must be the one to alter the course of destiny. He is the only variable in this world. With the match point secured, they must exert every effort to win the 6th game and not allow the series to drag into a Game 7. This may be the best way for him to change the outcome. After a day's rest, the 6th game shifted to the Warriors. Green returns from suspension. After several games of underperformance, Klay Thompson suddenly found his shooting form in this match, hitting 5 out of 7 from beyond the arc in the first quarter for 15 points. Meanwhile, Curry and Durant continued to perform steadily as the Warriors seemed to be playing with a sense of desperation, bringing 200 effort from the very first quarter. On the Rockets side, Harden faced intense defense. Although he could still score, his efficiency had significantly dropped. Yenzu had already done enough inside, but crucially he was not the one controlling the game for the Rockets. He was still doing the blue-collar work. Stars like Harden and Paul, when the stakes are high, often only trust their own shooting touch. However, in such situations, if they do not learn to adapt, sticking to one path could very well lead to a dead end. At the end of the first quarter, the Warriors scored 39 points while the Rockets managed only 25, trailing by as much as 14 points. An unforeseen incident unfolded after a fierce offensive scramble. He clutched his thigh, his expression contorted with pain. Teammates on the Houston Rockets watched anxiously, fearing Chris Paul's old injury had flared up. Indeed, the team physician's preliminary assessment confirmed a probable hamstring strain, severely compromising his athletic capacity. He would not return for the remainder of the game. The Rockets had effectively severed one of their own arms. Their predicament grew even more dire. At halftime, they trailed by a staggering 22 points. Many fans had already braced themselves for a Game 7. After all, Chris Paul remained indispensable to the Rockets. His absence utterly disrupted the team's offensive rhythm during James Harden's rest periods, and Harden's stamina was insufficient to carry the full burden of 48 minutes. At this pivotal moment, Yen Zhu stepped forward. He activated the orange tier trait, vision optimization, and assumed command at the top of the key, orchestrating plays with poised authority. During Harden's time on the bench, Yen Zhu led the Rockets' reserves in a surging run, especially Eric Gordon off the bench, who repeatedly converted Yen Zhu's exquisite assists into dynamic drives and perimeter shots. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets had narrowed the deficit to 12 points. Yen Zhu had already amassed a triple-double: 15 points, 14 rebounds, and 10 assists. His first career playoff triple-double, achieved on the elite stage of the Western Conference Finals, revealed a rare duality, the ferocity of a tiger tempered by the grace of a man gently breathing in the fragrance of roses. The decisive fourth quarter commenced. Harden willingly ceded primary ball-handling duties, shifting seamlessly into a lethal off-ball shooter. Yen Zhu now stood as the Rockets' undisputed offensive catalyst. Top off the key dribble, dream shake, spin into the lane, soft floater. On the next possession, a masterful back-down move culminated in a pinpoint no-look pass to Trevor Ariza, who soared unimpeded for an easy layup. Under Yen Zhu's leadership, the Rockets delivered a spellbinding fourth quarter, seizing the lead with just 3 minutes remaining on the clock. The Warriors are becoming increasingly frantic. Durant starts to distrust his teammates, relying solely on isolation plays. Unfortunately, today his mid-range shots are falling short. Yen Zhu completely dominates the rebounds in the paint. In the final moments, Harden hits 2 consecutive three-pointers. With just 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining in the game, the Rockets miraculously lead the Warriors by 7 points. At the Oakland home court, the fans at Oracle Arena are on the brink of despair. The legendary quartet, are they really going to stop here? Is it really going to end with just one championship? The Warriors players are not giving up. Curry attempts a deep three, but misses. Iguodala fights for the offensive rebound. He passes to Durant. Another three-point attempt. It's the last chance for a desperate comeback. Still no success. Despair begins to spread throughout the entire Warriors home crowd. Yen Zhu secures the defensive rebound. The Warriors players immediately foul. Yen Zhu stands at the free throw line. Amidst the cacophony of boos and distractions, he calmly sinks both free throws. A clutch player. 119 to 110. The deficit has stretched to 9 points. Only 42 seconds left in the game. 5 seconds. The Warriors inbound the ball and launch a fast break. Thompson hits a trailing three-pointer. It's good. His 8th three-pointer of the game. The deficit is back to 6 points. Immediately, a foul is called on Harden. Harden still doesn't give them a chance. He hits both free throws. The Warriors continue their fast break three-pointer chase. They're all looking for Thompson, hoping he can work his magic. Thompson receives the pass and shoots. This time he misses. The shot clangs off the rim. The Warriors commit another foul, this time on Ariza. Ariza makes only 1 out of 2 free throws. The deficit remains 6 points. Curry uses a screen to face a double team from the Rockets. He attempts a contested three. Still no good. Time is running out. The Warriors abandon fouling. The time expires. 122 to 113. The game is over. The Houston Rockets have defeated the dominant Warriors in the 6th game of the Western Conference Finals. They claim victory in the 2018 Western Conference Finals. A stunning 4-2. The Warriors are eliminated, advancing to the finals. No one expected that the Warriors dynasty would come to a halt in just the second year. The Rockets players rush onto the court in a frenzy to celebrate. The final battle at Oracle Arena ended in such a way, a despairing farewell. This signifies the imminent end of the Warriors dynasty. Yen Zhu recorded 21 points, 20 rebounds, 12 assists, 6 blocks, and 2 steals in the game. An epic, dominating performance. In this series, he truly proved himself. He is no longer just the blue-collar worker beside Harden and Paul, but a superstar capable of carrying the Rockets to new heights. He is the rising #1 center in the league. Despite Paul's injury, Yen Zhu's emergence became the variable in this series, preventing the 2018 Rockets from falling into a Game 7 predicament. In just 6 games, he ended the Warriors dynasty. In this series, he averaged 42, 1 minutes played per game, the highest on the team. He averaged 23. 4 points, second on the team. He averaged 18. 7 rebounds, first on the team. He averaged 4. 3 blocks, first on the team. He achieved an astonishing shooting percentage of 67. 8, the highest on the team. The epic buzzer beater in the first game. An epic triple-double in the 6th game. Yen Zhu faced his former team, the Warriors, and delivered a stinging slap to the Warriors management, proving how foolish their decision was to protect Green and let Yen Zhu go. It stands as the most disastrous trade in NBA history. No doubt about it. This time the Warriors have been firmly nailed to the wall of historical shame. After a brief celebration, the Rockets players donned their Western Conference champion hats and hoisted the championship trophy. This marks the Rockets' return to the finals after 23 years since the 1999-495 season. In the last finals, the Rockets, led by Olajuwon, swept the Magic, led by O'Neal, 4-0, securing back-to-back championships. In an interview, head coach D'Antoni stated, "Without a doubt, the MVP of this series is Yen Zhu. He has truly transformed in this series, becoming a genuine superstar." His teammates pushed Yen Zhu to the forefront to accept the cheers from the fans. Western Conference champions, a group photo the moment captured. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, while LeBron puts on an epic playoff performance, the young twin stars of the Celtics cannot stop the Little Emperor's momentum. The Cavaliers battled with the Celtics for 7 games, and despite Irving's departure and Love's injury, LeBron James, with one of the least criticized playoff performances of his career, led the Cavaliers back to the finals. The final showdown of the 2018 finals is set. Cavaliers vs. Rockets. Before the finals began, many experts were not optimistic about the Rockets, as the Cavaliers had already won a championship in 2016, and LeBron has extensive finals experience. Although Harden has been to the finals once with the Thunder, he was just a 6th man back, then very inexperienced. Moreover, Paul's hamstring injury remains uncertain, becoming the biggest question mark for the Rockets' championship hopes. People doubted that the second-year Yen Zhu could carry the brilliance of the Western Conference Finals onto the stage. On the night before the finals, Yen Zhu briefly blocked out all external noise to prepare for his 9th simulated career. Post-completed permission helped Paul break the Western Conference Finals curse. Simulation cooldown ends early. Do you want to start the 9th simulated career? The simulated life begins. You are born in the early 1960s into an impoverished family, a classic superstar origin story. Your father is a reckless, womanizing playboy whose sole life principle is seduction. He has had 16 lovers and 29 children. 3 of them, including you and your 2 younger sisters, are yours and your mother's. This is beyond hellish. A dissolute father, a broken mother, and infant sisters. Is this yet another rag storage's story of an underprivileged black man? At age 3, your father abandons your mother and you siblings, vanishing without a trace. Your mother relocates with her 3 children to Texas, settling in a Dallas slum. To sustain you all, she works multiple jobs. She devotes more attention to your 2 younger sisters, leaving you largely unguided and undisciplined from childhood. Malnourished, you remain short for your age, frequently bullied. Even stray dogs bark twice at your passing. This environment molds your eccentric temperament, silent, withdrawn, perpetually solitary. Can such a person truly become an athlete? Yen Zhu feels this life is unbearably tragic, the most harrowing simulation he has ever witnessed. By high school, your height remains under 1.7 meters, while your sister blossoms as a standout varsity basketball star. Though undersized, you possess remarkable physical strength and join the school football team. Yet your aloof, unsettling demeanor alienates teammates, soon relegating you to the role of waterboy. In your sophomore year, you are expelled from the team after a violent altercation. Your family brands you a burden. One day, your mother, pushed beyond endurance, casts you out of the house. Your clothes are stuffed into a garbage bag and hurled outside. She even changes the locks. The psychological blow shatters your fragile young mind. Dazed and despairing, you wander onto a skyscraper rooftop, staring down into the abyss below. The urge to end it all surges, a desperate wish to escape this wretched world. No, what on earth is this? Yen Zhu is nearly brought to tears. What an utterly forsaken, to be cast aside before even finishing high school. Suddenly clarity returns. You reject self-destruction and resolve to grow stronger. After graduation, you forego higher education and take refuge at a friend's home, sleeping on a sofa in the backyard. Each morning you wash cars, at noon you fold cardboard boxes and sort recyclables at a convenience store. By night you work airport security. Juggling 3 jobs barely yields a meager 1,015 daily. Lacking formal schooling, your grasp of law is weak, and during this time you steal over 50 luxury watches. Yet bizarrely you never sell them. Instead you flaunt them ostentatiously among friends. Eventually your theft is exposed and police arrest you. Ironically, your absurd conduct saves you. Officers recover every stolen item, sparing you incarceration. It is precisely during this post-graduation period that your body undergoes a dramatic growth spurt, shooting from 1.7 meters to 2.01 meters. Recognizing your downward spiral, your mother and sister reconcile, with you welcoming you back. Starting college at 21. Taking up basketball so late. Can he possibly reach the NBA? Merely stepping onto that stage would itself be legendary. You join the university basketball team, averaging 17 points and 13 rebounds per game. Yet the program suffers from poor overall talent and negligible institutional support. Academically struggling, you face imminent expulsion, until an assistant coach from the University of Oklahoma takes notice. You pass their evaluation, earn a scholarship, and successfully transfer. At 2012, you officially begin your freshman season. At Oklahoma, you receive rigorous professional coaching, and your skills accelerate, rapidly propelling you into the starting lineup. That same year, you earn all-conference honors. At 23, your sophomore season sees you average 15.2 rebounds per game, claiming the conference rebounding title, and earning all-conference honors for the second consecutive year. By 24, as a junior, you become the undisputed centerpiece of the team, averaging 25 points and 15 rebounds per game. You lead the University of Oklahoma to victory in the National Collegiate Athletic Association Championship. For the second straight year, you reign as conference rebounding champion. And for the third year running, you are named to the all-conference team. Though long eligible for the NBA draft, no team has shown interest. Your late start left technical flaws, and scouts perceive your ceiling as limited by age and raw potential. Following your junior season, you attend an elite pre-draft camp, where your dominant performance earns you MVP honors and finally captures NBA scouts' attention. In 1986, the Detroit Pistons select you with the 27th pick of the second round. Entering the NBA at 25. Truly an ultra-late blooming rookie. A flash of light. Congratulations. You've drawn an orange to your trait, relentless paint presence. Relentless paint presence enhances finishing efficiency. Near the basket, drives and dunks become more forceful and unstoppable. This simulated life has begun with exceptional fortune. Moreover, the trait directly strengthens interior play, valuable both within this simulation and in reality. Yenzu muses that perhaps this stroke of luck stems from the extraordinary hardship endured in the early stages. The simulation continues. At the age of 25, in your first year of career, during your first season with the Pistons, you encountered your most important mentor, Chuck Daly. As a rookie, you were a backup player with limited playing time, yet you still managed to showcase your talent in those brief moments. Your defensive skills and rebounding were recognized by both the coach and your teammates. Daly often assigned you to guard the opposing team's key players during critical moments. This season you played in 77 games, averaging 15 minutes per game. You averaged 5 points, 3 rebounds and 6 blocks with a shooting percentage of 56. The Detroit Pistons finished third in the Eastern Conference this season. In the playoffs, you followed the Pistons all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals, where you fought a hard battle against Larry Bird's Boston Celtics, ultimately losing in 7 games. This was your first experience in the playoffs, and you learned a great deal. The playing styles of the Bad Boys, Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, and Bill Laimbeer, had a profound impact on you. At 26, in your second year, it was your second season with the Pistons. Congratulations on drawing the green attribute card, quick release. Yin remembers that he has drawn this card before, and surprisingly, it can be drawn again. This is the first time encountering such a situation. It seems that the total number of cards is limited, they will not continuously appear. It remains to be seen if the system will introduce a recycling feature in the later stages to reclaim these duplicate and useless green attribute cards. In your second year, your progress was evident. You played with passion on the court, earning the trust of the head coach. In a mid-season game, you exploded for 35 points and 18 rebounds, setting new career highs in scoring and rebounding, making a name for yourself. After that game, your playing time increased significantly. In the last 30 games of the season, you secured the starting power forward position for the Pistons. Your team's fierce playing style made you the final piece of the puzzle. The reputation of the Bad Boys began to spread throughout the league. By the end of the regular season, you averaged 12.1 points and 9.2 rebounds. The Detroit Pistons ranked second in the Eastern Conference, second only to the Celtics. That year in the playoffs, you advanced through the rounds with ease. In the Eastern Conference Finals, you met the Celtics again. After the first 5 games, you were leading the series 32. In the crucial 6th game, you scored multiple times against Kevin McHale during key moments. The Pistons pulled off an upset, completing a revenge series and eliminating the Celtics 42. The Bad Boys tasted the finals for the first time. Against the defending champions, the Lakers, you held your ground. The series went to a deciding Game 7, but you returned home disappointed. The loss in the finals prompted the team to adjust their strategy. Your mentor Daly suggested that you continue as a backup. Would you accept this? In this era, as an older, late blooming inside player, it seems unlikely to contend for MVP awards. However, competing for 6th Man of the Year might be a good choice as it could increase your chances of drawing cards. You accepted your mentor's advice, returning to the bench for the new season to focus on the second unit. At 27, in your 3rd year, it was your 3rd season with the Pistons. A flash of light announced that you had drawn the orange attribute card Catch and Shoot. This attribute enhances your shooting accuracy immediately after receiving a pass. Fantastic. In this simulation, your face certainly looks pale. After just 3 years without any honors, you have already obtained 2 orange attribute cards. Clearly, you are a rough rebounder with little basketball foundation. It seems you need to develop into an all-around inside player. Your career is about to reach its peak, so it's time to start collecting honors. After a season of shooting practice in the off-season combined with the influence of the catch-and-shoot attribute in your 3rd season, your mid-range shooting percentage significantly improved. No longer were you a black hole for spacing on the team. Your catching stability improved, making you the most reliable scoring option in the 2nd unit. In your best game of the season, you scored a super double-double with 42 points and 24 rebounds, shattering personal records. Throughout the season, you played all 82 games, coming off the bench in 74. You averaged 28.7 minutes per game with an impressive average of 16, 8 points and 10.1 rebounds. Your shooting percentage reached 62.4 with a 3-point shooting percentage of 32. This season, the Detroit Pistons achieved the best record in the league with 63 wins. You received the 6th Man of the Year and Most Improved Player awards, becoming the first player in NBA history to win both honors simultaneously. You also ranked 3rd in the Defensive Player of the Year voting, earning 2 additional chances to draw attribute cards. Congratulations on receiving a green attribute card. A flash of light announced that you had drawn the orange attribute card Jump Master, which significantly enhances a player's jumping ability during shooting, rebounding, and defense. This is like adding wings to a tiger. By all accounts, a 27-year-old's body should be well-defined, but with this attribute, it represents a tremendous boost for this short inside player in this simulation. This season is destined to belong to you. The bad boys are at the peak of their power while the once mighty Celtics are aging. In the 1st round, you swept your old rivals, the Celtics. In the 2nd round, you continued to sweep the Milwaukee Bucks. In the Eastern Conference Finals, you faced the league's new darling, the Chicago Bulls, led by Michael Jordan. Your aggressive defense and tenacity made it tough for Jordan. The bad boys' tough style suppressed Jordan's immense individual ability. With a score of 42, you advanced to the finals for the 2nd consecutive year. In the finals, you again faced the Los Angeles Lakers, but this time the Lakers were no match for you. You swept them in 4 straight games, and the Detroit Pistons lifted the franchise's first championship trophy. In your 3rd year, you savored the taste of a championship. You were the most crucial scoring option in the Pistons' 2nd unit, and your contributions on both ends of the floor were unparalleled. In the However, the finals MVP was awarded to Joe Dumars, who averaged 27.5 points. You felt a bit dissatisfied but didn't show it. This season, you earned the 6th Man of the Year, Most Improved Player, and a championship. The Pistons management offered you a contract extension, a 4-year deal, with an annual salary exceeding $1 million. This amount is quite considerable for this era. Before this, only Thomas and Dumars had salaries exceeding $1 million with the Pistons. You accepted this lucrative contract, experiencing the feeling of sudden wealth. In the off-season, you began to indulge and enjoy life, throwing money around in nightclubs. Things began to take a turn for the worse.